And a very warm welcome back to the Mediterranean Poker Party, taking place right here at the Marriott Royal Diamond. That building you see in front of you, that beautiful pool, this beautiful hotel. Look at that, little pools on the balconies of some of those suites. I don't know, why did I not get one of those suites? I don't know. Doesn't seem right. I might take it up with the powers that be. I am, of course, James Dempsey, and alongside me, Mr. Picasso, Mr. Andrew Headley. How are we doing, sir?
Hello, James. I don't know why you didn't get one of those suites.
Don't.
I woke up this morning, walked out on the balcony, just dipped my toes in that little private pool and had a look out to the ocean. It was a wonderful time.
I'm not having this. I'm not having this, that they put you in one of those suites. And right. Let's get on with it. 2K buy, and that's what we got for you today. It is called the Luxon Pay Grand Final. This is day 1C, the third of 4 day ones for this event. Everyone's starting with 200K. Blinds at the moment, 30 minutes, much like they were in the Poker Oak event. But this one, they change as we go throughout the tournament. So we are going to elongate to 40 minutes and then 50 minutes as the event goes on. Given that wrinkle, this one is going to be a 3-day event, unlike the Poker Oaks. You see there, we are covering to the end of day 1C today. We pick up action tomorrow with day 2. And then the final table will take place there on the 9th. And that'll be the last of the events we cover before, of course, the MPP main event kicks off coverage on day 2 of that one on the 11th, and then play that one out to a winner. And it will be, well, not myself calling the action on that one. Sadly, I'll be out of town. But, of course, today we have joining us for the first time this trip, Jay Harwood's going to be jumping in the booth. Steve Warburton taking a break, going to play some poker perhaps. And then, of course, you three will crown us our champion in that. But that's a little ways away for now. We're going to focus on this 2K, and we're going to kick things off over here on the Luxon table, where play will commence at the 1500, 3000 level. This level 5 of the day, and late registration, I believe, closing at the end of level 8. So still plenty of time for people to start gambling. We've seen this the other day, that like the action kind of fast, this kind of level as some of those players will be going.
She's going to go ahead and look to ISO here right off the bat with the pocket 10s from +2 against the min raise from under the gun from Mr. Skull Gun Bundit.
Skull Gun Bundit, what a name.
Loving that.
Yeah, she has gone after it. And I saw a couple of familiar faces behind who was on our feature table the other day. Krista Silver, a player you and I were literally just speaking of before coming on air, before the mics went live. So nice to see we've got him at the feature table as well. Or one of our feature tables. Again, for those of you just joining us, we have 3 feature tables in rotation. You see in the background there the main stage. That one, of course, the Onyx table. Here we have the Luxon, and we have our DTD live table as well. So you're going to have 3 tables worth of action coming at you. So the main idea of that, Andrew, of course, is we don't see too many boring hands.
Absolutely, and we get to sort of knit all the threads together of different storylines on what's going on out in the main floor. As we see Young pick that one up with the early 3-bet. Yeah, really enjoying it, actually. I think it's a world first, Demps, here at the MPP 3 features.
And here's a face that we saw in that 1K. Alyssa Sigbatova back at the feature. This time peeling from the big blind with 10-8 of spades. And a pretty nice looking flop for that hand, although, of course, one fraught with activity likely from the cutoff. In this case, Brockman having open, being that kind of board that we tend to say favours the opener.
Yeah, these spots are always quite interesting. I think specifically once you start getting round to the cutoff and button. Hello, as the 9 of clubs pings the turn. I was going to say, obviously the opening ranges are a lot wider from cutoff and button, so there's more sort of scope for us to potentially consider check raising this type of holding versus, for example, an early position open. However, it does just land on call and drills the second nuts. Interesting combo for Brockman.
Right.
We have a pretty nice bluff candidate in my eyes.
Right, we block the 8-10, we block the Queen 10.
Block both sort of nutted straights, so to speak. Does shut it down. Now Sigbatova with the decision, do we want to try and go for a check raise river? Maybe let our opponent reopen the action. When he checks back turn, though, typically you're a little worried that people won't go for thin value often enough. So she is just going to activate herself. Goes for 2/3 pot. Makes sense.
Right, he's either got the kind of hand that really wants to get to showdown or he's got nothing, right? So.
Like, when you check, you kind of need your opponent to reopen here with something like ace-jack, right? Pocket queens, stuff like this. Maybe a weak king that pot controlled, but often, we are not privy to how the action's been when you're at the table.
Right.
You can get a feel for, okay, this guy will reopen the action or not. So decides just to do her own dirty work with the river leads, unfortunately. Brockman with just queen high.
Here we are back at the Luxon table, and Lamkov looks like he's popped up with these 2 8s. Huayak on the button, calling with ace queen. That allowed Stefev to come in from the small bummer king jack, and Skolgan Bundit in here with the king 6 of clubs.
Yeah, he's decided to lead. I'm not a big fan of this 4 ways. Okay, we do have a hand that doesn't mind putting money into the pot, but maybe better served, you know, to start with a check, see what happens behind. There's some potential to check raise. We can do some funky stuff on turns. Does decide on lead. Lamkov, there's an argument to raise, get this in, I think. Even 4 ways, which can feel a little dicey with 8s with 2 guys behind. But, you know, we only have, what, 68k back?
Yeah.
There's already 45k in the middle.
I guess this is kind of a cool, see the action behind, get kind of a safe turn, and then really never fold. But yeah, I'm with you. Maybe best served to just go with that and look at this Golden Bundit after.
Tough to call, obviously, when he goes ahead and the old bet check bet into 2 on the river seems pretty underbluffed.
Do we think this is an injury from a previous pot? Perhaps hands caught in the cookie jar? I mean, maybe not.
I mean, I don't know if it's that savage, is it? Day 1C? Could be.
You never know. I mean, it could be an injury, you know, from a different day. It did look kind of fresh, though. Le Havre in here from +1 up against Brockman, once more involved in the action. He's going to like this queen 9-3. And there's bet when check 2.
Yeah, this is pretty spiced. This is a 3-bet pot.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, and like Le Havre, this is optimistic. And that's saying something. To call a 3-bet here, I mean, even just to open from +1, right, and then call a 3-bet from +2, he's in trouble now on the queen 9-3-4. Pretty natural, of course, to continue once we hit middle pair. Now he's leading. This is a very confusing line to take. Very tough here, Demps, to represent any real value in my eyes. Brockman should be pretty comfortable here, top. The decision is whether we raise now and look to try and play a really big one, or do we call, allow our opponent to bluff maybe a 10-jack, king 10, king jack on rivers?
Yeah, I think call seems like the play, right? Well, once we start raising here, yeah, I think call seems like the play, right? Well, once we start raising here, kind of almost over-reps our hand. Now let's see how this one plays out, because Le Havre, well, if he feels his opponent is in sticky there with a queen, this may be a card he goes hard on, try and rep like an ace-high spade draw or something like that.
I mean, sure, but it's just not really our card in the grand scheme of things. Can't think of too many hands that call a 3-bet, check call flop, lead turn that contain an ace. Maybe something like an ace-9, but of course I would just be checking turn all day long. An absolute slam dunk value bet spot for Brockman. He doesn't know it, of course, but pretty bad river for him here. Certainly a lot of rivers where Le Havre might just decide, okay, I'm going to have to pay this off, like a low blank. He's just put himself in this really awkward, nasty spot here. He does, of course, get away on the river, so not too much damage done.
Yeah, kind of a fun one, that one. A little bit different. We see a lot of that here at Merit, of course, and especially, as I say, re-entry, still open players that are a little bit more inclined to gamble than we might normally see. Okay, as we head back over to Luxon, it is Lampkov all in from the big blind over what seems as it's Pavlov over from +2. So it's quite a big one, 20 bigs. I wonder if there may be a squeeze perhaps in there. Does that make a little bit more sense?
It would.
As it is, ace-queen holding for now.
Yeah, I do know Tannis pretty well. Super experienced. The Bulgarian looking good here.
Yeah.
To knock off a player.
Man with some recent form in this very room. Got 3rd place in the Merit Poker Carmen series just back in March. So not more than 2 months ago, he picked up 100k in that 2k buy-in event. So a number that suits him in this very room. And of course, actually came 6th in the Carmen Series back in 2023 here as one of the main events.
Okay.
So he knows his way around this poker room.
Yeah. Does hold through to the ace of diamonds river. So GG Lamkov can't get there. And Tannis swells his stack up to 287k. Yeah, I've played a lot with the Tannis, and he's on the circuit, you know, room to room, knows what he's doing, very aggressive. He'll be fun to watch if he gets a big stack going.
Yeah, one of those, let's see, you mentioned hailing from Bulgaria, which pound for pound is an incredibly talented poker nation. It's insane when you look at the all-time money list from that country, just how much money has gone back to Bulgaria.
Yeah, agreed. They're on the rise. Wait, who do you reckon now? Right, back in our prime days, what, it was Sweden or something like that were the most aggro, and now we've got
that
Spain, Bulgaria.
It's funny because I remember when I was coming up, when I was playing a lot on the tour, there were like no German players. If you saw a German player, they were bad. Now, like, then for the last like 10 years, it's like the Germans are just the best.
Sure.
And now it's definitely emerging that you've got people coming out of some of these countries, especially in Eastern Europe, like Bulgaria, where they're just grinding away in the lab, getting so strong.
100%.
And you get that community. You know, you get your Bulgarian native speakers. It almost becomes like a little club. They're all out traveling together. You know, you work on this game together, and suddenly you see them in the mix. We see it somewhat from the Baltic states as well.
Sure.
Real talent pool emerging.
Yeah, as we join the DTD live table here, 3-bet pot once more. Lahav opening with the 10s, gets 3-bet by Litvinov in the small. These spots always intriguing. Ace-King's gone with C-bet, as you would expect on the 6-4 deuce. Backdoor flush draw, 2 overs, and the betting lead. And Lahav's just decided to click this one. Actually don't mind it. With the SPR the way it is, kind of just deciding, I think, I'm going to run this, and if I run into a bigger pair, so be it. So much money in the middle. Litvinov now with the decision. Do I go ahead and jam it in? You can get some hands to fold. You can be up against the nut flush draw, which is, I think, is always a consideration in these spots when you're up against ace, queen, ace, jack, ace, 10 of clubs, right? You're doing pretty much, yeah, you're doing pretty well against these hands. But if you think your opponent kind of always has these 10s, jacks type hands, might decide to fold and does let it go. Well done, Lahav.
Yeah, nice pick up for him.
Well, the two players we were discussing as we kicked off this frame, De Silva versus Young.
Oh, she's getting frisky, defending the 5-2-0 from under the gun.
Yeah, this is a bit out of line.
And, well, a flop that one suspects one bet won't be enough. We know De Silva obviously going to love that board.
For sure. A couple of options for Chris in terms of sizing here. You can go really big here from under the gun on these 10 highs. Whether he decides to just go small. Our hand's so strong also that you don't mind your opponent continuing in some shape or form. It does go with a third. And if we're calling pre, we're not folding flop. It does just call.
Jack of spades on the turn. Not really a card that Young could hit, but certainly one De Silva's going to follow up with a lot.
Sure.
It's going to have some of those hands that bet have improved, and of course the big aces that have picked up gut short draws.
Yeah.
See how he approaches this now. It's kind of... It's almost a hand where you don't want to have a hand because it's so easy to bluff here. that like betting the 10 suddenly becomes almost like a waste of a hand, right?
Agreed. Yeah, there's an option to check and try and bluff catch. Like, she's going to have lots of sort of these gut shot straight draws and stuff. Yeah.
Flashes her the 10 and the table mates, of course.
Yeah, Chris is really, really good player. He's been on somewhat of a tear over the last few years. Lots of big scores. Super, super nice guy, and doesn't like to fold demps. I guess most of the better players in the world don't like folding.
You can't win if you fold.
It's true.
What they say. He's in there. Still some work to do early on in this event. Everyone's starting with 200k.
Yeah, back to DTD Live, and Golubovic opening under the gun with the ace-queen of diamonds. Both blinds making the call. Let's go with C-bet here into Le Havre and Brockman. And looks like a check raise, and is from Le Havre. And this starts to get pretty interesting. 50k in the middle already. Golubovic with the decision.
What could he have here from the small blind? Let's check raise me. Obviously, he's going, you know, reasonably thin for a value check raise with just the top pair against the undergun open. But certainly, I guess there are some 2-pair combos, maybe even some sets. As it is, though, Golubovic with that gut short backdoor diamond certainly going to stick around. Then, because of all that, suddenly that 4 looks like a pretty good card for him, right? I mean, the most likely hand that check raises would be a set of 4s, I guess, is the thinking.
Yeah, there'll probably be some ace-jack in there. That's the type of hand where we maybe start to draw the line versus under the gun. It's normally like an ace-jack, jack-10 suited.
Right.
Yeah, some sets, and like you should have some sets of 10s and stuff in here. You know, not necessarily looking to get it in pre-flop for what, 50 bigs? Is it 3K big blind, right?
3K big blind.
Yeah. So it makes some sense. And yeah, nicely done from Le Havre. Picking up a bit of momentum, back-to-back substantial size pots.
These characters over on the GTD live table, one of 3 tables of coverage. We are back at the Luxon table where Pavlov, Huayek, and Skolgenbunda are in action once again. I believe this one is a 3-bet from Skolgenbunda, and the 2 pocket pairs have peeled, looking to make sets. They failed to do that, but Pavlov, his interest was still peaked on this board with just the 1 over and perhaps an absence of an ace or king on board, making him far more inclined to call.
Yeah, you're not loving this as a Tannis. Like, you would much prefer to have a spade in hand, but the c-bet size is so small. We're definitely going to have to see a turn, especially with the kind of inflated nature of the pot. Kind of 12 to win 73 or so as it was. Skolgenbunda in a pretty good spot here. 7 of clubs turn.
Yeah, call, but we'll see. Pavlov won't be too worried about. Unlikely that would have improved his opponent. Now Skolgenbunda with the decision. One assumes it's kind of a spot you're like, I kind of want to get one more street out of this. It's hard to get all 3, so maybe we just kind of go bigger here and check back if called. Let's see how he goes with it.
Yeah, definitely like this for a double barrel. You know, a Tannis isn't going to have 2-pair, right, which is a pretty key consideration in these spots. He's called a squeeze from under the gun. He can have a few sets, of course. 4s, 5s, 7s potentially are in there. But with the nut jack, let's put money in. This does seem a bit small.
And the ace
there we go. It's 38. Right.
And the ace of spades as well. Quite nice hand to have, blocking some of those nut flush draws that Pavlov would continue with. So yeah, the 38k slightly bigger than we first thought. But
yeah, nice hand.
And good fold from Pavlov.
Yes, it's just one of these hands that really doesn't have anywhere to go. You'd just much rather have pocket 6s here, right, that can improve any kind of flush draw, right? Any of these type of holdings, even like a 7-8 suited has a gut shot. Nice hand from both.
And there we go. Skolgenbunda already leading this table, has got further ahead with just under 3 times the starting stack. Tim Agazin, it looks like, just joining the table. He has exactly the starting stack, and then we see 3 players with work to do. Back over at DTD Live, it is Litvinov, Supertova at it under the gun and +2. The former, having it opened, flopped 2-pair and has now checked it over to Litvinov. Nicely done.
Yeah, I think this is another 3-bet coup, which would make sense for us in terms of game flow. Quite like this from Litvinov. It's a little on the wide side from +2 specifically, but these suited wheel aces play quite nicely as pre-flop bluffs. And she smashed the flop, of course. Now he has this decision. Do I get to kind of barrel this off with a no equity holding? You know, you don't expect her to have aces and kings. But having said that, I think at this stack depth, Sibikatova can just have ace-king, right? So it makes it less appetizing to sort of just try and blast it off.
Right.
He does wave the white flag. Interesting river, queen of spades. Now the decision for her, it's, you know, this isn't a fist pump value bet by any means.
You bet here, get raised,
yeah,
you just hate
it's a bit of a disaster. And he can have all the pocket queens pretty much pure. You can
Right.
have some ace-jack suited, right, that decides to take a free one.
And what are the King X that have 3-bet, pre-bet flop and check back turn that can now call a river bet? It's
Yeah, there's,
few and far
there's not
between.
many. I like check, I think. Could potentially go for the old really small block and induce a kind of spazzy raise from like in position. Pretty good give up, I think, from the ace-3. And yeah,
There you go.
Sibgatova, she knows what she's doing.
Nestled in the middle of the pack, a little above the starting stack is Malov leading the way there with just over 2 starting stacks, and Ulibovic we saw a moment ago in action. He has just 75k at this 3k big blind level, but again, we are still so early in the day here. Do not fret if you're on a short stack. Meanwhile, Hashim under the gun over here at Luxon has found himself a pretty delightful little flop there, considering he hasn't hit anything. It's like the ultra disguised.
Yeah. And don't mind this, you know, on some of the ace high boards. I mean, you are going to want to do a lot of checking, right, in multi-way pots, even from under the gun. But with this exact combo, I quite like this. We can just clear out some hands that have equity. We can double barrel on lots of different turns and win the pot. So he does narrow the field just to Timur Gazin.
Yeah, I feel like I'm with you there. Yeah, we do check these boards, but I think when we got the 7 high and reasons to bet, we bet the 7 high.
Sure.
We saw obviously hands like 2 7s finding the muck, 2 9s sticking around. Now the Hashim find a way to go again. It looks like he's reaching for chips, and this will surely put an end to the Timur Gazin curiosity.
This is nicely done.
Yeah, really nicely done.
Just a really nice turn as well, I think, to continue the story. Like, we have all the ace king, you don't, from cutoff, really. We have, all, you know, all of the best top set and the like. Let's just bet again, put pressure on the mid pairs, put pressure on like a 9-10 of hearts or whatever. We could get that out of there by the river. Well done.
Now, our first look over at the Onyx table. That is the main feature table, as it were, where the big final tables will be decided at this festival. And we see Veselov, Biofri battling this one out. +1 be +2. Ace jack with a heart working on the Queen 8-5 board, but he is going to check it over to his table mate.
Yeah, you see lots of checks in this exact spot. +2's range is pretty strong. I'm going to start with a check often and then decide what to do. He does have a hand, Demps, in my eyes, that could consider check raise here. Backdoor's working, blocking the best top pairs. You do get to just put a lot of pressure on 7s, 9s, 10s. They're in a really bad spot if he raises.
I think that's what he's done.
Yeah, I really like this play. Very nicely identified, and you're just in a horrendous spot now with the 7s.
Yeah. Kind of bet to deny equity and end up getting bluffed.
Well done, Veselov. I really like that play.
Picasso approved.
Yeah.
High praise indeed.
It's nice when it works, you know? You know, you do your study, you're like, all right, this is a good one to check raise, and then you check raise and they jam or whatever, and you're just like,
Well, they call and they just got king queen.
And they call, and you're like, all right, now I don't know what to do on the 4 of clubs turn.
Look at this, back over at Luxon. It's Hashim in play again from the big blind. The pot wasn't.
So it's single raise.
So single raise. So he's just kept it a bit coy here against the Skolgenbunder, open from +2. And P1 decides to lead the 5-3-6. This is the board that, you know, does favor the big blind, but I feel like it's not often we see this sort of hand class be the one that does come with the lead.
100%. Really intriguing. Timur Gazin is not going to fold here. Have 2 overcards. It's not the most appetizing board, of course. No diamonds lurking for us down the streets. But we do turn a 10, which could be troublesome.
Now this will be interesting because we saw the hand before. Hashim bet once, bet twice. Timur Gazin folded. These two battling again. Timur Gazin haven't just joined the table with a fresh stack. So the second hand of poker he's played at this table has been just like the first, with Hashim barreling him into again. And you know, now with the 10, I feel he's kind of hamstrung here.
Yeah, we just call again and make a decision on the river, it feels like.
But like just the instant you sit down at a table and you play the first 2 hands and this guy's just blasting into you both times, you're thinking, right, okay, is this... You don't see the hand strength, you don't see in the hand classes.
Sure.
You already start to think, hang on, this it's far more likely this guy's bluffing a lot than actually making hands, right?
I would agree. Or have a weaker hand than this, 100%. Now, will Hashim go for like a little blocky type Like, our hand just doesn't feel like it's worth a big bet, right? On the backdoor clubs run out. It's one of those. I like this a lot.
Just 10k.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to have to pay it off.
Yeah, and Timakazen, recognizing that like he beats quite a few of the hands that bet this size, right? If he's just up against a 6 or a 5, that's either a gut shot kind of hand that might have led. And well done, Hashim.
That's
getting
really nicely found line.
And Timakazen's like, hang on a second, you got jacks here. This
Yeah.
is an open. I flat you didn't squeeze, and then you woke up on the 6 high board. Okay, I'm into some stuff here. You see that? Look at that. The Hashim chip flow. We saw him win.
Gorgeous looking graph.
We saw him win 2 in a row. He's moving on up. Obviously, still early days. Let's not get too excited. Got 3 days of play, but nice nonetheless. Best of luck. Under the gun. All right, we just saw him with the ace jack getting a bit fruity post. Now he's like playing the rush.
That's the old solver open. This one, stone bottom from under the gun. It's probably in there. You know, you maybe get to open this 20% of the time or something.
Oh, what happened to roll the 20% again?
Yeah, I rolled it again.
28 times in a row.
I mean, it's King 7 suited, right? We just got a check raise through. Let's go. Lasuski, I recognize that name, Demps. Get down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, Maxim Lasuski. I remember
he won something big.
Oh, yeah.
Somewhere or other.
It was here. I seem to
think
remember
it was
him.
here.
It was like a really good final table where I think they all chopped and changed the lead. Let me have a look on the old consult the Hendon mob.
Yeah.
Yes, I remember him. He was great fun to watch as well.
He was box office.
If I remember, he sort of wore all his emotions quite publicly.
Yeah.
That's him.
If I'm remembering correctly, he got stacked by Patychuk. I think it was last few tables of the main, and it felt like a bit of a slow roll from Patychuk, but the way the action went at what we didn't think it was one of those horrible spots where you're so sure you've got the best hand, and your man tanks for 3 minutes and you're out. I'm pretty sure it's him.
Well, we saw him many times here in Cyprus. Actually, he had a deep run in the EPT main event.
There we go.
Came 8th in the EAPT Grand Final.
Oh, it might be that one.
Yeah, good for 63k. So that's the same sort of 2k event, and that's it. Patychuk was on the one who came 4th in that.
There we go. My brain still has a little bit of grey matter left.
I'm trying to remember. We did see him here in another Merit event. I do recall where he got really savaged in something. I'm trying to jog my memory.
Well, as you have a look for that, we'll call the action over at Luxon. Young finds kings +2. Round 2, a Tannis Pavlov in the cutoff. Ace Queen. One of those hands you can go either way. He's decided on 3-bet. Makes it 18k to go. Music to the ears of Cassandra.
Just jog my memory where I'd seen him more recently. It was, of course, at Triton Montenegro last year where he won a 20k event.
There we go. Because he went straight from here and
That's
he just YOLO'd the money in, right?
He came eight
That's
here,
unreal.
spun the money, went to Montenegro, said, oh, I'm just playing the rush kind of thing. I'm just spinning up, and ripped that off.
How good is that? So Cassandra here deciding, is it a mandatory 4-bet? She decides yes. Let's try and get the money in pre with the kings. She's gone pretty large. Makes it 50k of her 164 total.
Last 10 seconds.
Tannis going to be aware here, I think. This feels like pretty underbluffed for a third of stack.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's just nicely identified that our hand can't quite stand the heat.
I like these spots as well because you'll see this ace queen used here. 3-bet bluff in this instance. We say bluff, obviously, more than happy to get called and play flops, but recognizing, hey, against the 4-bet we'll fold. But against some opponents, we'll be 3-betting there to love the 4-bet.
Of course.
It's such a great fun game, and that hand in particular can give us, you know, so many more options.
Yeah, agree completely.
Over at GTD Live, Sigmatova's in action again. This time from the small blind, but it's Ismailov from the button who's going to c-bet this Jack-6 3 board. Has found a piece as the Sigmatova. Lynn from the big blind overcalled, and well, Queen 8 of spades. The Jack of spades is on board, but kind of tough in a 3-way coup, isn't it?
Just one of those that you don't see people take very often multi-way. Very wide open, of course, from Ismailov. Don't mind the small size flop, you know, just try and clear out some equity. It's pretty dry. Let's just get the king 10s of the world out of there. Sibgatova, of course, not going anywhere. Bottom pair, backdoor nut flush draw. Decision on Ismailov. One of these. Do we want to bluff this hand? Potentially. You're not thrilled. Like, it's kind of hard to win at showdown, is what I'm saying, against Sibgatova's range here. She is going to have a bunch of some pocket pairs, some jack X, some threes like she has when you have the ace high to go with it. King of spades, river. Sibgatova with the decision. Looks like she's debating block. One of those, I'm not sure how much this achieves Demps in this exact spot.
Right.
You know, with this, like, I don't think you ever get a better hand to fold here. Well, she's gone larger. Okay, so she is turning it into a pure bluff. Interesting.
Or is this one of these like really weird leveling rules where she thinks she should maybe fold out some better, but also make some worse call, I wonder.
Right. I actually kind of like it. I mean, it's hard for her to land on the river with many worse hands, is what I'm getting at. Other than the sort of queen tens of the world that she decides to float.
I guess this stack depth, are we in there with maybe with like the 4-5
Yeah.
suited? I know there are not many combos.
We can
of
be
that.
in there with 4-5 for sure. I don't think we're in there with many. Maybe some 5-7 suited if we're feeling a bit spicy. So there aren't too many, you know, sort of natural brick draws. And he's kind of hating this because he does need her to have these sort of queen 9 suiteds with a backdoor queen 10, stuff like this, or a 3, which is pretty rare that it's going to be, you know, in there and then turn itself into a bluff. Well done.
Well done, Miss Sibgatova. Well put together there. I mean, it'd be so easy just to try and check the 3 and win at showdown.
Just check and lose. Yeah, well done. Fun one.
Skogamunda over on the Luxon table. He's checking his option with 8-5 on this 10-9-4-6 board. Hashim in the mix again, this time with a flush draw.
3-bet 8.
Yeah, this is pretty wide from him pre to peel the raise of Pavlov. Decided to take a free one on the flop.
Well, let's put it out. I mean, we're all leaving the tree a little bit here. Pavlov with the ace deuce
Right.
off from the hijack.
100%.
The boys are playing.
They really are playing. I mean, a Tannis.
Wow.
I mean, this is
Pavlov.
pretty spicy. Defined check call. I think he's planning to bluff a river spade, potentially.
I mean, is it a case that he's seen Hashim play fairly aggressively from what we've seen so far, and now wants to check the bet turn? Kind of think, hang on a second. What hand? Oh, look at this. This man just doesn't slow down. Love it. 38.5 thousand in the pot, and he bets just 12.5.
Really nice.
The value bluff.
Value bluff. I love it. That's an intriguing check call turn from Pavlov. It's hard for our hand to really... It just feels like the one that doesn't really have anywhere to go.
Good luck, change dealer.
In my eyes, a little too wide, I think. But he was correct. Nice sizing from Hashim River. It really did look like value.
Gets him over the old 2 starting stacks as we head on over to the Onyx, where we have some potential danger. Veselov with a pair and a straight flush draw up against the flop flush of Ruski. Actually does check rounds. Wasowski was in the mix, of course, here as well. But that turn card, actually, kind of a bad one for Wasowski, isn't it? In the terms of, it just makes the board that much richer. The monotone boards always are, but hard to get action, especially when we block the jack as well, isn't it?
Yeah, Veselov here already thinking to himself, if I continue here, what are my possibilities to bluff? And there certainly are going to be some. We have a pretty nice candidate already to consider it with that bottom pair blocking some sets, with that very key 8 of clubs in hand. He is going to call turn. You know, we have a straight draw to go with it, so potentially can just realize our equity for 9K. Ten of spades, river, Luski, horse, very comfortable. Just trying to work out the right sizing.
28.
And that is 28k, 2/3 pots. I mean, pretty tough depths, I think, for Veselov at this stage. That doesn't look like the face of a man who is going to bluff.
Yeah, and not one. I mean, obviously thinking, what hands does he beat? You need your man to be really taking a fly of most of the Queen X, which doesn't seem too likely, and always bluffing some big club offsuit combos. Again, hard to say if that's too likely, so it does arrive on fold.
Yeah, almost no bluffs, I think. And he's peeled pre-flop facing the open from EP. Background to Luxon and Cassandra. Another premium.
Another premium. I mean, come on, you're doing this hand a disservice. We got the boots, my friend. And the blinds are up. Even better time to get them.
The premium of all premiums. The first class hand. The number one.
It's the Merit Royal Premium, that one.
The Merit Royal Premiums, aces.
Well, you're staying, of course, because those unfamiliar with this fantastic complex, it's kind of there's 4 hotels at the moment. They're constantly building. There's another one under construction, but 2 of which are adult only, as it were. 2 take the kids in, and you've got baby Arlo with you, so you're in the Merit Premium.
It's lovely.
Gorgeous hotel, yeah.
By the way,
whoa,
Hashim.
Whoa.
Playing absolute not perfect so far.
No.
I mean, it's quite reasonable, right? Under the gun open and +2 3-bet. Like, Jax isn't doing too well.
The speed he did it.
I know.
Hang on a second. Put a note on this man.
MVP so far.
We're dealing with a player. Wow.
I don't mind this, by the way, from a Tannis. I think most people just auto-call this hand. But you do have the full table behind. Sometimes it can be nice to just sort of
get Jax to fold.
Get Jax to fold, right? And also take the betting lead, you know?
Wow. Now, that's Cassandra. Come with a 4-bet again. We saw her do that a moment ago. Well, this time she get trappy and cool.
I think we just 4-bet this one as well. Like 50 bigs effective or so.
70.
I think when a Tannis 3-bets from early position like this, he's going to be weighted to like stronger hands than 7s, right? Of course, on this occasion, he does just have the pocket 7s. But he's going to have lots of really good hands that just won't fold, right? Or will look to get it in.
Yeah, it's always a bit awkward here as well. You just 3-bet this player a moment ago, got 4-bet on, you 3-bet them again. You get 4-bet again, assuming you fold to. So you can be like, hang on a second, am I really running into it hand after hand? As we've seen, it has been both the butchers and the boots.
Yeah, he's an experienced campaigner. I'm just going to recognize that, okay, I tried again.
I'm giving off nothing as well. I wouldn't, if I stick to the table, I wouldn't be sure that she's had it or not had it. She just seems to take it all in her stride.
Sure.
Did you just fold Jax? Like, without too much thought? She went, nah, yeah, Jack's no good. I mean,
it's not doing great, is it? Under the gun and +2.
I don't care. I'm gonna think about it. I'm on the TV. I want people to make note of my fold.
No, this man's an absolute G. He's just like, yeah, whatever. I don't need to play this one.
We saw him slow by the Jax moment go from the big. Now he just keeps. Maybe he just doesn't like Jax. I'm going with that.
Okay.
Ismailov, 2 8s from the hijack. He's opened this one up, and we see the boots once again, and in the hand to Sipkatova. Now, if you're watching the other day, I saw her play this hand like 3 or 4 times. She found them often.
Oh, hello.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, this is a potential trouble spot.
Note the open size here from Ismailov as well. Up to 11k at 4k big blind. 2.75x. So already this stack's getting shallow here. And Sigmatova's near 3x 3-bet, just getting flat by Ursulan on the button. But, I mean, ace-queen suited, it's one of those hands, right, that we quite like to call them player flop in position and keep in those weaker hands that Sipkatova has 3-betting in this seat. We can certainly be dominating her, right?
Yeah, you can. It's always very kind of murky and tricky, especially against that inflated initial open. And this is a troublesome flop.
Oh, yeah, no one really likes this board, do they?
I mean, Sibgatova is hating this against 2 opponents. Figures that at least one of them has smashed it.
Right. I mean, Ursulan with the cold call, we often see the 9s, the 10s, even the jacks. These are the kind of hands that love to do that. They all improve on this board. Ismailov as well called the 3-bet. He may well have some of those hands himself, and of course, the King-Jack suited of the world that have nutted, but she is nonetheless going to go ahead and bet. And we have to remember, we are in the rebuy portion of this event. does change the ranges somewhat. I know it shouldn't. In theory, the book doesn't say that. But the book's also not down here having to fold hand after hand. Not wanting to be here picking up big stacks.
That's absolutely true. Yeah, I mean, I would check this hand all day, every day, and twice on a Sunday as Sibgatova and just look to kind of see what the button does. Then we're going to get to see what hijack does in any case. And we can sort of just carefully tread through this hand. But she does decide just to c-bet.
And especially the ace of diamonds as well. Obviously, all those diamond turns would actually be good news for her.
Yeah.
Smilov still thinking about this himself. He has the bottom
I mean, he can't continue with this, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not beat by Sibgatova, you're definitely beaten by the button in this spot, and you may well be drawing dead.
Very often drawing dead already. Even if we hit a jack, it's unlikely to be good. If we hit an 8, unlikely to be good. Yeah, I mean, good fold.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, there's only, what, just over half pot back? So on a blank, Erselan could be in trouble.
Oh, my word.
Good game, buddy.
I was just saying Erselan only had one live out, and Sibgatova only had one live out to improve, and that is exactly what's come. And I mean, both players now feel so good about their hands.
Yeah, once we make the cold call pre-flop, which, you know, I would argue that we just fold our hand pre. Like, it's annoying, or I would rather cold for it than cold call. And now this is just GG. Like, there's just no way to get away from this now.
A little bit of acting.
Yeah, he's kind of loving it, and he's drawing dead. Loving it as much as you can be.
The funny thing is, Sibgatova's probably thinking, oh, I've actually got there against like 9s or 10s or something.
Yeah.
Give me gloves, please.
Good game.
Yeah, GG's, Erselan. That was a cold one. As played, nothing we could do. Andrew's, you know, he's too strong. He's saying he's just folding. I'm in there. 30K. Well, flick it in. Build me a stack or send me to the rebuy.
All right.
Oh. What was that look about?
Does he think he has some...
Oh, maybe just the table. Kind of a little bit confused.
Table 2 is it open?
We were taking our time. Yeah. We're just giving you more time to express your thoughts, Andrew.
On that hand?
I feel like when someone's drawing dead, let's just rip the card off.
Yeah.
Send them off.
I'm not loving it. When it's like when they, you know, when you bust in various different series and they say you must stay by your chair until the floor comes to collect you. Yeah. Yeah, but sometimes in the massive field events, you're stood there for about 3 minutes and you're like, you're raging, number one. You've punted or something. You're like, I really want to get out of here. And you're looking around the floor, like scanning the horizon. There's nobody to be seen.
And then you'll have to force her to stand and watch the next hand.
Yeah.
And like, people don't want to talk at the table yet because you're still there. But you know, as soon as you go away, they're going to be like, God, he punted that off, didn't he?
Awkward.
Although the plus side is, if you wait long enough, the floor doesn't come around. Maybe you do a dirty little ladder up that wasn't justified.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
You know? I'm always like, hold fire, dealer. We're 6 away from a page up. Don't shout. See it open just yet.
Team Snake.
Well, you know, call me what you will, but you know, look after the pennies.
Oh dear. Right. Back to Onyx. Open from Lusky, defend by Giorfi. Check call. Very spicy Queen of Clubs turn. Giorfi now improves to a gut shot.
Yeah,
and flush draw.
This was a check back from Lusky, was it on the 8?
I think he bet.
Okay, we bet small.
I think it was just 6K. 6K C bet.
Okay.
Could be wrong.
Just looking at the pot size, it's pretty small, but here we are.
Yeah, these spots are kind of dice. Like, you know, like middle of our range like this, if we get check shoved on, it's not a great spot to be in. Although, having said that, Giorfi's pretty shallow. Certainly an argument to check shove turn, but typically you normally call when you have a pair and have some showdown. You know, maybe jam like a jack-9 of clubs.
I have that river for you.
It's a pretty good one.
You're thinking if I hit the 9, it's so obvious. I hit the clubs, it's obvious. But if I improve to a 6, they'll never see it coming.
Yeah, he will not see it coming. Lusky with the decision, do we want to go for value? This starts to get pretty thin.
I feel like we're going for value. All the draws have missed. Our man can have a 7 or an 8. He does check it back.
I think like with the king kicker, you can definitely consider betting. But like for example, an 8-9, we would just check.
I'm with you there. I think because we beat that queen, I might bet. But he does check it back, and it was a good check back.
Definitely not unreasonable to consider it.
In there with the goods. If you are just joining us, welcome. Where have you been? We are watching the Luxon Pay Grand Final. This is a $2,000, $2 million guaranteed event. This is just day 1C. There is a turbo flight tonight, and then
18.
everyone reforms for day 2 tomorrow. Still towards the end of late reg in this one. The field size there ticking up. 365 bullets so far fired so far today, pardon me. And well, Hashim has probably caused a few of those bullets to be fired because he has been faultless thus far. And look at this. Yet again, he's getting it right. Falls ahead on this 7, 8, 9, 8 board. Stafiev, well, gets there on the end in form of the counter. But now, does Hashim turn into a bluff? Does he lead?
So this is a 3-bet pot. So I'm starting to just try and quickly analyze where we're at as Hashim. What does our range look like? That calls the 3-bet. I believe flop went check.
Okay.
Then Stafiev decided to bet the turn. He is finding it. Quickly becoming the GOAT of day 1C.
Well, he's beaten into the pot.
Oh, what happened
was
there?
he?
He
Just dropped the chip. Oh, he did.
350.
No.
5 minutes.
I think in a making call.
No, he snap folded.
Okay.
Wait.
He did call? Wait, he did! Like 1 chip within a microsecond.
And then Hashim just mucked. Is that what happened?
I guess so. Yeah, I was going to say we didn't have much time to dissect that, but what sort of 7 and 8x do we have that didn't bet turn, check calls, and then leads? We don't have too many 8 and 7x, I would suggest. So maybe just looked like a brick heart draw or a low pair, and he quickly picked it off. I like where his head's at, though, Hashim. He's really played very well in the early goings of our coverage here.
Brockman. Raising ace-8, half to a half, limping with the queen deuce. Oh, he's sticking around. Perhaps a little too speculative, but let's see how the one plays out. Jack 10-5 board. Still growing live to the deuce, in fact. Taking the heat here.
Yeah, we've seen that he's playing like a very spicy sort of, like just lots of kind of not what we would call non-standard leads, and he's in there with very wide range of combos. He just wants to swing for the fences, and you can't hate on it. And I suppose this hand we can never check call. He's deciding to himself, all right, I'm just going to take a stab at 7k. Brockman with a hand that can't go anywhere just yet in my eyes to this sizing. Is he raised? This is pretty nice recognition.
Wow. We're playing some poker here.
Yeah. Like, in theory, Le Havre should have no leads, right? It's one of those spots at this stack depth. So Brockman's just going to pounce and say, yeah, I don't think you have any of the really strong hands here when you limp call pre and lead. Well done. Nicely played, Brockman. He says, nah. Wag the finger. You don't get to lead. You don't get to lead here. Yeah, no. Nice hand.
Indeed. Now I heard something in the background there. Piqued the interest of many a player. There's a PLO event that's just gone on break. Now let me tell you, this is of course day 1C. Plenty of players would have already bagged up chips. A little loose end what to do today, so you know, let's just have a little 1 day 1K PLO event.
That's fun, isn't it? 1 day 1K. Well then, Timur Gazin, 3-4 of hearts in the cutoff here, out at the Luxon table. Chris De Silva, 30 effective.
Oh yeah.
Only one decision, I think, here, and that is whether to 3-bet call or to jam. Jam feels like a little too much, but it is the hand class that doesn't mind to do it.
I think it's one of those things. Look, we see the jam from this kind of hand when ICM becomes a factor.
Yeah.
But I think in chip accumulation mode here, early stages of a tournament, we just want to try and win a big pot.
If it's gone like raise and call, then we would just rip it in. But yeah, I agree. He's a pretty cool looking guy, Chris. You got to hand it to him. I don't think I can pull off that sunglasses and Man United top look with such a plum.
I would perhaps question the Man United top, but we'll let it go.
James, we've spoken about this.
7-4.
They're like 15th best team in the English Premier League, aren't they?
Yeah, but we're going to get in the Champions League. It's going to be a travesty. Literally would be the shame of the rest of Europe.
The backdoor run a Champions League qualification.
And it would be a bit of a joke, but you know, It would be funny. Right, multi-way pot. Sivgatova opens. Interesting from a Mar, and I like it, by the way. I think most people auto 3-bet ace-king here, but you should have a bunch of calls. Even at sort of 45 bigs deep. You know, you can induce squeezes behind, and Golubovic has a potential. I think he'd like to have more chips than this. Like, you have a lot less fold equity here with 17 blinds, but I wouldn't be shocked.
Maybe just to run it for those reasons, but you say it just does cool. I mean, obviously such a playable hand, happy to go 5 away, try and make something of it.
I think if he has like 30 bigs here, that like shoving's really attractive.
Yeah, and I suppose the thing here with 15 is, hey, look, hey, if I call here, flop a queen, and end up going broke with 1 pair, it's no disaster with 15 blinds, whereas with 30, it'll be far worse, right?
Yeah, 100%. So everyone bricks. Sivgatova has the betting lead, but she's not happy with this. Got to try and get through 4 people. It's going to be very difficult to do. Checks to Lahav, and he's just in there again on the button with 9-10 off. Takes a free one, and it's bad news for Sivgatova. She does turn 2 pair, but Anar with that beautifully disguised ace-king. Brockman's not leading at this, is he? Okay.
It's itching.
I was about to leave the booth if that happens.
And yeah, exactly what you're saying, like, Anar playing this koi pre means that Sivgatova is looking at her hand like it's the absolute crown jewels. She does not think someone has a better ace. She thinks a 2 would have made some noise. 7s probably would have bet. It's like hard to imagine any hand she loses to.
Yeah, you're only really worried about Anar having ace queen exactly in the long term here, in my eyes, is typically the hand. I like her sizing, by the way. There's no need, you know, to absolutely blast money in here. We want to get called by all the weaker ace X. We can size up river if we think we definitely have the best of it. He's not, is he? If Lahav raises here, this is spice.
What is going on? 40k?
I mean, it's going to look so strong.
But what do we...
I mean, we're repping a slow-played pocket 7 somehow, or...
That's about it, right?
It is.
Like...
But people don't bluff here, right? Which is the reason you're thinking, what in the world is going on?
Yeah, that's true, because I would never put this as a bluff. Like,
Ever.
No draw on board.
He's going to get called in 2 spots.
And and it's fun because Sivgatova pretty feels still alright about this hand, right?
I mean, when Anar overcalls, I think the alarm bells are starting to go. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. It's such a random spot for Lahav to decide to go for it.
Yeah.
Against bet and call. He still had the 2 blinds in behind him, by the way, who could somehow have a big hand.
Wow. Anar with a block. Recognition. Wow. This is amazing, this hand.
This is a ridiculous hand.
I was like, well, whoops, I got this one wrong. Save face for a moment, and then Sivgatova, I can't wait to see her reaction when we cut back to her.
Something that's interesting here is that if Anar thinks Lahav is just giving up here with a bluff, he's not. He's not giving up.
Oh my word.
What is going on?
And now, I mean...
He's not going to fold.
And I was like, yeah, whatever.
He's just snapping it off.
You got to... And Lahav going to show his hand, or is he just going to muck?
Oh, he jammed, so he's got an extra few chips in.
No.
He's going to get to fold.
No, I think they're working the count out. And
okay.
Lahav's going to see that it was all in for less. And Lahav's not going to show his hand.
He might be forced to, right? Will he force it?
Will be, actually, because it's an all-in. Let's see.
Yeah, they are.
Hang on.
Yeah, but I didn't expose my card. I don't need to show the card. You need to wait for me to show my card. If you didn't wait, I don't need to show the card. I marked the card.
You must show the card.
Okay,
sure. Otherwise you can play with it.
The hand is tabled, as is correct. Now, if the bet had been 125, 125, and Anar had like 126, it wasn't all in, then of course, if he shows his cards first, he can up. But because it's an all in, because he needed 124k of the 125k, at an all in, all hands must be exposed. So the dealer, of course, completely correct there, and the players recognizing that. No need to bring the floor into that one. They all got there in the end, but wow, what an incredible hand. I mean, no one at the table would expect the 10-9 offsuit to be shown there, surely.
It has to be the worst feeling in the world when you go for this big river bluff, and then Anar just shrugged his shoulders, counted up the chips, and just deposited them in the middle.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Action here, fast and furious at the Luxon Pay Grand Final. This is, of course, day 1C with a whopping $2 million guarantee.
That was something.
Wow. That might be my favorite hand thus far.
Yeah, absolutely is.
It's just, he went so hard at it, delayed, repping like just 7s full.
Yeah.
Cyprus was supposed to lose a bunch of trips in this pot. Somehow didn't really. I mean, she put 40k on the turn, but
She might have lost more.
all the money came from the wrong place.
Yeah.
Main thing is though, Anar got the full double up with the rare slow play of Ace King. Nice to see. Here we are then.
Yeah, it was well done.
Back at the Onyx. Veselov betting nut diamonds. Masiuk from under the gun. He's sticking around with his Ace King, and Panuescu 2 6s. His interest has been piqued, and while he's been somewhat rewarded, 4 on the turn, giving him that full lineup.
Yeah, basically the 2 out of position players continuing with close to sort of bottom of the hands that they would consider to continue. Like Masiuk, we're not loving it. We don't have a diamond in hand,
Right.
but it's such a small bet. We got, you know, 6 overcards that we can ping and potentially win this pot. Panescu's is a curious one to overcall. Veselov now, yeah, this makes sense, right? Like, if you bet and get raised, it's a disaster. Let's take a free one, try and drill the nuts. Somehow 6 is his best.
I think obviously if Veselov could see how wide he'd been peeled by both players here,
Yeah, then
on
he
the
would
flop and we'd be blasting. But yeah, as you're right, Panuescu looks like he's going to take this one down.
This is a really strange spot because you might think he needs to bluff, right? Like
thin
it's like
though, right? We're
it's
trying to
real
bluff
thin. Pocket
8s and
8s and
9s
9s. That's it.
And they don't always bet the flop, maybe. I mean, I know
I
they.
think you just check and try and win.
Yeah,
Yeah, and he is gonna.
and he is going to win.
You're a big boss.
Yeah. Pretty reasonable, I think, from all. Veselov just decides. I got so much equity. 3 of diamonds would have been fun.
Oh yeah, that'd have been dirty.
All right. Sorry, James, go on.
Welcome to all of you joining us. I haven't yet mentioned, but I have one BDI on the GGPoker YouTube channel chat. So if you do want to get involved, share your thoughts, ask any questions, tell us who you're supporting, please do go ahead in there. We'll be keeping an eye as the day goes on. Right now, I mean,
3-9.
it says it's the Luxon table, but I'm renaming it the Hashim table.
Yeah, he's my favorite player of the day thus far. So is this a squeezed one? It is, right, okay. We have a 3-bet of the open by Hashim, cold called, I think, by Huayak. And he's in deep trouble now with half pot back.
But he does have some good turn cards to look forward to, and that obviously the best of them. Just half pot behind. These two will be getting this in. We know that for sure.
Yeah, this is a grim turn of events for Hashim. Very unlucky. He's just going to put him in, it looks like.
6-4 win.
Yeah, what can you do? Very unlucky. Going to have to find a lady on the river. 147k in there. Pretty big pot.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to see. He was looking pretty for the KO, instead likely to send chips the wrong direction.
These ones sting a little, especially when we've 3-bet. The big blind's
Right.
cold called. You're thinking ace, jack, ace 10 suited are in there a lot.
Right, and you see his hand knowing full well that the half pot, he was never folding the turn. You were always going to stack them, given that they Huayak had flopped top player in the river. Just confirming the likely, the double up back to, what, 3/4 of a starting stack? Machine, you know, a little annoying, but he just does have above starting stack. I think that's a little cruel for the man that has impressed us most thus far. I'm still flabbergasted just by the speed of the pot with the 2 jacks. He's just like, whatever, get this dust out of my way.
Yeah. Yeah, Huayak back in the mix. Skullgun Bundit way out in front. 571k. Great start for him. Blinds, of course. 2 and 4,000 still. Back to the Onyx we go. Open from Paunescu from under the gun. Luski from +1. Calls with ace 10 of spades. Lasuski, who has entertained us on many an occasion, he's going to call from the cutoff here. Pretty wide, 8-6 of spades. Does that position though? Decides he wants to get in there. Allows Masiuk to come along from the big blind with the ace 4 off. King 10-9 all hearts. No player with a heart in hand. You would imagine leads to a turn card most of the time. I mean, Lasuski, this would be optimistic Demps. Even in position, it's not a great hand to fire with. He is going to take a stab. I mean, I guess the only real way to win this pot is to start bluffing. Not a lot of fun to do into 3, but with the exact hands that we can see on our screen, the only person who can really continue is Luski, and he's hating it. It might get through. I would fold this hand. Like, where, you know, where can we go with it?
Yeah, nicely picked up by Lasowski.
Well done.
Oh, 8-5. I know you're friends with that guy. I know. I should have figured it out. Would have been 8-5 of hearts. I had ace high, no heart. Good bluff. Good bluff.
Exactly, man. Picked up a final table of the MPP last year. Right then, back over at GTD Live. Anar, the man who got that unlikely double up with the ace-king. He's in here with his king-jack suited, popping up to 10k at 2k, 4k. Golubovic finds the aces, jams 15 blinds.
I thought he might flat this one, James, just looking at the way the stacks are. But if you think your man is just 2.5x opening from early, has a lot of chips, is just going to give you a spin with lots of the hands he's opened, it makes some sense, I guess, just to put it in. And he does get the max value, at least until the 5 cards are revealed.
Yeah, let's not speak too soon. I believe once in the history of time, King Jack has run down 2 aces pre-flop.
Maybe once or twice.
Should happen about 25% of the time.
Oh.
King in the window. 1 heart behind. Slight improvement in equity for Anar. Reflop to flop. Golubovic pleased to see the low black card on the turn. And even more thrilled for the 7 of hearts on the river, doubling him back up to 130k.
Yeah, just in time. A lot of runners today. 376 now as the counter ticks up. It's, of course, 2,200 buy-in, 2 million guarantee. Blind on blind confrontation here. Looks like limp check on the flop. We have a stab from Paunescu with that flop trip jacks. Luski, of course, with a flush draw. Hello. 8 of diamonds, turn Demps.
Yeah, he's in there. He's found it. And Paunescu with a diamond working himself. Rates to lose a number of chips in here, but I suppose at least the pot is small. Just 20k is a paired board.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to check this turn. Pretty dangerous, coordinated one. All the 9-10 get there. All the flushes get there.
Right.
We can induce some bluffs. Sort of king 10s, king 9s of the world.
It's like a red card on the river, but it is the deuce of hearts.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough spot. We have that 6 of diamonds in hand as well, which blocks some of the natural flushes that Luski can have.
I'm trying to think that, you know, some of those bluffs might be like the 8-9, the 10-8, pardon me. They all are paired, but we don't bet. As it is, the 15k bet is a cheap enough price.
Yeah, didn't
There you go.
get greedy.
Yeah. Leading to a snap score.
I'm a little surprised it didn't go a bit bigger than that. I think our hand should bet larger. But again, it's hard. You know, if you think your opponent has a queen, for example, or something, you're going to struggle to get them to put too many chips in.
Well, Paunescu took a sip from a goblet of wine.
It did look like a goblet.
That looked like quite a generous pour.
I need the backstory on this hand injury, by the way.
All-inclusive resort, has to be said.
Yeah. I'll have a goblet of
All away. Order
Shiraz, please.
away. Order away.
So under the gun versus big blind here. Skullgun Bundit going to continue, and Stafiev has one of those hands. 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush. If we think our opponent is c-betting too liberally, let's punish it.
I can recommend the House Prosecco, just saying.
I had a few the other day. A little splash, as you like to say.
Just a little splash. Yeah, nice hand recognition is from Stafiev and Skullgun Bundit. very hard to carry on with this hand.
Yeah, with this exact hand
Right.
as well, it's just super difficult, even if you suspect. Yeah, well done, Staffy. Nicely done. It's very much a feature of the modern game. If you got three cards in a row, or 3 matching suits in a row, let's bump it up.
7 check. 1 bet pin,
On
7.
ace 9 board here over at GTD live. Lahav actually having the hand for once,
4
and it's
bluffs,
still best
5
with these
bluffs.
2 queens. I bet it's going to see everyone fold round to Litvinov as the working diamonds.
Just a few strange decisions in my eyes from Lahav. He's very aggressive, so that is going to pay off sometimes. But c-betting here into 3 with queens, it just doesn't really make too much sense to me. But Litvinov, of course, going nowhere with our flush draw. 4 of hearts on the turn. Queen's still good. Like you would presume we just check now and then decide, but like it's
Just running it. Just wants to deny against diamonds, perhaps.
it's the only reason to put them in, yeah.
Yeah, maybe thinking, hey, is anybody thinks he can make Litvinov maybe fold a bad ace?
7.
He did c-bet into a 4-way pot, right?
He did.
It looks like he's got a big ace.
Although having just shown the most kamikaze of bluffs, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I want to be putting it in here and trying to make someone fold
Fold it,
an ace.
That's pretty fair.
then you bet.
As it stands, he actually
Maybe he's needing to get 7s to snap.
right. There we go.
His reputation precedes him. Let's bet
4 bet.
ace, queen of clubs. On the queen 6-4 flop. Look at this. Benuescu. With the nut
Yeah,
diamonds.
this could get fun.
Especially this board texture, right? We see ace queen with the backdoor flush draw, the 7 working around that 6-4 as well. There's so many interesting turn cards here for these two to play out on. The 16k bet for now being matched as we head to the turn, and it is one of those interesting
Oh.
cards.
Deuce of clubs, both players now with the nut flush draw. Resber, of course, loving life with that top pair. Typically here just goes big bet turn and call again. It's gone small though. I'm not a big fan of this. I think it's too small, like 16k third pot, almost a quarter pot in fact. You just make it really easy for your opponent, right, to continue. I suppose when they have sort of the 7s through 10s of the world, we don't mind giving them a very good price. Not normally a spot that we want to bet this small, though, out of position. It looks like Benescu's kind of trying to decide, is it time to start turning this into a bluff, James, right? Because this does feel kind of weak.
Right, like a jacks or
It
10s.
just feels pretty weak, yeah, like 16k, like why are you betting so small? I can have some sets here, right, that you probably don't have, and he is.
Here we go.
Yeah,
Elevation.
I quite like it. Obviously, we can see that Resber is like, this is working out beautifully.
Mm-hmm.
He has kind of close to top of range and is getting his opponent to raise. He has to put the puzzle pieces together here and recognize, okay, I've induced this rather than being up against a hand that has ace queen beat. I think we just call Demps and decide on rivers.
And we're in a beautiful spot now where we shallowed the stack down to 1-1, stack to pot and backdoor the nuts. So if he wasn't sure it was, he's loving life now.
He's feeling okay now.
And I mean, does
I hope
Anyway,
I
that's
hope
good.
we knuckle. I mean, if you are up against the really strongest hands, Demps, like the 6s, 4s, somehow a turn set of deuces, they're gonna bet river for you,
right?
right? And there's all those brick diamond combos and stuff. Yeah, this is unfortunate. I mean, Panescu now just hating it, obviously. I mean, he may have shut it down with kind of, you know, these nut diamonds isn't a great one to try and bluff river. But it's nice to give our opponent the opportunity.
Well, I mean, we've seen some savage bluffs.
And
thus
I was
far.
going to
Do we-
say, is there a chance that we still go for it and think, Would you really block river with a flush?
Yeah,
I mean, it's a bit more than a block, though, right? Like
it is.
B33 still kind of substantial.
Well, just given what we've seen thus far, nothing would surprise me
Yeah.
here. I don't just mean today. I mean all the time I've spent here at the Merit.
I don't mind that bluff, though, on the turn. Against, like, you know, against the sizing, it's not unreasonable. And nicely done from Resber, to be fair. Induced his man.
Yeah, and there he is. Atop the chip counts at this table. Still early doors and still sub 2 starting stacks. So we're not writing letters home just yet. Tim Negreanu over here checking that A6 of diamonds on the 2 diamond flop. Our boy Hashim in the mix, and he's got a pair with backdoor flush draw. He checks as well, and it's Huayek, the man who sort of stole the chips off Hashim a moment ago with the action. And 2-7s feels like a mandatory bet here, right?
It's one of these where just going to stab small in position often. Yeah, the sizing looks good. Timur Gazin.
Right, is this where we potentially can we check raises with this particular holding?
I would just run this, I think. You have the backdoor straight draw to go with your nut flush draw. Yeah, this is pretty nicely identified from him. We can put all of these mid pairs in a coffin, get value from like Queen Jack of Diamonds and stuff like this.
Right.
We can run it against a 10 quite happily and just go ahead and try and get there.
It's a good point up against the hands like those Queen Jack of Diamonds.
Yeah.
We quite often make a better hand here fold and the hand we dominate call, which is obviously anytime you're playing poker, you want to create that situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, this is the problem, of course, when we do bet these spots against these balanced players is suddenly things get so difficult, right?
Yeah, when you get into theory world here, we're probably supposed to continue with this one, right? We have a pair, we have a diamond in it. You have to think of the natural bluffs, and it's normally the nut flush draw. Going to be some hands like King, Queen offsuit with the King of Diamonds, stuff like this for Timur Gazin. Maybe something like a Queen Jack of Hearts, right? 2 overcards, backdoor flush draw. These are the natural kind of bluffs that people can find in the modern game. It's just so hard to be sticky with 7s. You know you're going to be asked for all of it quite often on the turn.
Yeah, nicely done.
Yeah, very nice.
Take a bow, sir. Good pick.
Seems like a pretty cool customer.
Lubovich. King of clubs. Holz. With those newfound chips, raising it up to 8k at 2k, 4k. Cyprus next seat, King Jack. Pardon me, 2 seats down. King Jack offsuit. Depends what mooch is in, I guess.
It does. You could mix a 3-bet in. I much prefer it to call. Like, I think when people call here, it's a big mistake.
7 fold, 8 fold.
Like this, not particularly big size, Andrew, but I guess
against
stack
stack depth, it seems okay. You would normally expect maybe 22 to 24. We're kind of nitpicking. What is it? He started the hand with 35 blinds, so I think maybe a little small. Yeah, 5.5 to 6 might be a little bit more typical.
Right, we do want to generate some folds, and it's very hard for Gulabevich to actually have too many hands that do fold to this size, but we can see with that hand, one of the weakest ones he's going to have.
Sure.
Timing spot on.
She's played really well, like, the first few days of her coverage. It just never really seems to put a foot wrong, just ticking along.
Yeah, tends to get it right. We see that a lot with her here. This is, of course, the Luxon Pay Grand Final, Day 1C. And those eagle-eyed amongst you can see the big projector screen in the background. I can see, Andrew, just 1 minute left at this 2K, 4K level. We'll be then kicking things up a little bit. Maybe the old 5K big blind, get things moving even a little bit faster as we head towards the end of registration. Although, I believe actually there may be more registration dead. I think it's in a level 8, level 10, I believe, today.
Oh, hello.
Oh, Mr. Biz. Here's a man we know and love at this very venue. In here with the 2 9s. Against Vasilov's Ace-King.
Yeah, around about 40 blinds each. Not unreasonable to see these two going to war. I think typically you'd expect Biz just to flat here in position, but he's just decided Vasilov's aggressive enough. I'm going to run my pair. So here we go. 344k in the middle. Vasilov, the man at risk. Biz with just 28k behind, though. Pretty critical for both players.
think. It's close.
He's another one of those that played a lot of his poker
51, 67.
right here.
167,
Merit.
so
A couple of six-figure cashes in his past here.
yeah,
Nice.
Plenty of five-figure cashes.
150. 25, yeah. He's in risk, yeah. He is more.
All right, off we go. Ace King versus nines. Great flop for those nines.
Yeah, not improved yet, but with some kill-outs.
Oh, some kill-outs, I like that.
Well, not too many, I suppose. Oh, hello. Hello. All right. Okay, well, we get it with 2 nines against Ace King. We take this situation by the turn. But when we see that flop, we're a little upset to see the emergence of a club. The 8 river. 3 across. Red. No danger.
I've worked out the science of these spots. When you hold the 9 of clubs, you just always win this one.
Okay.
But when you've got like 2 red 9s, you just pay them.
Oh.
Telling you.
Okay.
Science. Next time you're all in at risk demps,
Okay.
have a look. When they turn a nut flush draw, if you've got one, just sit back down.
You just toast?
You just sit back down, mate, and when you don't have one, they just get there. Wait a minute. Why is Vesselov? Okay. It's saying eliminated, but he didn't leave his seat. Perhaps
Okay.
has a few chips back.
The break
Yeah,
is
just obviously our chip graphic is as accurate as possible, but occasionally there's you know, you get one bet size wrong and it kind of spreads around the table like a virus. You know, like, oh, that person doubled, but that person's
Okay,
stat
that
was
makes
slightly wrong,
sense.
so the graphics then go further behind, and obviously players going to count down their stacks far more important. King 8-4 over here at DTD Live, and I'm seeing a lot of cards out there. We've got a 5-way pot.
Lahav is just so spiced. Like, it checks them on the button here. Somehow in there with the 10-8-0 multi-way, and he's just going to bet.
Look
and
at this.
He's going to win the pot, I think.
But no, better than that, he gets 9s to fold and a weaker 8 to call. So he's bet out the better hand, got the worst one to call, and now looks like he's in great shape to win a decent sized pot here. I mean,
I'm trying to work out how Brockman was in here. Is it a limped pot pre somehow? I don't think so.
I think the 9s opened and everyone else called.
This is real spice from Brockman with 8-3 suited.
I was saying, like, obviously not great to be called in this spot, but Lahav just doesn't care anymore. He's running at every spot. I'm all in.
He is.
And Brockman, you call with the 8 here. Well, what do you think this man was going to do on the turn?
Yeah, and also, by the way, we might talk ourselves into calling this off. There's a multitude of draws. We've seen our man.
He doesn't even need a draw.
No?
This man.
I think he might call this off. Just against the particular opponent in question. No, he's going to get out of the way.
Well, back up to just shy of a starting stack. Well, he's scratching the back of his head. He's going to have plenty of players scratching the front of theirs.
Right. I mean, the thing with a player like Lahav, if he starts hitting cards, then watch out, everybody.
Yeah. I wonder now he's back up to sort of 170. Is that like, okay, now we cool down?
Now we'll chill out a little bit.
The reactor needs to chill out. Power has been generated. Vesselov did have some chips behind. They found their way into the middle here from the hijack with this Queen 8. And Garofri and matching it quite happily with the Ace King from the cutoff. This board, well, brings some sort of hope to Vesselov. 8 of spades working in a couple directions. But alas, only one way to win. That is to make a pair. Ooh, there it is. Here we go. Well, okay, I was going to go buy 200k, but I guess I'll try and play this freebie 60k stack instead.
Yeah. Every epic journey starts with the smallest of steps, doesn't it?
Here we go.
There we go. I'll be making an epic journey to the dinner buffet when I go on my break.
Ooh. Yeah.
Have you been behaving yourself this trip on the dessert front? Talk to me.
No. I can't lie. I won't lie. They had lovely.
They're so
they
nice.
They had a lovely beef tartare started there in the buffet. Oh, it was just delicious.
Right.
So I had that. I had a couple of slices of the mini pizza, and then went for sort of a main course. This thing, I got some chicken in there, some salmon. It was delicious. Nice bit of vegetables, and
dreamy.
Then I went in for some sort of raspberry chocolate. Beautiful she was.
Oh, I almost just want to talk about food. Right, back to the action we got. Open from Hashim +1. Pretty wide peel this from Young with the Queen 10 off. But, you know, he's been playing a lot of hands, right? So she's maybe just thinking, right, I want to try and get in there into the mix. And Hashim just checks back, turns a flush.
Checks back, and almost like that check back looking almost suspiciously strong, isn't it, on this ace-3 board? But he's almost hating the fact. Oh, wow, he finds another check, just extending.
Offsuit jack, anyone?
Extending some rope. And does Young perhaps try and stab her, or is she just too suspicious about these checkbacks? Yeah, looks like.
Yeah, it's kind of like so showdown based from Hashim. It's hard for us to like. I mean, I guess we could be value betting like pocket 8s with a diamond, something like this, right?
Right.
9s with a diamond. Relatively small subset of 1 diamond hands out of the small blind. She's done well not to.
Yeah.
So like sometimes you just feel like, okay, right, I'm just gonna have to try a little nibble on the river. Just try and rep one of those medium flushes. I like watching Hashim. Plays well.
There we go. Back at DTD live, and Lahav had it once more. No signs of slowing down, but Litvinov laying the trap, having opened this ace-queen, sends it on over, and the king-jack, 0 equity, is starting to bluff.
I mean, they've been sitting there and they know just how much he is just rifling it off, so it seems like we just call all day.
Yeah, we've seen him, obviously, the queens was one of the hands, but they didn't know that. But and I mean, it was kind of a spicy turn jam, albeit somewhat sort of a value, but they must be getting the perception that, hang on a second, this guy's like literally never slowing down. He bets flop, he jams turn, bets flop, jams turn.
Yeah.
I'm going to give him as much rope as possible. Well, I mean, I'm not sort of endorsing the follow-up, but if we are going to go blast with no equity, perhaps we do some blasting and we turn some.
This seems like one of the better hands to like continue the story. I wouldn't have bet flop, but yeah, once the 10 of clubs comes, you know, we can go all in on a club river, we can river a queen, we can fold out 8s, 9s, 6, 7 suited type holdings are really in trouble now. You start to put an ace-4 of hearts in a bad spot, even though with his table image, I don't. I'm not a fan of this.
Yeah, I think if he was fully aware of just
fair.
how much Lahav was going off, we would just call. But perhaps thinking, hey, I don't think my man's going to fold. Maybe he's picked up some clubs.
Sure.
They won't fold.
And that does seem fair. If you think he never folds an ace, like let's just put it in now.
And my perception would be there's no way Lahav's folding an ace at the moment. There's no way he's folding clubs. So let's just run it.
Yeah, you know what? I think that is more than fair. I didn't realize as well that he bet 31k, which is pretty chunky, and we only had what 2 times? Yeah, excuse me, 3 times that back.
Yeah, not even that. He had 100k coming to turn, so you were facing a bet for nearly a third of his stack.
Sure.
Does decide just to run it. Gets back over her starting stack himself and sends Lahav back down to 125. Still Cyprus leading the way over at the DTD live table. You see there as well. Lines are now up. We're playing 2.5, 5k.
Yeah, back to Luxon we go. Skullgun Bandit from +2. He has chunks, and this is potential trouble for Timur Gazin. Can go a couple of ways here, Damps. I quite like call with exactly the suited variety. Just one of these that if you have to 3-bet fold this, it's a real bit of a disaster, to be honest, with a hand that performs so well. It looks like he has 3-bet. It's obviously never a mistake. You know, it's one of these annoying ones that, and it is infrequent that you get jammed on or 4-bet. It's just it's just a value 3-bet, right? And then we'd see.
As we were saying earlier, ace queen always seems to be that hand where you kind of always 3-bet, but how you face 4-bets completely depends. Sometimes you're doing it to snap, sometimes you're doing it to snap fold.
Sure.
And a lot of the time it's somewhere in the middle.
Yeah. I very often just use the suited one as a peel and 3-bet fold the offsuit one and just like whatever. It's, you know, not a big deal. But of course, you do get 4-bet jammed on so infrequently that you shouldn't have that in your head for it to be an issue, right? Fine to mix in 3-bets.
Can't be afraid of monsters under the bed.
Exactly.
But you can be afraid of the ones in the closet.
Oh, hello. That's a story for another time. Skullgun Bandit now, 40 big blinds deep. Feels like there's only one way to play it, but okay, apparently not.
Hey. And this just gives Tim Agazen, should it come an ace, he's going to feel like, well, I've got the nuts.
Yeah.
You never expect ace-king to flat here.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised.
Yeah, like so often we say the value of ace-king, even though we know it's a good hand, is just in playing it aggressively, right? Okay, we can see you've probably got the best hand here, but now we're playing a 75k pot out of position. It can get very difficult as we see a jack 5-3 ball rolled out.
Yeah, I think when you do decide to play it this way, you need to be prepared to just check call down on a lot of boards, right? Because we just are so under-repped. It's one of these spots. You have the nut ace high. We're not really supposed to have it. And Team Agazen with a pretty nice board to continue. Jack 3-5, backdoor nut flush draw. I don't think he'll do anything else but bet. The small sizing in position. We can line up some barrels down the street.
One of those, right? We knock out just some hands that have equity against us.
Yeah.
Pocket pairs probably stick around, but we can blast against them on certain runouts. And then, of course...
I mean, just pretty easy check call, I think. This is curious because it looks like he's considering raising. Oh, no, no, no. Not sure about that one.
Wow, I mean, fellow Skolgan Bandit must have just felt like he had some sort of read that this was the goods from Tim Agazen. And I mean, it's dangerous to trust ourselves that much, I think. Yeah, wow. Didn't want to 4-bet it pre-flop and get it in. Just really felt like he was up against the goods, peeled and just check folds flop.
Yeah.
Okay, back here at DTT Live. Some familiar faces in the mix. Lahav's got no part of this board, so expect to bet any moment now. Sipkatova, she got in the pop in position, ready to take on her man. And
I thought he said all in.
Menard. Well, here's the best part of this. From the flop with that second pair and a gut shot, drawing at the wheel. Ooh, what a turn card. He picks up the nut flush draw. Lahav and Sipkatova pair their kings. And well, the former is going to come barreling here with that pair plus flush draw. Bet, big bet, 50k into 43?
No, it was 15, I'm sure.
Okay, okay.
I think. I might be wrong, but yeah.
That makes much more sense.
Sure. It's such a tricky table. We've seen so many sort of out of flow bets from players. Like, a Nash shouldn't lead this card, in my eyes, against Under the Gun and Cut Off.
And now, with Lahab calling the middle, I mean, Sipkatova knows she's got a better hand than that player. Does she now consider raising here? Looks like she's just gone with a call.
Yeah.
Anar can have so many draws. Lahav, it's like, how does he ever have me beat the way he's been playing?
He is, but on the positive side, when we do just call, we have the kind of Rocket Man Lahav in there who could just rifle it off, given the opportunity. I do hear you, though. We certainly could consider it not having a diamond or a heart in hand.
Now,
could have set our own price, so to speak.
Yeah, I like this recognition from himself. I mean, we've seen it go off, but really hard to get value here. If Sipkatova's got a king, it's almost certainly better, unless we're looking at sort of the king 9 suited to the world. Does check it over to her, and she has clear the value bet and goes pretty small.
Very nice.
Maybe recognizing that, hey, like, I don't think Lahav really has much as played. As it happens as a king, going to pull any amount on this. And Anar's probably got some sort of weak one pair.
Yeah, one thing I will say is she's sort of... I don't think there's any danger of it in this exact spot, but she's sort of opened herself up to potentially letting the big blind do something spicy when you just bet 25k. You know, like the small bet, we kind of... It looks like we have what we have, right? Which is like a mediocre sort of top pair. But nicely done.
Yeah.
She gets some nice additional value from Lahav. Hard for him to fold.
And a really cruel turn card for him. The only way he was going to do some chips here was on a king. There's only 2 in the deck. And there we go. Sukatova up to over $500,000 in chips. Well, seatbelts must stay on. Lahav is down to sub 20. He's not going to be on that stack for long. That's my prediction.
It's going to go one way or the other, isn't it, James?
Yeah, Masiuk, he's going to try and take these kings for as much as possible, but for now, just met by a couple of peels. Veselov flops the flush as Masiuk has the king of hearts in hand. Andrew is in the booth here, suggesting a check.
Yeah.
That's exactly what he would do.
You have to check this one.
Right, that kind of like medium strength made hand and the nut draw check. Let the baby hearts in there, the raggy heart in there that can pay you off. You also have Benuescu behind who could perhaps go bluffing here with, as we can see here, no equity.
Hey, just it's one of these spots where both the button and the big blind have a lot of flopped flushes. Also, we can check raise at some point in this hand with the king of hearts in hand and potentially make an ace fold. There's lots of good things that can happen when we check. Pretty easy for Veselov if he decides to put money in. To do so with this hand, obviously. And he's just going to jam. That's interesting. Okay. Kind of thinking to himself that if I bet small, it's harder to rep like a bluff. But we're sort of just repping like a queen 9 here with the queen of hearts. Something like this is our bluffs. Of course, the king of hearts becomes quite nasty now for Masiuk. You know, I was going to say we always get to the river, but we are now facing a pot-sized turn all in. And we do have that king of hearts in hand, which is normally going to be the kind of bluff combos of Veselov are going to contain the king or the queen of hearts, I would suggest. So we don't love this, but we can be ahead still of some semi-bluffs. And of course, we're drawing to the nut flush. Does make the call.
Yeah, completely understandably so. Veselov.
Spinning.
Just needs to fade a heart. Back up to 120. Oh, that's cruel. That's cruel. GG, sir.
Yeah, nasty way to go for Veselov. Almost saved himself a couple of K.
Yeah, it's like you flop the flush in a three-way spot on ace high board. It's prime for value, and he got max, but the river didn't cooperate.
I'm trying to help her because in this area of the table, you know, the corners, she cannot.
It is a big table, that one over there on the Onyx. Big in volume. Unless you're Go-Go Gadget dealer, you do need a bit of cooperation.
You need one of those little stretchy sticks with the
Yeah.
creepy little hand on the end of it that pulls the chips towards you. Three-way pot here. Ace-8 from Brockman under the gun. Litvinov peels button. Lahav completing with 6-7 of diamonds. There's come queen 7-4. I'm intrigued to see how Lahav proceeds here because we've seen he seems like he's primed and ready. So you'd have to presume that this goes C-bet from Brockman, call from Litvinov. Really no other way to play this with jacks. Okay. Lahav decides to find an overcall. This is very reasonable.
Yeah,
Middle pair with backdoors.
I feel like I'm in Brockman's shoes and the halves in the pot. I'm passing up on all the like C-bet spots.
I
right?
would be checking every time here from under the gun, I think.
I mean, I'd check this one anyway.
Yeah.
I'd C-bet so tight. Oh, here we
I
go.
hear you.
He's found an 8. And Lahav has found a gut shot draw to go with that flopped pair.
I mean,
Word.
this is...
You know what's going to happen here. You know what's going to happen, right?
He's going to bet, Litvinov's going to fold, Lahav's going to jam, and Brockman's going to call. And the best hand is going to fold again.
It's the Twilight Zone. I mean...
Lots of these really curious sizing choices, though. Like, do we really B25? Yeah, I like this. Against quarter, like, what's he betting a quarter with here? In a three-way affair. That's a strong hand.
Does Lahav... Yeah, just cool. I think recognizing now, hey, look, I'm not going to get him to fold, and I've got a gut shot draw. Let's just run my equity.
Sure.
And, well, a great river card for Litvinov to see.
I mean, like,
Brockman's
just not bothered about Litvinov.
Yeah, he's like forgetting he's in the pot. He's eyeing up Lahav's stack there, like, I've got him. Like, no, you can't bet again. No. He can't do it again.
This is insane.
Oh my word. He has bet again.
Now the jacks aren't happy. I'll tell you that for free. What a curious hand.
Now we kind of... For 26k, is he ever going to bet that small with a queen? Has he bet... Oh, look at this. I've just clocked this. He eyed Lahav's stack, sees it's 52k, has bet 26. So should he face the check raise, it reopens the action.
He
has found the check raise.
Oh, no.
Oh my word.
What a genius you are, Mr. Brockman.
And Litvinov, let's go. I want to see Litvinov's face.
Come on, cameraman.
What has happened in this hand? I mean,
Oh my goodness.
we all feel your pain, Mr. Litvinov. There is nothing you could have done there. Wow, Tom Alahav.
That was amazing.
He was the wild one. And Brockman. But you know what I mean? Like, Brockman bet that size. Litvinov's worried about cool in the middle, Lahav check raises, then suddenly action reopens. Something you see kind of on the flop and stuff more than you do see on rivers. But it was all just bizarre antics throughout that hand, and Litvinov.
The face, that was amazing.
I still think 26 I'm going to call, because I think I beat some value, right?
Sure.
I know I shouldn't beat some value, but no, what does beat 26?
It was 26. I think if he took a little bit more time, it's like on the turn he's gone, right, you've bet a quarter. Right. I'm still doing okay to continue.
Right.
And then on the river queen, you're thinking, well, he won't bluff this, but again, he's just bet like quarter pot.
It looks like maybe he's got like 9s or something.
Just ace-8 off, apparently.
Yeah, there we go. What a hand. Clip it up. That's one of my favorite ones I've seen thus far.
That one needs to be clipped.
And Litvinov didn't disappoint in his reaction.
Yeah, we'll say GG to Lahav. You were a lot of fun to watch, sir. Good luck the rest of the week.
Yeah, there
right.
we go.
Focus, Andrew and James.
No,
back on
I'm done. That's it. We're not topping that hand today. We're not topping that hand.
No, it's going to be hard.
Poor Litvinov. He's probably watching this back right about now. What the hell was that?
That was hilarious.
Okay, Masiuk.
Yeah, it did go small c-bet flop and call. Masiuk, interesting that he decided to bet with jacks. I might check this one back and look to induce some river stabs in any case. Nice pickup for him. Yeah. You timed that so well just to go, I'd like to see Litvinov. His face just melts into his hands. Amazing.
We've all been there. You know, you get these non-standard spots. You know, everyone sits there, they study their souls. This is what happens. But you get down here, the GTO doesn't get through immigration.
It's not getting through, I'll
the
tell
only
you
thing
that.
allowed here is the MPO.
Yeah, right. Limp pot, blind on blind. Stafiev versus Skullgum Bandit. Checks through to the Jack of Spades turn. On the 4-liner, curious bet this from Stafiev. I'm not sure what this is achieving. I mean, we're trying to... I'm not sure why we're betting, James. This one has me a little stumped. He, ironically, is getting value from an 8. I mean, I guess we're just betting small to sort of get a little bit of value and protection from some king-high type hands. Feels like it's going to go check. Does Stafiev gets the value on the turn? Very reasonable for Skullgum Bandit to call one bet. As we can, I'm just digesting that hand still. That was box office stuff. I'm sad to see Lahav go because he was kind of causing a ripple effect throughout the table, and we've seen some kind of crazy hands as a result.
We saw a lot of craziness.
Yeah. I mean, the hand against Anar's Ace-King where he bluffed 9-10 as well. A few epic ones. Right, back to DTD Live. Sibgatova opening with Ace-10 from +2. Kotkovsky, 3-betting to 40k. Pretty large size from the hijack. 8 big blinds. A little too big, I think. Starting the hand with 40. And she's just very aware in general from what we've seen. You would imagine she's just going to let this go.
Yeah.
Against this big chunky size, like +2 versus hijack.
It just screams to me like Ace-King all the time. It's at this size. Like it's a hand doesn't want to get peeled, but it's never going to fold.
I think it's normally just I'm going with my hand. When people do this sub 40. Maybe just a little value potentially left on the table with that big 3-bet size. Like, you want to give her the chance, Demps, right? Like, make it 5.5 blinds, 6 bigs. Let her maybe make it 13.
A reminder of what we got coming up for you in store. Today is day 1C of that Luxon Pay Grand Final. Tomorrow, we will play our way down to the final table of the very same event. And then, of course, that FT coming on the 9th. We then go dark for one more day. Andrew gets to work on his tan, and we will return for the MPP main event, the biggie. We have 3 days of coverage. We crown our champion. Although, sadly, I won't be here for the end of it, but Mr. Steve Warburton will be returning alongside Andrew and, of course, Jay Harwood, who is going to be joining us very shortly today as we are approaching the first break and play of the coverage.
Yeah, Jay's first stint in the booth in 2025 incoming. So we had an open here from a Tannis, defended by Timur Gazin. Check, flop. Makes some sense that Tannis doesn't want to bloat this one with a hand that has some showdown. Seems like Timur Gazin has seen enough, though. Going to activate with the turn bluff, which makes, of course, a lot of sense. Open-ender here, we can chase out some hands that have us beat, like the King High and Ace Highs of the world that didn't see bet gets the job done. He's chipping up nicely now to 260. Was down to 110 or so at one stage.
Back over at the Onyx. See Masiuk open up the 2 3s from +1. You're free. He's going to peel in position 2 6s on the button, and that will allow Resper in here with the very delicious looking 6-7 of spades, E3. Taking to the flop. You're free with only 67k back, but it's hard for these three hands to really see a flop that gets them all excited, and perhaps Resper with that gut shot the most enthused here, and a board that like the other two hands don't really want to bet, right?
Sure. Like Yorfi had that sort of stack depth where you could just put this one in pre. You might have just enough. Like we're on the button. I think if we have sort of 17 bigs, for example, then peeling is a bit more appetizing than peeling off 15. And now this is the problem, is that there are so few boards where we get to just get it in post. I think I'd maybe argue for just running it pre rather than peel off 15.
This to me seems like quite an optimistic bet from Masiuk, because that button peel is just going to have a lot of Broadway, right?
I would agree with that completely. He's just deciding, all right, I'm going to start trying to leverage pressure here. And it's pretty uncomfortable now for Resper. You know, we do have a hand that wants to continue, but we're facing more than half pot.
Right, and more than half pot that's bet into that kind of
into that
scary looking range.
Yeah, into that button peel, which doesn't figure to fold too many flops.
Yeah, I completely understand this fold from him.
Same. This is a nice find from Masiuk, and it's very difficult to find it. Versus that sort of shallow stack button peel. Well done.
How much were the satellites? 1K? 1,000 or?
Yeah. All satellites.
I know, all together, but the last one is like 1,000 or?
1,000.
1,000, yeah? From 1,000 you got the package.
Okay, so it sounds like he was one of our package winners. They got 12.5k packages that included a buy into the Poker Oak Mystery Bounty, this Luxon Pay Grand Final, and then of course the main event, as long as with your travel and accommodation included. So
yeah, lovely.
He stepped his way in by the sounds of it. I'm guessing from 125 into a 1k into the 12.5k package. Here he is, making waves in the Mediterranean. Anar, the opener here with King 3.
Yeah, put in a very large flop C bet on the kind of blank look at 8-3-4. I believe it was 25k. Brockman feeling he had to continue with the overcard and draw to the wheel, and are improving to 2-pair, hand over though on the turn. Yeah, some of those satellites are good to be looked out for future events here, because they sound like they've been lots of value, lots of people have been drilling those pathways.
This is the thing, we know when we come to these events, one's put on by the likes of the people behind us to Dawn Live, but usually overlays are a theme of the festival.
Okay.
We saw in that first event, the 1K got 1,500 players smashed through, because we haven't had so many of these disqualifiers, and of course, just the joys coming down to merit at the start of May, meaning that it's weird that I've never been at all these stops. We were not sort of sweating overlays. It's like we're just breezing through these guarantees. So many qualifiers being part of that, as Mr. Biz folds that ace deuce. And it looks like we have reached that first break of the day. These players being informed they're moving back to the main floor, and a little spoiler alert coming up. We do have, joining that table in a moment, Espen Jorstad will be kicking off our next feature table. But as we go on the break, this is how the Luxon table looks. Artyom Lasowski leading the way. He's been in the mix quite a bit on that table. But this table perhaps not the most exciting of the three. The main feature wasn't really where we saw the lion's share of the action. Still very early, of course. We're going to be coming back to level 8, 6k big blind. Things will be a little bit different there. Over at GTD Live, it is a familiar face atop the count. Cyprus with over 2.5 starting stacks and are in the mix. And that's the table where we sort of saw a lot of stuff going off, didn't we?
It was very, very chaotic. Of course, we saw Lahav, excuse me, not far before the end of our coverage there. He was the sort of unknown quantity that was causing everybody else to sort of widen their ranges, spew into each other. Whole lot of fun.
Yeah, it certainly was. And then over at Luxon, of course, where we kick things off today, Skolgon Bundit still leads with 489k. Team Agaze enjoying that table not too long again. Of course, Hussein, pardon me, Hashim, the man that we fell in love with at the start of the play, didn't we? He was ducking and diving, making the right decision all the time. And of course, the shortest stack there, Joseph Huayek, who we saw in the 1k. Nice to see him back in the mix. Bit of a character at the table. Right, guys, it is going to be a 25-minute break. Andrew's going to tag out. When we return, myself and Jay will
3 pass. 4 pass. 5 pass. 18. Last 10 seconds. 5. 50. 8. 50. Re-raise. Last 10 seconds. Full pass, win 8. 7-0. Sorry, 5 seconds. 3, 4, yeah. Five seconds. 6 fold. 7 fold. 8 fold. With 65. They will do it open. 5 minutes, 8, 5. 7, 4. 8, 4. 1, 4. Five seconds. Equal. That's it. Check. First check.
Welcome back, guys, to the Mediterranean poker party. Yesterday, a little game of guess the chip counts. Absolute nonsense. Anyone can win that. Doesn't mean anything. Today, more important, we're at the table. We've got chips. We've got cards. It's poker. One-on-one, me against Andrew. But with a little wrinkle.
He likes to pretend that he's unruffled. He's still very upset from yesterday's result. It's 3-0 to me. Anyway, we are going to play an Indian poker variant here. One card is going to be put on our head like so. The other card is going to be face down in front of us. We're going to put the two cards together, not showing each other the down card, and we're going to make a no-limit Texas hand. We're going to run out the board, and we're going to play it out and see who wins. James, is it going to be you?
Christ, that's a lot of talking. Should we just get on with it?
Right, fine. Let's go.
I'm big blind. It's on you. Come on.
All right, sorry. All right, hang on. All right, so pre-flop, we need to just decide what we're doing. 6,000.
You got a good hand, by the way.
Have I?
Yeah.
I knew I did. I made it 6K to go.
Quite intimidating.
Okay. Action's on you, I'd say.
Check. That's a good board for your hand, for your card.
This type of a board. We'll go half pot. 6,000 again. We're going to keep the bet the same.
I'll call the obvious bluff.
Okay.
I don't wonder, you've actually got a way better card than me.
Jack on the turn.
Ah, but there's no way you've got Jack.
This is Jack on the turn.
Yeah, but there's no way you've got one.
Why are you looking at me? You should be looking at the
I'm
board.
going to lead.
Okay.
You've got none of that.
Okay.
15K. Mofo!
Right.
Be embarrassing to lose on the first hand. You've probably got to keep this going. You guys have set this up. Not much content if you close stuff. Oh, it's coming along, huh?
Good luck, buddy.
That's a bad card for what's on your head.
It may well be. But you neglect to consider the card face down on the table. He's put himself in a bad spot now where he thinks he has to bluff.
What? You had a good card, but now you've missed.
3K.
You had a spade, but your connected spade's worth nothing. Now look at that. Brick, brick.
50,000. Little clicker. A little clicker. It's so I can spin up the remainder.
Okay, I call the bluff.
Have you called?
Yeah.
That can't be good. But you only have a 7. Oh! I might win then. Oh no, have you got like a 5 under there? Yeah. I decided to just go for it.
I like the basic nuts. Oh, that was easy.
I thought that you might be bluffing and that I could have had a jack.
I was being honest with you. Oh, you thought I was going to try and mug you up and make you fold a jack?
Well, I mean,
do you think
Well,
I would make you fold a jack for the banter
on the live on television?
on a pre-record? Do you think I would do that to you?
Yes, I do.
Oh.
That's fine. I can spin it up. Right.
It's going to
not
be
a
very
great
short, guys. Very
It's not
easy.
a great. Maybe I could have called.
Very
Like you've got a
easy.
7 on your head. Maybe I could just call.
Maybe you could just call.
I had a 4. I don't know. It wasn't a great spot to be in. Right. Hang on. Ooh. Intriguing.
It's my button, isn't it?
Intriguing.
I'm just going to keep it small because I want to, I haven't got a very good hand. And you got a really good card, so I want to keep it small.
You think you might be telling the truth this time?
I told the truth last time.
Yeah, I'm in. I'm all in. I've put everything I could in. Yeah, all right. Ship it.
Ah, okay.
Ah, Queen 9.
Yeah, you got a good hand.
I knew it was
you
good.
overplayed it.
I suppose I should have trapped. Right, okay, I'm learning. You ever played this before, by the way? Not on
Not for
in real life.
Not for a couple of weeks at least. I played some 1K, 2K, Hold'em, Indian poker. I was with me, Phil Ivey, Daniel Negreanu, and a couple other fish.
I'm actually a little embarrassed that I fell for the first one. Like I called 15K. Do you know? Whatever. We live and we learn. Right, limp. It's turbo limp. Whatever. I'm not
Little
folding.
milker.
I'm not folding. Wait a
Little
minute.
milker. Get some
Hold
chips
on.
in the pot.
Right, okay, we can call.
Get some chips in the pot. Here we go.
This is
That's
something
all you got left.
That's what I mean. You only see this in 2025. Limp call. Flop it.
Oh dear, that's good for you.
It makes
It's
feels
really good for you.
like it might be good for me.
I can't remember whose button is it.
It's you to go because you ISO'd.
Oh, I did. You're right.
I mean, I might have a draw.
Means you probably have a draw.
No, I've got a 7.
You got a great draw. You got an amazing hand.
Hey, all right. Yeah, but I'm not winning. Okay, it's fine. Like you've got one of my outs, but I made the right decision to get it.
Baby, hold.
How can you bet call it off?
Hold.
4. Get there.
Hold.
Come on, Philip. Find it. Whatever, man. I hate this game.
Once more, when it comes to a card game. Oh, sorry. I'll be gracious. I'll be
You
gracious.
did bash me up.
Well played. Well played. Very
got
good
it.
game. Very good game. Well done.
Got to run it.
They're really one of the toughest matches I've ever had. I have to give credit to you, to my family, to the Lord above. Yeah. You know,
Gwyneth Paltrow here. It's just always the same. Never changed, James. Well done.
Anyway, one apiece. Better at poker, better at counting chips. How many chips is that? What's your 50,000, my 50,000? 100,000. Guys, we're going back in the booth. And a very warm welcome back, one and all, to this, the Mediterranean Poker Party. We are Midway through day 2 here of the, pardon me, day 1 of this Luxon Pay Grand Final. And speaking of Luxon, this is how our Luxon table sits. It is Skolgon Bandit leading the way still with that 489k as we're about to kick blinds up to 3k, 6k, and that's good for 80 blinds. Tim Agazen in the mix there as well, and Hashim, the man who impressed most perhaps early on in the last frame, he's in the mix. Over at the GTD live table, it is Alyssa Sigbatova leading the way once more, as she so often is at feature tables in merit. Henrik Brockman in second place. These guys are obviously dealing with the live one before that break. He is, of course, now busted, and this is how the table looks. You see Reveal joining here with a 200k starting stack. Late reg still open for these last 3 levels. Expect to see perhaps some more of those 200k stacks as this frame goes on. Then, of course, over at the Onyx, our main feature table, we have had a table change here, and look who is coming in atop the counts. It's the 2022 main event champion from the World Series of Poker, Espen Jorstad. His stack good for 646k, and I happened to get a little word with him before we came onto this frame, and he told me I got ace queen in against aces, and ace queen offsuit in against aces, I should add, and made a flush. Now, before the break, it was myself, James Dempsey, and Andrew Headley in the booth, but we've managed to drag him away from the pier, and for the first time at the 2025 MPP, I'm very happy to say Jay Harwood is in the booth.
Good afternoon, Demps. Good to be here. Feels like I've been here an eternity already and yet to step in the booth, but can't wait to delve into some hands with yourself over this session. Looks good. I tuned in briefly last session, saw a mad hand and just couldn't wait to get in with yourself.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of that kind of stuff here as this goes on. Here we go then, perhaps a little bit more normal at this table for you as we do pick up our first hand of this level. Alexandra popping up Queen 10-0 in the hijack, and Dmitry Gromov, someone we see often at these feature tables here in merit. He's actually coming out with a 3-bet here, Jay.
Yeah, 45, kind of nice against the hijack. Can knock out some stuff that dominates us potentially. Some king jack off, some king queen off, this type of stuff. Queen 10 off on this occasion into the muck. A nice little 3-bet there from Gromov.
Yeah, he was having a lot of fun in the 1K we saw. He actually had like a really big stack, went really short, and then spun it way back up again on stream, which is always nice. You know, he looked a bit steamed and was a bit gambly, and then suddenly like whole complexion changes as he builds back up. Here we go then, back over to DTD Live. These two tables, the outer ones, DTD Live and Luxon, we haven't changed the lineup since you see Sigbatova in the mix here from the big one. And what a flop this is for Ismailov, peeling from the small against Kotkovsky's open and action, Jay.
Yeah, and I think potentially one of these boards from the small we can potentially get some leads on from the small. Just going to have all this like Jack 10, 10-9 suited, 7-8 suited. Pocket pairs going to be in there as well, but Ismailov gone in for the check raise, I'm assuming.
Yeah, this 1K bet looks like has been popped up to 35k if my memory of the chip fellows is correct. And Kotkovsky with reason to continue, right? This open-ender, backdoor diamonds, some really good things can happen in this hand.
Yeah, can't be going anywhere just yet as Kotkovsky. Too good a hand. Getting this price. Can't see Sigbatova doing anything now with this action occurring in front.
Yeah, mind a lot easier to be made up facing that check raise. We'll head to this turn with 90,000 chips, pardon me, 112,000 chips in the middle, and kind of an ugly looking card for Ismailov in the form of the board pairing, but we're not too concerned about boats, are we? 9s
and 8s, quad 7s there as well, but against the gun opening range shouldn't be too much 2-pair on the flop from them, so I think we're just happy to keep betting as Ismailov. Try get some value from some overpairs, charge some bigger club draws.
Wow, he's just rifled it in for over pot. Oh, that's Kotkovsky out of here.
Yeah, big old size, but I'm guessing he's making the assumption that overpairs aren't folding on this 7-pair in turn, like 10s for aces, probably going to be flicking in the call there.
Right, try and rep perhaps some of those club draws.
Yep.
He did have a club draw, just happened to have a straight to kick it.
Yeah, going to have like Queen Jack of clubs, King Jack of clubs from the small as our bluffs.
Stafiev opening ace-6 of hearts from the hijack over here at the Luxon table. Tim Gazen. Frisky. Ace deuce oh. All right.
Yeah, kind of a strange time to see this one. Usually latter in the tournaments, you'll see like the offsuit ace-X, high-low stuff with ICM, but don't generally see it too much in day ones. But Tim Gazen getting after it here and picked a good time as well.
Yeah, like the Silver's well, stuck in a spot here now with these 2 9s, isn't he?
Yeah, well, I say picked a good time. I guess this is player dependent here for Chris De Silva. I know him well from the UK, and if he feels like Tim Gazen's getting after it too much in these LP versus LP spots, potentially can go for 4-bet send. Still, maybe a smidge of fold equity, but maybe feels like when Tim Gazen has 35k in, not going to be getting too many folds, but we can see Tim Gazen's actual holding never going to be cooling off.
Yeah, it's definitely the one asking for the count, but no way he can continue with his ace-6. And like you say, Tim Gazen just poor timing. De Silva going to have a lovely little pickup here as we work our way through this day 1C here in the Luxon Pay Grand Final. And do you think, you know, Chris, these kind of spots when late reg still open, kind of like encourage you a little bit more to sort of go for it when you are sort of half starting stack?
That's a good point to make, actually. When you've got a stack like that, I feel like if we're on that line with that decision, whether to fold or jam, we're just always going with jam with the addition of another bullet if we happen to bust.
Yeah, not like he's going to pummel it off, but we're not in the mood to make tight folds at this stage of the tournament. Back over at DTD Live, we see a 5-3-4 flop where Brockman has flopped top pair from the big blind. And pardon me, Brockman's flopped top pair from +1, and Anara is going to check on that board.
You're going to have a lot of checks here anyway, as I know, not just with our actual hand gun versus +1. Going to be a heavy check spot over to the imposition player. And then like we can spring some check raises with some of our strongest hands this particular holding. I think a nice one just to check call as he does.
15k bet is matched, and well, how about that for a turn card? Won't know just how good it is. Obviously concerning the hard nature of it, but look at this, coming with the lead.
Yeah, interesting one. Not taking too much time before leading either. Just sees that top pair, top kicker, and feels he needs to bet it. Maybe protection against some one-heart hands.
Right, maybe expecting that Brockman's just going to check back so much. Doesn't want the sort of 6s through 9s to have a free pull. Maybe those where the heart was going to call.
Yeah, good point to make. Like 6s through 9s going to definitely be in there for +1 that want to bet. So just always checking back this turns prevents that from happening. But still potentially going to have some flushes as Brockman even from these positions. But nice laydown there.
Yeah, really good laydown. Kind of managed to get some chips in on the flop when having the best of it, and after disaster on the turn, loses no more.
I've got to say, Dems, as well, I'm loving this pace of hands, like having the 3 tables, being able to switch between the 3 whenever we like. It's really nice, just hand after hand. Usually got that sort of 25, 30 seconds in between hands with just one feature.
Yeah, and again, obviously Jay's first venture into the booth for the MPP 2025, but those of you watching us, if you have just tuned in, we do have 3 feature tables, and we are paying between them at quite the pace. So you guys, basically, as I said the other day, you don't have to watch the dealer shuffle. We're just straight into the hands. And here we are over at the Onyx Espin, defending 6-4 from the big, and up against Vismanis' Queen Jack, the latter of whom finding a gut shot to go with the 2 overs.
Yeah, so not the worst board to continue here, as Vismanis can knock out some king highs, even some ace highs from the big blind. Espin with an interesting one here, 6-4 off with a dummy and gut shot. 15k into 39, so around 40%. Like usually at 20, don't see as much check raising with like the gut shots. Usually needs to be a bit deeper because we're just happy to realize, but in this situation, still going to take the turn in the form of the check call.
Yeah, 2 players all head to that turn, and the beautiful looking Queen of Clubs rolls off for Vismanis. So I guess now to go for some more value with 69k in there.
Yeah, I feel LP versus big blind, we're happy to just bet this one, and potentially when we get clean rivers go for 3 streets of value. Espin's particular holding cannot continue.
Yeah, does make way. And again, if you're just joining us, I do have one eye over on the GGPoker YouTube chat, and I see Man of Straw, obviously asking a few moments ago, saying hi, James. And is Jay Harwood in the comms today? Well, yes, there you go. You get what you wanted. He is in the mix, calling the action on this one. And Jay's going to be with us through to the completion of the MPP 2025. Obviously had other duties back home first, take care of before coming out here. Interestingly, though, guys, he managed to arrive just in time for the day off. Funny that, isn't it?
Well, to be fair, I thought I was working the Monday when I landed, but the guys gave me the day off, and then we had the day off. It was a coincidence, James.
Just in
coincidence.
time for the party,
Yeah.
all sorts of things happen. Very suspicious. Well, here we go. 3 hearts and Queen Jack on the board. Suits and As King 10 with that heart working, but his mail off with the set 7s. And did he check this one back on the flop? Is
Yeah.
that what just happened here? Getting sneaky?
Yeah, checking it back, middle set. Feel like fine to better this stack depth. Like when we're this deep, when we flop a set, probably just want to go for 3 streets of value. Maybe the times it's rainbow and we have top set, blocking some continues. These are the ones we check, but sneaky little check back.
Yeah, and obviously then when the Queen of Hearts comes off, not feeling like he can raise because so much does now beat him. But Glory's looking river. He feels like, oh, maybe bluff again. And if he somehow did have the hand, Ismailov now making the unlikely boat.
A well-timed shot down though.
Yeah.
Still gonna
Yeah, it just kind of looks like we're up against a Queen a lot of time here, doesn't it?
exactly that. Opening from hijack, no open probably like Queen 9 suited, Queen 10 half, King Queen Ace Queen all in there for sure. So just shutting it down as Arnott.
Betting half pot on the end. Been before, no, does anything crazy, but
Well, there's one thing I've learned at Merit is expect the unexpected.
yeah.
You can never really call a spot 100% and be sure it's always going to happen. Tuned into that ace-8 hand, I wanted to check out the 3 tables, how it was working, and Jack's folded river and the 6-7 shoved, and I was like, what is going on here? It was a crazy old hand.
Yeah, and anyone who regularly tunes into Merit streams will know just how crazy things can get. Back at the Onyx, Aspen from the hijack, Dmitry Gromov peeling the big blind. Now these two I think we can trust to know how they're going to play fairly closely. They're both very strong players.
Not too familiar with Gromov, I'm sure you are, if he's a regular here at Merit, but everyone knows Espen from the 2022 WSOP main event. As we see 10-7-3 here.
And I was sort of discussing this the other day with someone who's not too familiar with poker, and I was sort of explaining how last few years, main event champion has kind of been how you would expect, right? If I won the main event, I feel like I would just sort of sail off in the sunset. I mean, I'd still play poker, but Espen is looking to create a legacy for himself, right? He won 10 million. He's like, right, I'm going to prove I'm the best. I'm going to start going to every Triton tour, battle the best, prove myself. I want to be a star in this game, and he's made himself into it.
Yeah, there's not many in recent years I can really think of, actually, now you say it. WSOP main event winners that attack all the bigger tournaments. A lot have a little time off. Going to call here with the worst of it. 5 on the end here. So decision point for Gromov. Does he feel like we can value better 7 here? A lot of bluffs breaking out. Jack 9, Jack 8, 8 9. We can credibly have bluffs here, some spade draws as well. So it's going to go for a thin bit of value.
It's a point where for Espen, perhaps the 6 of spades suddenly becomes problematic.
Yeah, like 8-6, 9-6, definitely going to be in there for the big blind. Some of the natural bluffs, and even like all the King 6, Queen 6 of spades as well. So not the best catcher. Like much prefer having something like Ace 3 of clubs here as like a hero call, just unblocking some of these bluffs. Espen
Reluctantly calling.
nearly 5-1. Only need to be right like 17-18% of the time there, so the price is right. Espen pays it off.
Okay. There's still plenty of chips in that stack, 570k, of course, leading the way here on that Onyx. But like I said, he did confess to getting rather fortunate. See it there, Gromov up to 350k. Yeah, Gromov with a fantastic pedigree, obviously, a former WPT champion. He actually got second at the WPT that was held here back in 2014, which is the first time I ever came to Merit, was to play that one. So that's why I kind of remember him, especially being in that event. Of course, a multitude of big cashes in this venue. He's just like almost every series at a big final table, you know, they have here. Back over at DTD Live, Cyprus kicked this off with 2 10s, and 3 players have found their way to this turn card, and looks like Kotkowski deciding, facing the second check, to now start to get a little bit of protection, slash a little bit of value.
Yeah, a tough one for Cyprus over here. Wouldn't fault her for taking one off after flop checks through. Expect a lot of the King X to just be better multi-way, just flush out some equity, so can't fault her here for the call with the 10s. And I think Kotkowski here, this sort of bet designed to check back a lot of rivers, Dems.
Yeah, that kind of knock out some of those lone spades and be able to check back on a card like that. Especially when Cyprus starts asking how many chips have you got.
An 8 of hearts shouldn't really change much here, other than maybe 8s. The Cyprus over 8s with a spade, 2 combos.
Do you ever see like Kotkowski try and get some more value here, or are you just too worried that ace queen's still a large part of the range?
That's the thing. Like she can have queen jack suited as well. She can have ace queen as well. I don't think King X are going to check twice. Maybe some, like maybe a king jack, jack of spades might be the one that checks twice for Sigpatova. A small one goes its way.
Almost a standard hand. Who'd have thought? At merit. Cyprus again, one of those stars here at merit as we flip things back to the Onyx, where we find ourselves with some cards out here. Talboom opening up from the hijack. This man is peeling with that beautiful looking queen jack suited on the button. Gromov just calls the small, and look at this. Bekhuziev activates the 6 deuce from the big blind. Here we go.
This is why I love it here. You don't see this anywhere else. I'm sorry, you just don't. Finds this squeeze with 6 deuce of diamonds. Not the combo I would advise, but Gromov in a predicament here with the 9s because we're going to be out of position in a pretty hefty pot.
He does make the call. Little does he know, he is absolutely dominating in this pot. And oh my word, 3, 4, 5 flop. I mean, it's the kind of flop Gromov's looking for. It's the kind of flop he expects, like big aces, to continue on with that gut shot. But somehow Bekhuziev has the joint. What is going on?
All about timing in this game. You can speak about what we're supposed to do or what our range is supposed to do on this board, but I guess as this man, we're just going to be firing with our straight. Ace highs have to call once, as James noted. Any ace high is going to have 2 overcards with the wheel draw, have to continue.
Now, turn 10 of hearts. 210,000 chips in the pot. Gromov with not a lot more than that left. Bekhuziev, I mean, he can sort of start to really narrow Gromov down to these kind of hands, can't he? A hand that called the raise queen and called the squeeze. Makes sense that he's going to have a lot of these hands. Look at that sizing, perhaps targeting just this kind of holding.
Yeah, I think our hand's too strong here. Just go for the shove on the turn. It's overbet shove. We want to get it over 2 streets, and like we might also get some streets from still some ace high stuff. Like ace 10 suited's going to be in there, I guess. Ace 10 off's going to fold pre.
Some heart combos as well, I guess, maybe. King, queen of hearts, would that stick around? Maybe not.
Yeah, but a tough spot with the 9s here because supposed to be repping jacks through aces here, maybe turn top set that goes this size. You never assign 6 deuce suited. Ace deuce suited could be a thing as a bluff potentially. That is definitely one that could get in there. Squeeze and pre as a bluff, flops the wheel.
Well done, Gromov passes the test. Suspicions peaked, but there you go. That's not how we saw this hand playing out.
And as I said, you only get that at merit. Something else you only get at merit, James, is difficult surnames. I'm used to Smith, I'm used to Jones, I'm used to Baker. It's nice and easy back in the UK, so you might have to take the lead on some of them.
Well, I'm going with Bekhuziev for that one. I think
Last 10 seconds.
yeah, the chat will let us know if we're wrong on some of these. But back over here, and a name we
5.
loved from the off today, myself and Angie, was Skogon Bundit. It's a great name.
Raise.
We did speculate that perhaps his hand's been caught in the cookie jar on 1 or 2 occasions, given the plaster on board. But here he is, 3-betting from the big with his ace-9 off over the Pavlov Open, who looks like he's going to continue with a dominating and suited hand.
I like the aggression. The thing I don't like is just the combo twisted. Like the idea of 3-bet bluffing from the big blind is knocking out better hands against late position. Like we're never getting ace 10 to fold here, so it doesn't really achieve too much. We just bloat a pot with a hand with reduced playability out of position here. Like better to 3-bet something like ace deuce, ace 3 that can fold out ace 5, ace 6, ace 7, etc. So it's an interesting choice from Scotland Pundit.
He's going to line up the C,
six
but it looks like a
bet
small
10.
one. Just 10k into the 75k pot. We know that obviously Pavlov has more than enough to continue to that size.
Yeah, never folding this one against this flop size here. Just makes our decision easy, just calls here turn.
To call.
As you say, Scotland Pundit has swirled this pot out of position. Not a lot of hand. Turn pair in 3.
Is he going to continue telling the story here that he's got one of these overpairs?
It feels hard, doesn't it, with that 10k C bet that does an overpair really go so small? Maybe sort of aces, but even like a hand like 10s kind of wants to bet, doesn't it?
Yep.
Bet out the king queens of the world, these kind of holdings.
Now over to Pavlov here. Don't really think we need to turn this one into a bluff. Only really targeting like ace jack, ace queen, ace king. We will see.
2-bet 17.5.
Oh, it looks like he's going for a really
17,500.
small bet here.
B20. Interesting stuff here. This hand. Seen a lot of Atanas play over in the UK. Plays a lot of the high roller stuff. Usually a pretty solid player. This one's kind of interesting though. Like, what is our bet achieving? Is he just trying to knock out some like king queen, king jack, some potential bluffs?
Right. I mean,
Last
obviously they've been
5
playing
seconds.
together all day. So he may have more data points on Skogan Bundit than we do.
This is the thing, player dynamic as well. Sometimes players are taking a line that seems outrageous, but it's an exploit. They've seen someone do something that we haven't, and they feel like this is an exploit that's going to make them the most over the long run. But really struggling to come to terms with what this bet's doing here. 20% on the turn from Pavlov.
Well, interestingly now, of course, given all that in mind, the Skogan Bundit's not expecting better ace highs to bet. So does this now kind of look like, okay, it might be some overpairs, but also some of those king queen, king jack suited type combos? Was thinking about it, but it does.
The problem is the flop size. It doesn't knock out anything. There's not a single hand that calls our free bet that now folds to this tiny flop size. Like anything with 2 overs is just going to continue. So we're sort of still playing against the pre-flop range. The flop doesn't really start knocking out anything and condensing our opponent's range. Interesting hand.
It certainly is. As we switch back over to GTD Live, we find a Queen 8-5 board. Brockman has defended from the small blind here. Kamakarev in there with Queen 9. Did flop top pair.
Goes for the check back with one of these top pairs. I guess one of the worst Queen X we're going to have, so not a bad thing once in a while to go for the check behind, but
So unfortunately, we check behind to invite some bluffs, and the man pairs up the bottom card, and not one you attribute to the small blind 2 off from the 5.
Tennis spades rule, we're really going to struggle here to let this one go. We check back flop to induce some bluffs, and can't see a world in which we fold this one unless we're met by some extortion. If Brockman gets greedy.
Ooh, wow, we found the check. Kamakarev now going to feel like he certainly has the best hand, and he's in for a nasty surprise.
Yeah, really surprised that this is going to work out well, but you think of Kamagarev's range, he's going to have some 10x, turn 10x that are always checking back, some 8x as well, some ace highs. Like, not going to assign too much Queen X, but what a well-timed check here from Brockman.
Oh, just a snap call. Wow. Obviously, Brockman a little fearful that there may be something stronger checking back that flop. And Kamakarev sort of shaking his head, but I think he should count his chickens lucky that he didn't face an elevation there, because, as you said, his hand was so under-repped. Having checked back, he may have had to call that raise.
And it's not even like we're met by a big river size there. 27 into 67, I think it was. So it's like between 40% and half. And against that size, you just never expect to be behind with a 5. If he's river jack 9, he's going to go bigger, surely. So maybe something to read in the size in there.
Yeah, certainly a surprising hand here at the Luxon Pay Grand Final. This one, of course, that 2K buy-in. Guaranteed prize pool at $2 million. We're pretty confident we're going to sail through there. We're not going to have to dip into Jay's wages just yet to cover up any kind of shortfall. Everyone's starting with 200,000 in chips and still a little bit late rich to go here on this third of 4 starting days. The fourth one is a turbo taking place tonight, and then of course everyone will merge tomorrow for day 2. Over at the Onyx, Talboom's got 7s in their big up against Gromov open. Aces, and he's going to be in trouble on this Jack Deuce 3.
It goes for half. It should just be a check ball here from Talboom, still ahead of all this ace high, king high, queen high stuff.
Well, king on the turn, not a card that Talboom wants to see in theory, but up against the aces, maybe a card that saves us some money.
Yeah, exactly that on this occasion. I feel like 7's always going to be fold into double barrel. I think we just like fold all our 4s through 10s here and continue our Jack X, probably how I'd assign the strat. 55 into 79, so it does size up as Gromov. Really like this. I think the size is on point. It just sets up like 90% river jam, which I think is really nice from Gromov. And now as Talboom, I would be letting this one go. Yes, our opponent can have some 10-9 suited. They can have some queen 10, ace queen, ace 10. But we just don't have coverage on rivers here with 7s. Like, what are we doing against a triple?
Right, sometimes we get bluffed in this game.
Yep.
If we're not getting bluffed, then we're calling too much.
Yeah.
And even a player as relentless, should we say, and well known in this room
Are
as
flipping.
yeah, Globovich. He's flopped a gut shot to Broadway. Does have that heart working for him as well. Yeah, diamonds, not a welcome sight. Needs to hit to get back up to a starting stack. Otherwise, it's the re-reg desk for him, and that's going to be the only way he can continue in this one. Come on, Gareth. Sending him out.
They seem pretty standard. Looked about 15 bigs effective. Cut off versus small blind. These two hands always getting in at that stack depth. Just need to win your flip sometimes.
Yeah, we saw him involved in some early skirmishes, but couldn't really get things going here on this bullet. I always say that quite flippantly, like, oh, it just goes to read it. It's another $2,200. Like, this is a big tournament. A lot of money on the line.
I feel like anyone that's travelled here, though, would have a few bullets in the bag. I feel like if you bust before the late reg, there's no one saying, oh, I'll leave it till next year.
Yeah.
They'll be jumping back in for sure.
Yeah, that's a fair point. From +2, Huayak raising things up with his king-queen suited. Yong in the small blind. Finds the call with ace-8 of diamonds. And then De Silva in the big kind of offsuit one gappers that suddenly get much murkier three-way.
Yeah, spot on, James. Like, that's a misperception a lot of people make. That you hear the old saying, I'm getting a great price, I'm priced in now. But in reality, although your price goes up, equity just diminishes. Like, we're more likely to be dominated, splitting equity three-way, reverse implied odds, all that malarkey.
Of course, taking this one on.
I'm actually surprised Huax not open jammed here. 10 from +2, king queen suited. Well, that's why he's not open jammed.
Yeah, flops all the world on this king 10 6 board.
Check. Oh, 8 check, 1 check. 4 bet 18.
Swiftly coming out with a C bet. One assumes this gets through, but don't assume anything in this room. You know, Huayak is someone we saw quite a lot of in the 1K, the Poker Rogue Mystery Bounty. Nice to see him back in the mix. Bit of a character at the table, was kind of getting the players chatting, having some fun. Hang on a second, what's Chris doing here? He's thinking. Surely not, there we go.
Blinds going up, perhaps, maybe? Trying to get
okay.
the full.
Okay.
Could be a potential.
Right, okay. Trying to engineer maybe so the button is at a new level.
Yep, button lands on him for the next level. If there's like 1 minute left on the clock, that makes sense. Chris just making sure the blinds go up on his button.
36.
You don't miss a thing, do you? Gromov from under the gun, getting a little fruity here with an offsuit combo, and Espin pouncing on it. And Talbu maybe is going to look to do something himself, but so hard when the action's already taken place in front.
Yeah, I can't see Ace Jack doing much here. Gun open, Espin wants to free bet cut off. Personally, would be folding, but look at this for a find.
You are champion of the world.
We are playing some poker here at the Onyx table.
Yeah, pretty sick find from Talboon.
This Manus? I mean, yeah, okay, there we go. Maybe forgot it was him for the second.
75?
And obviously, just come back after break, been playing 30 minutes. Espen, we've only seen on this table for that long. You don't know what's been going out on outer tables. If Espen's been 3-betting a lot, then potentially Talboom's just going for this, and this guy's 3-betting too much. I'm just going to 4-bet like ace 10 plus whenever he 3-bets in front of me. Could be the idea.
I'll do it for mine.
A little chat and a flick in. Not something that Talboom wanted to see, although little does he know, the situation is pretty nice with 177,000 in the pot. He has his man drawing thin.
Yeah, and Queen 6-7. Rainbow as the 4-bet are still going to have strongest over pairs. Generally going to see small sizes in 4-bet coups when the ranges should be so condensed. We'll see what Talboom's got in mind.
32?
32,000 declared. And this is just one like Espen's taking a pill of the 4-bet, but this board is just like, oh, okay.
Yeah, we do have that free to flush, free to stray, but our position, not really much we can do here as Espen.
Open. One time, show. One time.
He wants to show it.
I will not watch this. Okay, you want to show us.
He was like, he was going to mark, but he's so happy that someone asked him to show. He doesn't want to just rip it in Espen's face, but really wants to show. Oh, if you insist, here you go. Talboom up to 316k. We're going to have some fun with this table. That was me thinking the ace jack is going to find the muck pre, but
720.
no such thing. Lipanov, the man who's had the most pain face of the day when he had to fold jacks on the river in the most bizarre pot I think we've seen this festival so far. It was the one hand that you tuned into just before the break and saw, and were like, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah, it was pretty mental.
And, well, he's got a good situation developing here in the sense that should both players make a straight, he'll be sitting on top. Obviously, Sipkatova drawing to the bottom end as well.
Any leads there from Sipkatova against +1 on this 9 of hearts turn. Just going to have a lot more 9x in the big blind. I think 7-8 with a diamond's a really tidy one to use. We can bluff diamond rivers. We can still bluff brick rivers.
As it is, both players have proved to a pair, and one imagines maybe it's just, let's get to showdown. But yeah, I'm a little surprised maybe not seeing that lead from her there. We know she's more than capable of understanding these situations. Very experienced player.
Just going to showdown, as Dem said, and the queen will play for Litvinov. Sometimes you just sat there, Dem, so you're on cruise control. I actually just snap check the turn. Like sometimes you just cruise control. I'm just going to check to the aggressor rather than taking sort of 10-15 seconds, having a little think.
Yeah, I guess especially as well as we're approaching kind of the end of late reg, there's going to be some fast-moving chips around the place. You can't maybe looking to catch a punt rather than make something happen yourself.
5 check.
Over at Luxon, we've got a innocuous-looking board, ace-7-4, couple of clubs. Stafiev from +1, Skolgon Bundit from +2. Both players not enjoying the sight of that ace.
Yeah, and I actually really like this from Staffy. Once again, +1 versus +2. We are going to play heavy check on a lot of boards, even the ace-high ones from time to time. And our combo's potentially a really nice check raise here with this king of clubs in here as Staffy going for a little check raise, knock out stuff like 8s, 9s, 10s, already set up some barrels versus some of the weaker ace-X.
Yeah, look at this Skolgon Bundit going for the really small bet again. We saw this a moment ago in that 3-bet pot. Just 9k. Into what, 71.
Yeah, looking at the size though, just going to take one off.
Sorry, of course. I was suddenly looking at the pot size and realizing this must be a 3-bet from Skolgon Bundit, right? At this stack depth, so that the check and flow making a little bit more sense.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Thought it was single raise pot, but surprised that Steffi's pilled this one.
Yeah,
a 3-bet coup out of position
6 check.
with king queen off in general. Probably wants to hit the mark.
Well, as played, finds himself in a spot where he has a blocker to the nuts.
And when you think about hands we're going to have in this spot, we're not really going to get to the real worse than king high. We're going to have some pocket pairs, we're going to have some ace-X, so maybe one with nut blocker in hand that needs to be bluffed.
89,000 chips in the middle. I guess the question here is, like, am I going to bluff a size that reps a flush only, or am I going to try and widen the range?
Yeah, I think like if we go small, we can still have some ace-x of our own. On two-tone turn, we probably expect Skolden Bundit to just barrel all his ace-jack plus on two-tone. So maybe thinking he's more weighted towards stuff like nines through kings. It is a hefty size.
Yeah, just I think going for that. I've got far better than a pair, my friend. Skolden Bundit. Not much can be done here with a couple of red cards.
Last 10 seconds.
Yeah, unfortunate not to win the pot pre-flop in the form of a free bet, but
Steffi showing the king of clubs. And when he sees the king of clubs, you must be thinking, well, like, I guess he had it, because yeah, there aren't many offsuit king combos that call, are there?
no, there's not. You just guess he has it, because king queen, king jack, king 10 off should be in the muck pre, facing a three bet.
Obviously, we didn't see the size. Perhaps it was super small, but nonetheless, we move on. Kotkowski defending the big here with queen 4 of clubs up against Litvinov. Both players finding a piece, but no bet going in.
That could have been a lead, potentially from the big blind here, just under the gun, gets stripped of a lot of the strong hands. In general, we are going to probe this turn a lot once the 4 liner from big ends EP. Just going to have a catalogue of 7x, going to have all the 2-pair combos, so we just get to probe this turn small with almost our entire range.
Litvinov, of course, will be calling with that pair far better than perhaps the perceived ace-high, king-high, queen-high type stuff he could be holding, but how will he fare should he face another bet? Heart completes on the river.
Now it gets really awkward, because once we get called on this turn lead, like, just expect the ace-high, king-high stuff to be folding. The heart's now complete as well, so don't really be too much with a 4.
Right, he does go check, and Litvinov more than happy to table that 5. But yeah, it's one of those weird spots, isn't it? Kotkowski thinks, like, I'm usually ahead on this turn. I do a small bet, but then suddenly once called, it's like I'm usually behind. But then, as you said, kind of stabbing with almost whole range on the turn. So therefore, if I bet river, am I really betting my whole range? It's like which ones work as the bluffs? It's maybe just deciding with those smallest of pairs.
I think a 4 is really interesting because it's hard once the flush completes to be good, I believe, on rivers that. So the next hand at the Onyx.
We find Alexandrov battling against Gromov. The latter check calls king 9 deuce, very broken board, and ace high obviously going to be up there in terms of range from that spot.
Yeah, it's hard to
Probably a white flag wave here. Feel like we need some sort of equity against the king. A gut shot, a flush draw, even an overcard. Like if we've got an ace here, it's going to be a much better barrel than our particular combo. We just don't want to be drawing dead against king X, that's the idea. And even 9x on this occasion. Going to have to check mark versus our hand, but picks a good time because Gromov at bottom end of the range, just with the ace-8 height.
Like it. Ramped up the aggression.
Хорошая была, да? Не надо было, у него там есть такое, и он до сих пор еще нервничает. Плюс 10, ну, мог вообще выбросить. Там по телевизору будет показывать.
Well, some sort of post-mortem.
3 check.
I can't pretend to understand any of it, but here we see Hashim. I understand this. He's got 2 clubs, there's 2 on the board. That's a flush draw. The opener from under the gun. Ugly looking
20.
board though
5 bet 20.
for that position, but he is just going to fire this perhaps with the 2 deuces, recognizing very hard to win if he does anything else.
Yeah, an interesting one for Chris here. Now getting 4 to 1 with gut shot and 2 overcards, position, potential to win this on later streets as well. Feel like we're going to still need to call here, getting this particular price.
1 call.
And now, Hashim, does he have options in how to play this flush draw with an over?
3.
Looks like he's just content to try and make the hand.
Once he goes back call, maybe just feels like there's reduced fold equity, not getting through 2 players. Probably would against these particular hands, but
on the turn, second flush draw, really wet looking board, and somehow Steffi's still deuce is still best. Oh, look at this, Hashim.
Let's go.
Love it. Finds a different way to apply the pressure.
Yeah, should just knock out the deuces and the jack higher, Chris.
Pass.
Yeah, nicely done, sir. Just getting a count. Surely no way 80,000 is going to be
80.
wagered.
So,
Maybe the sunglasses just
80.
obscuring the colour of the chips. Or is he just really that suspicious that this is low clubs? I mean,
Even still, Demp's like,
yeah.
just got to let this one go. We got so many better calls here as Chris. We can have an 8. Obviously a 7 for trips, never folding, but we're just going to have many
Last
better
time,
calls here
seven.
than Jack 10 of diamonds. Yes, we unblock both flush. We unblock both flush draws, but we can lose
We got
the
Jack
Queen
high.
Eye clubs, Queen Eye hearts, King Eye clubs, King Eye hearts.
Yeah, you can see how bad a shape he's in. But he's thrown the time bank chips in.
Do we know how long we've got left of rage period, Temps?
It's these 3 levels of
3 levels,
reg,
okay. So still plenty of time. I was thinking maybe it's one of these, either spin up or go and re-enter.
It seems bizarre to me that he's thinking this long, unless somehow we have some sort of graphical error. It's beginning to feel like that's the only thing that makes sense. Or perhaps Chris has misremembered his hand. I mean, it does happen.
I don't think I've seen him look back at it yet, so it could be a possibility. Eventually, we get the result we were expecting.
Now, there is one other possible avenue that I think sometimes gets overlooked is on these stream tables, perhaps he saw something in the way Hashim acted, and he's trying to get maybe a baseline for later. So he's going to make him sweat this, see if he gets a read or something. Look at the stream later, be like, okay, that's when he was bluffing. If I see that again later, maybe I'll know. I'm just sort of coming up with ideas and reasons why it might have taken so long there.
What is going on here? Gromov been singing his praises, and then he just rattles this in with the 7-5 off.
Notice the bet size as well. 57 with 5-7. Kushiev, the opener, well, he can't play, and then Alexandrov just stuck in the middle there with 2 7s, but 2 7s is sort of not 2 9s, is it? It's such a different hand.
Yeah, we're like at this stack depth as well, just north of 30 effective with Gromov, like difficult to play the times we don't flop that set.
Hang on. He is going to call. Wow. This was against the early position open as well. This is pretty spicy that he thinks the 7s. Well, more that he thinks Gromov can be up to no good here. I mean, he's bang on. Gromov, obviously very well known in the Russian circles. Reputation preceding him. And 7 of diamonds, wrapped around the 6, is going to continue.
What size he comes with here?
146 in the pot. He's decided 26k. Obviously 7s now. Can't falter that size. And we're down to below an SPR of 1. And look at this turn card for Gromov.
Yes, now this is really interesting because what do we think that Alexandrov's got here once he calls our flop bet? Like, yeah, I guess he could have some over pairs, but you just expect that like 30, potentially like 9s plus to just set us in if he's flattered them pre. So maybe feel like he is going to have a lot of flushes here, a lot of suited hands that want to peel in position. I know we can see he's got one of these select combos of over pairs, but
wow,
I'd be worried about barreling here as Gromov for sure.
Yeah, it feels like, okay, I can just beat some of the, you know, the king, queen of spades type holdings, and he does bet here. And I mean, if he knew he was up against 2 7s, this would be pretty spicy.
Like, we do jump in front of some stuff once we pair this 5 as well, so it's like, it's a really intriguing hand from Gromov here. Is he going to unload it? Because 9 on the river. And announces.
I thought he had 8.
Yeah, I'm wondering what that bet was designed to accomplish. We see, you know, almost the next best hand calling.
Maybe some live stuff. Feels like the early position opener, which was in middle of range, was weak and was using that free bet to target the open rather than the callers in between, and just never expected to go post with one of the flattest pre-flop. But interesting hand from Gromov.
Yeah, and it sends Alexandrov to the top of the count on the Onyx table. Now playing level 9, 4K, 8K. Of course, the Luxon Pay Grand Final, Day 1C, the third of 4 Day 1s, a turbo taking place tonight. And then the field combines tomorrow when we play down to our final table. On the 9th, we will pick up action off that final table, of course, and crown our champ. Then another well-earned day off for Joe because he needs to get out to the pier.
Of course I do. Of course I do. It's beautiful out there.
And then, of course, the big one, the MVP main event. That one, a 5K, 5 mil guaranteed 4-day event. Eventually, we will crown a champion on the 13th, where it'll be your good self, Mr. Andrew Headley. Steve Warburton will be making a return to the booth for the last couple of days on that.
There's a three-way action here. Machine with the call on the button after Pavlov opened cutoff, and Steffi took his price with the Queen 3 suited.
Just going for it.
Yeah, surprised that it's from Pavlov here with a 10-9 off. Always speak about this spot a lot. Anyone that's listened to me commentate before, but one of the most misplayed spots I see in Hold'em is cutoff versus button. I don't think people realise how often you're meant to check this spot. Even like on the ace high, king high boards, like you're just supposed to just play pure check on a lot of them, and you just have so many whiffs as the opener in the cutoff, whereas the button's range actually becomes stronger because they have hands that you don't have, like the king 4 suited, the queen 8 suited, the offsuit ace X. They're just going to whiff the board, so you are actually supposed to play a real heavy check cutoff versus button. But now we get here, just going to be a send from Steffi, setting both players in for a hefty amount, but happy to run his equity with pair flush draw.
Yeah, I think we're just recognizing, hey, look, I'm good one way or the other. Picking up the pot. I'm going to say this is the penultimate level of rebuys. He's maybe thinking, hey, someone want to give it a go? Come on in. Maybe get a worse hot draw to call even. Sitting there with a pair. Amazing things can happen. He is up to 546k. This is going to be these next two levels. I think are going to be really big. Level 9, level 10 plays as a 20 big blind starting stack.
6-15.
Brockman defended here with ace 4 in the big, and always nice when you have an ace in the big blind.
Third pot from Kotkowski. Brockman should just be calling, and already in Kotkowski's head you can have some ideas about tripling this already on this particular board. Like we block some of the strongest ace X from the big ace jack ace 10 and then just pressurize the 9X and 7X all the way down. But once we catch this card, like we are going to be doing a fair amount of checking.
That's exactly the way he sees it. He does knuckle back to see a really rather warming sight for him, although he may spell trouble here because that 10 just so much stronger with the appearance of the second ace.
An interesting spot though, because you think of Brockman's bluffs on the 9-7, like a lot of his hands either make a straight or a pair of 10s that were just draws on the flop, so like a 10 probably doesn't bet. Maybe this size, we can't fold for this size as Kotkowski.
Yeah, it seems like this size particularly just screams, hey, like he can be betting worse for value at this point.
10-6 suited potentially could be going for this after check turn, so
maybe even some 9. I don't know.
5 seconds.
I'd be shocked if Jack 10 folded here against this size. Becomes awkward against pot.
It's kind of one of those ones he was hoping to have it checked to him and he could bet for value.
Yeah, literally that.
Don't really want to see a bet in front of you. Especially as well with Brockman, given that we saw that hand a moment ago where he kind of checked the river with trips, kind of, and just cool, kind of looked a bit cautious about putting lots of chips in, suddenly finding a bet on the river. It's a little concerning. Alexandrov, 2 aces from +1. And Gromov just speeding here with the 2 5s.
Yeah, this is interesting. When we have this stack depth, Gromov starts the hand with what, 12.5, 13 big, so
he's a man who knows that if he loses this hand, he's got 200k. That's the situation here. This is a re-entry play.
Spot on demp's all it can be. Knows that he can rebuy it. But we can also find a 5. That's the other avenue.
Who's away? I usually put 4 of them in the deck. He's only seen 2 of them.
What did I get out from?
Can Alexandrov finish off Gromov? It's something that looks likely on the 8-7 deuce board, but there's some backdoor routes to the double up. see there, top of the screen, the 5 of hearts already in the muck. So Gromov will need to find the 5 of clubs and the 5 of clubs only. And we'll just double up this stack.
Good luck.
Alas, not to beat.
Yeah, maybe some reminiscence from Gromov when he walks over to the cash desk about the 7-5 offhand that seemed strange at the time. Would have had his reasons, I'm sure, but was sitting pretty comfortably in the 300k stack and then suddenly in a dangerous spot with just 12 bigs.
I know he's probably going to go re-enter, but he does have to leave the microphone behind. Someone can get him. He was off fast with that thing still attached. Oh, spades be spades. And what comes out? A couple of spades. Skolgenbunda, who's kind of lost like those sort of 2-3 bet pots we've seen in the last orbit or so, was leading this table quite comfortably. Now perhaps with a chance to get a lot of those chips back. Let's see how this one plays out. He has checked in flow here from the small, facing 11k bet. Makes sense from Timber Gaze and right with 3 high.
Yeah, it does.
We do.
3 high is going to be like our nut spade draw to bet, always dislodging better hands. And I like the call from Skolgan Bandit. King high can still be good here, blind on blind. So just call. And in come the barrels from Timagazin on this card. He's the clubs on the turn. Once again, still here with 3 high. We can potentially pressure some 5x, 9x, Jack X to fold out by the river. Maybe not wanting to bet and get jammed on and having to fold and not getting to realise could be what's going through Timagazin's head, but blind on blind here. Potentially could be a spot to barrel.
Yet another black card comes down, but it is the one. Not the one, pardon me, that completes that flush. So these 2 players with no hand by the river.
Yeah, and forget all that we don't really want spades in our hand as Timagazin. We got 3 high. We got a bet, sir. Yeah, we got 2 spades. We don't really want it, but we're not winning this pot with a checkmate.
17.
There's tantalising size as well, isn't it? Just opens up the value range nicely.
Yeah, it can definitely have a jack or even a 9 for this size. One check too. Some of the stronger 9x that play Queen 9, King 9. Skolgan Bandit just can't really do much with King High. I'd be shocked if he called.
He's going to be a little put upon. Oh, wow!
What a sicko.
Wow, wow, wow. And like, let's see Timagazin's face when he sees just what's called him. The King High. That's disrespect right there.
Oh, Skolgan Bandit, take a bow.
Well, maybe, you know, just lost those 2 pots. He's like, I've had enough of this. You guys have got to start showing me some cards. Well, well, well. Battle lines drawn. I think you just said you have spades. I think you didn't clock at first. Just, you know, he's there thinking, not that he's won the pot, he's thinking, oh, how unlucky I was that it didn't come a spade. I would have got it all. Over at the Onyx, we've got 3 spades on the flop. It is Tool who flapped the button here against that. This man is +1 open. He's getting a little fruity. Hang on a second. Oh, so pardon me. I thought for a second this man is a check call, but no, he has C-bet this board. And
I think this.
has he bet 25k?
He has.
Wow. Hang on a second. What is going on?
I have no idea. Maybe one of these re-entry plays again near.
Wow. Side-eye look from Tool and a 4th spade. I mean, if we were going blasting, one assumes we had a plan to sometimes barrel a spade.
Here it comes.
Is he going for some sort of milky-looking sizing? 140 out there. Bets 40. Perhaps just recognizing that Tool has exactly this kind of hand. And it looks like he's going to fold it without too much thought.
Yeah, it's hard to find bluffs once he goes bet, and then the spade completes on the river. Really difficult to assign bluffs here, so agree with the fold from Tool. Not much we can do there.
Now nothing makes
Just
sense.
handcuffed on this river. The bluffs pretty much now all completing.
You play 5 to 10
That being
years.
up to no good.
Huh?
Wins that
Okay.
pot.
5 to 10 years from now.
Not Triton probably, but
There is a match.
Involved again.
32.
Skolgan Monday. Free betting the button to 32k. Hashim with the fours here. Starting the hand just north of 20.
Chico. Okay.
Gonna go for call. It is just a 4 big blind free bet here. It feels like he can take his price on the hunt for a set.
You won't hate that 8-5-3 board.
In front of ace, king, ace, queen, potentially some free bet bluffs.
Pre-check.
Let's see here. Straight draws working. Obviously, the backdoor club not live, but he's not to know this, as he's going to face a bet from a man who just turned up on the river with king high.
17.
Yeah, you know, as Skolgan Bondit would just size and flop to get a nice comfortable turn jam. Might have gone bigger here, goes fairly small, 17%. And Hashim, with his particular hand against this size, may feel obliged to continue.
I wonder if he just sort of thinks, hey, if I think I've got the best hand now, do I just say all in, make it easier to play? I mean, wouldn't be that surprised. It looks like he is going to raise. He's basically committing.
Yeah, and as Skolgan Bondit here, no need to flat. Just this shallow now. Fine to just free bet send this one. Gonna be getting called by some club stuff. Gonna get getting called by some 8x, although shouldn't be too much from +2. Not worried about 10s through kings. These should just shove pre, potentially aces in there as a trap.
That's out the time bank chips. He works through.
Like, I can't see how he just flats here. He makes the call 206 in the pot, so literally going to the turn at 0.4 SPR. So be stacking off on all turns anyway.
Right, I was about to say, is there any argument to ever just flatting here and then folding if it turns a club? But with the 9 of clubs in hand, I guess we just, if we're up against a set now, it'd be tragic to fold.
Exactly. There's no turn we're folding at 0.4 SPR. We just play flat, so it's probably better to just get it in here. He's not thinking about folding, surely.
Be very surprised. I mean, Hashim hasn't been, you know, too out of line, but at the same time, with bets so small, like you mentioned, just 17%. With whoa, wow,
Like that shocked me.
whoa. Because as I said, I just felt like Hashim was going to check raise like these kind of pocket pairs, just thinking he has the best of it.
And Hashim's probably like, lovely, ace, king, ace, queen's folded there. Got that out of the pot. But when he watches this back and sees 9s, he will not believe his luck. Potentially would have been out the door. Because I doubt he was raising to fold after putting in that percentage of his stack. But that was a strange one from Skolgan Mundit. Literally only really lose to some sets and lets it go.
Back here at the Onyx. Kuziev +1. Flats the 3-bet against Espen, who has the goods with this ace-king.
That seems pretty standard here. Usually the bottom offsuit ace-x, we're going to peel a 3-bet without a position from early position, ace-queen. 10 to fold the ace-jack. So 4-5-5 rolls off here.
And Espen, of course, rocking the mandatory uniform. It seems like if you've played in a Triton event, you must wear Triton gear at every other event at all time to intimidate your opponents.
Who starts with third? Kuziev would still be calling once here, ace-queen. Player against Espen. Capabilities, going to have some 3-bet bluffs, stuff like some king-queen, some king-jack suited, even some queen-jack suited, some of the wheel aces.
All right, it's one of those things, doesn't it? It goes both ways. You don't want to play mediocre hands out of position against the elite players, but at the same time, you've got to recognize the elite players are going to be having in here with worse hands against some like worse players. They just never have worse than you here. Exactly
that. Like, that's potentially an exploit against maybe some recreational that's been playing tight all day and they see bet this flop, maybe we can just fold ace-queen exploit. Maybe just fold it free as an exploit if they 3-bet us, but against someone of Espen's capabilities, just can't fold flop versus third.
Now I guess a decision point for Espen. How does he wish to proceed with this ace-king? Is he going to go blasting, try and make some pairs fold? Does he just check back and perhaps even look to pick off a bet on the end? Not impossible, right?
Yeah, I feel like maybe on like a queen turn, better to barrel because stuff like 8s, 9s, 10s, jacks more inclined to fold on the 7 turn. I feel like all these overpairs still sticking around. We still beat some stuff as Espen, like the ace queen, maybe some stuff like a king queen of diamonds that floats with the 2 overs backdoors, but Kuziev fires.
Just, I mean, I always think when you see these spots and someone bets this, they're literally targeting exactly the hand Espen has.
Literally, only that. And like from our perspective, when we hold an ace, it's literally 12 combos. And really difficult for Espen to hero this one. Where are the bluffs going to come from? Like if we bet like 20% on flop, potentially more stuff like king queen with the backdoor flush draw.
Right, and I get and holding specifically ace king clubs are probably the eight. If we are going to call ace king on the river here, this is the one, right?
Yeah, of course. This is the best one because king queen of hearts, king queen of diamonds, king queen of spades, potentially the ones that float flop. So spot on demps in terms of the ace king combos, we're not going to have a better catch than clubs specifically. I'm really shocked though Kuziev went for the bet here because we still beat enough stuff that Espen just waves the white flag with some of his pre-flop bluffs, ace queen as well that we chop with. But targeting specifically this one hand.
Wow, and Espen hates it but makes the call. Well, look at his face. I don't think he was expecting to see that hand, was he?
I don't think he was, but that's the difference right there. I feel like in game, live, difficult to call ace high, especially in a 3-bet coup. And exactly echoes the words of that man. That is why he's world champion, or was in 2022.
I feel like when I call there, the person just turns over 10s.
Yeah,
I'm like, oh,
literally, every time.
Yeah. Espen figures it
You
out.
know, champions, they change. At some point, you're gonna be champion of the world. At some point, I will be.
Espen's like, yeah, sure, but I was champion, mate. I won 10 million. I've got 18 million in earnings. I'm okay being a former champ. Means I was a champ. Jack 8-7. Hashim with the best of it here. The board that Tim Gazin may look to put some more chips in, holding just 9 high and that open end working.
Yeah, fruitful open from the hijack 9-6 suited off of this stack depth. Let's get a flop that we liking up and down. Doesn't choose to c-bet against big blind, but surely we're going to see the delay on this ace of hearts turn. All of our ace highs probably going to be checking back on this board, so great turn to start barreling as Tim Gazin.
Barry does with a healthy sizing, I guess. Just really puts the pressure on those 8s and 7s, right? Actually, no, of course, having the jack going nowhere, especially in there with a gut shot draw. There's this kicker. Another ugly card to see.
Yeah, I feel it was Tim Gazin too. Bad a hand not to bet once again. We're literally bottom end 9 high. Doubt we're going to get to the river with many worse hands than this. This is probably the nut worst. And then just in terms of our range, we're going to have some delays with king 10. We're still going to have some strong hands on the ace turn. Feel like a mandatory barrel here.
10 seconds.
Like no diamond in hand as well, good thing. Just too good a combo in my opinion.
80.
Pretty big here as well. It's like 80k into the 94,000.
80.
Hashim really up against it now. Such a juicy looking flop for that holding, but the board just ran out horribly. And this time, Tim Gazin gets it through. It's always that a little bit more worrying about bluffing than you just got caught with deuce 3.
I know.
A few hands ago, you're like...
You do need to try and take that out of your head though.
Yeah. Here he is. Up to 280. Well, this table pretty shallow stat considering the stage of the tournament we're at. Of course, the Luxon Pay Grand Final Day 1C. We are still on Level 9, about to go to level 10, which would be the last level of rebuys. 15 levels in play today, but of course, once we get past level 10, slight wrinkle in this one, we go from 30-minute levels up to 40. And in fact, that's the case for level 11 through a level 20. Stay with me. After that, we go to 50-minute levels. So nice that the play, as we get deeper, does deepen with so much money on the line.
I think that's important. As the days go on, the clock gets bigger.
Do you play any video games at all?
When it's the business end.
Khrushchev facing a 30k bet on this 5-4-4 board.
And let's go for check call. Like in general, you do see just a lot of check call with top pair, but against button, when we're in the big blind and we do have some of these lower top pairs, we can definitely go for some check raises, still get value from some of these highs.
What is this man is just a man possessed.
It's not really an old
What is going on?
Just full throttle aggression depths.
I mean,
no, but League of Legends is also very quick now. I play Dota sometimes.
called
and
once again.
Dota
And
is also like, yeah, you have to be fucking fast.
Khrushchev
I don't know.
with what, half pot behind and another run out that makes it. I mean,
it's identical to the last one.
Right, we're just barreling with no hand, and somehow we get a river that, like, we get to bluff, right?
Yeah.
But Khrushchev, bolt upright in his chair. I mean, the 5 is surely the hand we don't get to call with. But
once again, like, think about where we are in our range. We're going to have plenty of flushes at the river from the big blind, just some, like 5x with a heart.
I reinstalled Dota.
They're going to be much better calls, but the thing is, we never know about player dynamic, and what we've seen from Vismanes already, if he is a bit of a firecracker, and Bakushinov knows that, it's kind of interesting.
We always play as a team, and we're on Discord, and it's like, yeah, it's a lot of fun.
credit to him for still thinking about this one.
Yeah.
But this is like, if you call here, it's like it's not one of those disrespect calls,
Oh, it's so disrespectful.
Because I can't think of what's the worst hand we've got to the river with check calling twice.
Yeah.
Like, I can't think of one.
Yeah, I can't think of one either.
I didn't want to play if I
Possible,
couldn't be good.
I mean,
and like even 6-7 gets there, so it's
right.
Like, we don't have a worse hand.
Like, if we get really heroic on the term of deuces, deuces no heart. I mean,
I just play to have fun, and it's actually fine.
This man must have some history, this Vismanes, for Khrushchev to be thinking about it for this long with, as Dem said, probably the worst hand we're going to have here at the river.
and you're hating life as Vismanes watching him put time bank chip to time bank chip. I think he's about to make a hero.
Not try harding.
This man is a man who pretty much all his caches have been here at Merit.
How old are you?
The thing is, like, Vismanes, all his bluffs on the turn should contain a heart, like King, Queen, Heart, Ace, High, Heart. Like, I can't really think of bluffs on the turn that don't contain a heart.
Too slow, you can imagine.
That's the problem we got here. It's Bakushinov. Would be some time to throw on that cape. Does he want to be a hero on stream?
I think is that the last time bank chip just gone in? We're into the final 30 seconds of his tank. He's burnt them all.
Yeah, I haven't played it at all.
Oh, this is heroic.
Yes.
Just want to see the table's
Oh,
reaction.
wow, he's made the call. And
he doesn't even get to show it.
he does show it, though. Vismanes mucking and...
on TV.
Don't do it.
And just don't value if I do anything, it's value.
Same.
A bit of advice from the table mates there. Don't bluff this man when he's on TV. Little bit of advice. But what a sick call.
But Khrushchev take a bow.
Second.
Deep into the tank, used up his last time chip and then made the correct call.
Oh, they feel so good though when you get them right, Demps. They feel so good.
Over here at Luxon,
YouTube.
Young popping up 2 jacks, 5k, 10k, min open from her. Hayek flopping a pair and a flush draw with just 43k behind.
Yeah, shallow stack depths here may just set him in as young on the flop.
And a straight flip for these two. Young with just 7 blinds back herself.
У меня просто слиплись карты, понял, и у меня получилось так, что я на флоп выложила 4, но потом забрала. Нормально у тебя все сошлось? Окей.
It was impossible to hold here even, pardon me, when you're sitting there with the 2 jacks, doesn't it? See that card, that hand get turned over, and well, the 3 now works, 8's a chop, the clubs, 7, 4, all still good for the win. And there it is, on the end. Like, with the much needed double up.
Yeah, back to 18 bigs, Young and down to just sub 9. She's going to need a spin.
We've just kicked off the 5k, 10k, so we're even deeper into the well here. Young with just 7 blinds left on the last level of re-entries.
If there is a time to have 7 bigs, that's the last level of entries. You can just jump straight back in if you don't win, you're all in.
Right, much better for that hand to happen now than in 25 minutes time.
Exactly.
When you're frozen out of it. Well, this Tannis moving in his 3 blinds. King 5-0. I mean, he's gone hard at this table, and fair play to him. I mean, Bakuziev had to come out with one of the sort of the great calls I've seen in order to pick him off.
He's going to get it in good here, though. Bakuziev with Queen Jack of clubs behind to the King High of Vismanus.
Try to finish the Latvian off.
Pretty good hand to see. King on the floor.
Yes. It's better 2, 3, 4.
Well, maybe the runner flush again.
We need something exciting.
Well,
it's all right.
Not much excitement on 9-6-3.
Now 10. What we are waiting for now?
Pension.
Pension is huge.
Queen on the turn. Well, this man just wants it over quickly. And bar king, exactly what it's going to be for him. And is it GG, sir? He played hard, that's for sure. No one's doubting that man's heart.
I think it's like aggression. If you put 2 players together, you put someone like him full throttle aggression, you put someone that's just got passivity about them. He's always going to run deeper like Vismanus. He's going to get the bigger results. Like, it's better to be too aggressive and then be able to tone it down over the years, rather than to be passive and try and learn how to be aggressive. It's a lot harder to come out of that shell, but I feel like it's better to be over aggressive and then learn how to tone it down and timed aggression, rather than be one of these passive players. It's really hard to come out of that shell when you've been playing for years passively and trying to be aggressive.
Good point. An art. Opening up Queen 10 of hearts and Cyprus. A little bit of a decision here from the big blind against that hijack open from a player who hasn't really stepped too far out of line.
They're at 35 now. Can go for 3-bet call here. Cyprus important. If we are going to 3-bet, that we never 3-bet fold here. Important to note that. If we are going to 3-bet fold, better to just play cool, keep some dominated stuff in.
150.
Whoa. Just going committal. Huge 3-bet.
Yeah, that
15
is
blinds.
Massive one. Would have just gone for like the 8 big blinds, 7.5 big blinds, somewhere around there. Like, sometimes still induce some stuff, get some potential ace-5 suited to rip. Like in this spot, potentially Queen Jack suited could rip as a 4-bet jam.
Right, I guess maybe Cyprus expert here, recognizing she doesn't think Anar's likely to do that, and maybe if she goes this size, maybe he like overfolds some of the hands, like 9s that might jam. So she's just trying to maximize equity that way. We'll see all sorts of different ways to approach these things, and players at the table know their opponents best. Pavlov, he's up against Hashim on a King 10-7 board.
So flop going check here,
Yes.
and Pavlov electing to check call third pair on the turn.
Oof. That's a cool one.
It's a real cool one for Hashim. And now it comes down to what size to choose here. And something really interesting for Pavlov. Queen Jack should bet flop here at a high frequency dent, so I feel like Tannis just gets to raise this one.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. When we do get bet into, do we check raise this hand? So you're saying yes.
I feel like Queen Jack's going to just be high frequency bet on the flop on the King 10, 7 rainbow, so probably not going to assign much of that. I guess Ace 10, one that could value cut ourselves against.
2 4s as well.
5 seconds.
I guess.
Does 2 4s go 30k on the river though, like 30%?
Right.
Probably
Okay,
not. I feel like this
67,000.
size is just too good not to go for the lot.
Well, he's actually gone for the really clicky size. I actually quite like this because that's what I was thinking. All those kind of, a lot of the one pairs fold. Maybe he's chosen a exploit sizing here that like one pair just can't really ever fold to, right?
Does Hashim ever value bet like King, Queen, King, Jack? I feel like that just snips back. So I feel like Hashim's either going to have a bluff here or Ace X plus, which is going to struggle to fold versus any size. Well, we'll see here. I can't see how we fold against this particular size, but
Yeah, pretty grim.
But I really like the raise from Pavlov. I feel like our hand's too good not to check raise here.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of a non-all-in sizing, so... And this is obviously just pure trust from Pavlov that if another bet came in, he knows he's beat. There we go. Tables it. Really unfortunate river for Hashim there. Wasn't really likely to do... Oh. Yeah. I saw some chips coming back into his hand now. I wasn't wondering what's going on, of course. Just making the pot right. Tannis Pavlov. Now with 30 bigs, 1.5 starting stacks. Prospering nicely here.
Yeah, like 8 people.
Yeah, it's all smiles now.
Won. So I was just 10-minute countdown waiting for players. Yeah. But if anyone entered, I would still win 8k. Yeah. Well, unless one player entered.
Interesting one here. 4-3 suited. Opened the button. Continued the queen high board. Turn went check. Now on this ace of spades river, Westmoreland probably obliged to bet 4 high once again playing the board. Not going to have a worse hand, and will definitely be some ace X in our range that play in this manner. But he has just seen Bakugiev hero in the most ridiculous spot.
Well, I think he's taken the seat. So he hasn't seen it. He's taken this man as the seat. And I had to do a double take there, seeing Jordan Westmoreland here. I think I've ever seen him here at Merit. And
I would time it till the break.
Bakugiev.
Right before break. And then I get all that time that runs.
I mean, what is going on?
Maybe trying to fold an ace here. Maybe just says, well, this guy's going to have a real tough time calling ace king, calling ace jack. Once turn goes check, he's just not really going to have too many strong hands. So maybe the idea there from Bakugiev.
I don't feel too good about this one, if that makes you feel any better.
Well, Chris should feel good. Because ace queen certainly doing nicely against this king 9. He only has 50k back himself. These two of the shorter stacks in the room. Battling out with not much more than 15 minutes left of late reg available, and a queen in the window is good news for the silver, but the check behind it presenting problems perhaps. Oh. Take the kings off the board. The 10s remain. GG's to Cassandra. He's going to bust out here. Late on level 10. Crystal Silver's been battling and sort of finally finds himself just above starting stack.
It's one way to save 2k though, isn't it?
yeah. Back over at the DTD live table. Cyprus in the action once more. And she's flopped best on this ace queen board, pardon me. And Kokowski with one of those hands where like we feel like we just see bet range on this board, don't we? But if we are going to check back a hand, we would love to check back 9s, wouldn't we?
Yeah, like it's one of those. Maybe like choose to check back stuff like kings and jacks, bet like 7s, 8s, 9s, this type of thing. Not loving it as Cyprus against guns specifically, but gonna have to call once still, like these pocket pairs that we beat, king jack, jack 10, king 10 all in there as well. But we don't love this spot already. We've got to take a turn.
Is this hand like 2 9s without a heart? One of the ones sometimes we see far again. You think it's just too far up there?
Yeah, it's too far up there. I feel like we need like 5 6s. It needs to be slightly lied down, just knock out some of like 8s, 9s. Like with 9s, we don't really knock out 10s because that 20 effective pre, these is just a pure jam versus us.
Okay.
So I feel like if we're going to start betting any pairs as a bluff, it should be stuff like 4s, 5s, 6s, knock out 7s, 8s, 9s, this type of stuff.
Makes a lot of sense, as does the check back. Pardon me. The check back makes a lot of sense. Now we find ourselves in a situation where Cyprus is going to feel fairly comfortable about our hand, but look like this is actually just going to try and squeeze a bit of value out of it. Slash block, right? Bukowski just recognizing that disastrous river card for him, although he could still have beaten some hearts, but didn't get curious. Yeah, it was always one of those spots when I saw when people sort of worked out that those small pocket pairs from early position raises just work out as like the great bluff hands. Like, I started seeing people pop up and I was like, what the hell is going on? Like, it was almost like overnight population realized, oh, hang on, we go hard with these.
Yeah, we do, like especially on like the turns that bring 3 Broadway cards where we technically get value from hands that always fold river, that have like the pair and the gut shot that have to call turn, but then we fight to get them to fold river. So it's kind of sick because you get value from them on the turn, although they're better hands than you, but you fold them out on a lot of rivers. So it's kind of a sick way to look at it. But so we've got an interesting one here, and Talboom actually finding a donk on a ball we should actually have some donks on as well, and a nice combo to do it with, up and down, club in hand. But running into the overpair part of Hasbani's range. Now, decision point for Talboom. Any triples about, we are going to have 6-7, 7-3 suited, 3-6, 4-5 pure 16 combos from the big blind.
66? 66. I've never been to Vegas, but
2/3 on the
it
turn.
just feels so insane to grind for 5 weeks. Like every time I grind, like for 50
Hasbani,
days, I feel like I get sick.
awkward
like,
spot with the 10s, but I feel like our
like
hand's going to be too
here,
good
you know, 'cause you have
to
the
be
spot
folding.
and
Like we're going to have
everything
some
on
ace
the
high calls with
But,
club,
like, every time
one
it's,
club
like, 2
on the
weeks,
flop that call.
it's sketchy.
That now just
What's
fold
the
turn, but
conditioner?
10's going to be slightly too good.
Vegas? No.
Then you go to San
Well, he just says, if you've got it, you've got it.
Yeah, I mean,
Don't want to give a free pull to those
I
draws.
want to do it at some point. I mean, I go to Florida
Problem with
quite a lot.
this, we just get snapped by the value of
Play,
4, 5, 6, 7, 7-3
but,
suited sets if
I mean,
they're ever
there's
in there,
different
and
things.
we
You
just
do
lose
it
bluffs. And like on a board like
have
this, Talboom
just
may
sitting
be
in a
overdoing it
hotel
with
room.
something like Queen 5 or Queen 4 that's just drawing to 10% equity. Like in our mind, if we feel like we've got the best of it, sometimes just got to be brave and say, okay, we're going to call turn, keep some bluffs in, and not fold many rivers. Like just wanting to take the pot down there.
Well, look at this.
One call.
Just won that pot to get up to 20 blinds. Finds aces and finds the trap.
Yeah, generally the stack size that we do like to trap off as well. Like sub 20, 15, like around there.
2 folds.
Well done from Pavlov, just kicking that 7-8 suited into the muck. A hand that a lot of players would be tempted to peel with, but he's probably recognizing there that you know, De Silva is going to be good enough to have some of these traps. I'm going to call, flop a pair, get myself in trouble a lot. Although, I probably wish he could have them back right now on that Queen 6 deuce couple of heart board. And why? Well, it feels like he's in danger here, having flopped that pair. Doesn't bode well.
Yeah, and Staffy's actually got a nice one to continue here. Even God versus cut off. King Jack got some removal to some of the stronger Queen X of Chris in the cutoff, but does go for a well-timed check. As Chris here just got to start betting, pin the field down, try and go heads up to the turn, but look at this.
Wow.
I guess he feels with ace of hearts. fine to just check, and now he gets Huyek to just send it in.
And he's feeling so good about his hand right now.
Open, please.
This was some gamesmanship going here. One card at a time.
Well, Huyek showed Chris the queens, and then Chris showed him the ace of hearts, waiting for the other card to be span over. I don't think any slow rolling going on there. Just
Huyek, just his face just perplexed at the sight of the aces, having just flat pre, checking back the flop. He's shocked to see that hand. Now, just 3 outs left in the deck for him to hit. And it's not to be. Forward pairing deuce.
Sit on win.
East to silver. Win yet another all-in.
yeah, good little 10-minute spout for Chris.
Joseph. Well,
Only big
GG's
blind,
to him.
just small one, yes.
So you see the background of the clock there. 1 minute 30 left on the level. So perhaps I'll just take a moment, break coming up, and potentially reinvest in this one.
To be fair, I've loved it. I've loved this free table, how quick it is. Usually you got that sort of 20 to 30 seconds to fill, dealer shuffle in, but I think this is fantastic, having the free tables, being able to switch between the three. Action thick and fast.
23.
Yeah, fantastic. Boost in production from the guys at GG. Always looking to push the envelope, as is Espen with 2 sevens from the cutoff. And Talboom, well, he found that cold 4 earlier.
Yeah, I don't think this is one that actually free bets that much. Cut off versus button against EP, yes, because like we knock out ace jack off. But in this situation, like Espen's going to open ace deuce through ace 9 suited. He's going to open king 10, queen 10, 10 9 suited. We just keep in so much dominated stuff with position in Espen's range in the form of a flat. A lot of people may see this, think aggressive playing the cutoff, I should free bet it. But when you actually strip the spot down, think of all the hands we actually dominate in this given scenario against Espen. Is going to take the aggressive route here. And we could see a 4-bet send here from Espen. Like against a competent player, these are the ones that we can choose as 4-bet rips. Some of these middle in pairs, LP versus LP, could definitely be an all-in here. And even more inclined with the ace jack off show. You know he's capable.
Right, that's the thing. This guy is definitely capable. And
Might be good.
there's the jam. And Espen more than happy to see ace 10 off into the muck. Avoids a flip situation.
It's lovely to see that, isn't it? Even when a player pot, you think, but instead just picks up 55k in additional chips as
I guess we're going off
we
TV
bring
now, right?
to a draw. Bring to a close the re-entry period of this tournament as the players are going on another break, and with it, I will be shortly stepping aside, but Picasso will be rejoining Jay Harwood in this room as we take a quick look at the counts. As we start that frame, Espen is leading the way on the Onyx table. He's increased his stack up to 689k, but a lot of the action at that table has come from the man third in chips, who really is pushing the envelope here at Merit. Jordan Westmoreland, shortest stack, making it through the rebuy period there, and American making a trip over to Merit for, I believe, is the first time. A name that we're very familiar to a lot of the American audience, but not one I've seen here before. Over on the DTD live table, Anar with over 1 million in chips. That is a big stack here, 5 times starting. Petova, the one leading the way a lot of time. She's increased her stack up to 700k, but obviously only good for third in chips there. Henrik Brockman right around the starting stack, involved in a number of coups, certainly in the first frame of play on that table. And then, of course, as we look at the Luxon table, very, very different sort of landscape here in terms of chip sizes. But we've seen some really interesting play from the players here. Atanas Pavlov, not surprising to see the moves he's been making. Very accomplished. Jay pointed out someone who plays quite a lot of the high rolls around the UK. And then, of course, the climb somewhat of Chris De Silva into third place there with 330k. And of course, Skogum Bundet, the man who started with the big stack there, still doing just fine. So guys, please don't go too far. We'll be back in 25 minutes.
5 raise 8 5. 7 4. 8 4. 1 4. Faithful. One goes 40k. 2 fold. 3 fold. Is 125. 5 4. 8 4. It's less. Showdown, guys. It's less than 125. Wait.
You are down because yeah, but I didn't score my card. I don't need to show my card. You need to wait.
You must show them.
Deals, shuffle up and deal. Registration for the tournament, close.
It's a fair turn.
call.
play champion of the world. Oh, goddamn.
Just for my followers, so I can say. Yeah, I'll do it for mine.
Open. One time, show. One time.
We'll see it anyways.
I will not watch this. Okay, you want to show us. Yeah, not the bull. This is my story.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Refreshed from our break. Of course, this is the Luxon Pay Grand Final, Day 1C. Look at the chip counts on the Luxon table. Daniil Stafeyev out in front, 600k good for 50 blinds. Krista Silva, who went short earlier, he's now up to around about 28 bigs. On the short stack, we have Hassanin Hashim, who really entertained us in the early going, with some work to do now, down to 7 bigs. Couple of names we know well also, Tannis Pavlov and Jessica Tussel, both sub 20 though, with work to do. over to the DTD live table, led by Saref Anar. Over $1 million in chips, Jay. 1.1 million, good for 92 bigs. Alyssa Sibgatova, who we've seen in the first few days of our coverage. Pretty serene progress for her so far. Through the names, we've got Brockman down there. We saw him earlier playing some spicy hands, but also, of course, work to do. It's sub 20 now for him. And Bazem Abudavas down to 8 blinds. Going to have to get after it. And over to the Onyx table, of course, the big daddy, the featured table, led by, well, a guy that's played a few hands of poker in his time, won a couple of events. You might have heard of him occasionally. Espen Jurstad, of course, who won the main 3 years ago, Jay. I'm getting long in the tooth for remembering such things. Running through the chip counts down to the shorties, Stephen Toole and Jordan Westmoreland, 10 and 11 blinds for them. So work to do. So welcome back, everybody. Myself, Andrew Headley, and Jay Harwood on comms, taking you through the next couple of hours. Jay, how's everything?
Yeah, settled in nicely. First session with them. Had some fantastic hands to cover. Saw some mad bluffs, some sick calls. It's all been going on so far, and can't wait to get into the next couple of hours with yourself. Obviously got to watch Espen as well. Always great to watch. And he's kind of an enigma, Andrew, because you said won the WSOP, you remembered the year as well, but like if you go back over the last 10 years, and I said name as many WSOP champs as possible, he's probably the one that's going to be at the top of the list, the most memorable.
I think it's probably because he was in the tank for about 45 minutes, if you remember that famous heads-up hand.
I do remember.
When he went to his happy place, closed his eyes, just, could you imagine? Like sitting there, I guess it was simpler because he had it both times from memory.
Yes.
So imagine you're all in on a bluff, heads up in the main event, and you're in the tank for 28 minutes while old mate just takes his time.
Yeah.
Genuinely obscene amount of time when you think about it. Anyway, let's go. Bekuziev under the gun. He opens the action with the King 10. Talboom, Jay, finds pocket queens off 23 bigs to start the hand. Comes in for 3-bet.
Yeah, it seems pretty standard. Size seems kind of nice as well off the 23. Just scaling down slightly. Going to be working.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, Bekuziev with a sort of bottom range open of his own.
And was a talking point. Bekuziev last session made a ridiculous call. Basically got to the river with his worst possible hand that he can have and still called off correctly. It was some moment, and I think the whole table was in shock.
Strapped on the cape correctly. Out to the DTD live table we go. Open here from Ozcan, 24,000 with the Queen 7 of Hearts. Abudavas, 10 bigs, sends the troops in. King Jack suited, seems pretty reasonable.
Yeah, standard as it gets, I think. This one should always be jamming versus this cut-off open, especially off 10. Still got a little bit of fold equity, and Ozcan with one that I doubt's going to be calling off here.
Yeah. Although stranger things have happened, we do see people like to spin the wheel here.
And this is why I use the word doubt, because that first 90 minutes I had with them, so I was seeing a few things I weren't expecting to see, but we're here at Merit.
Yeah.
And there is the jam getting through.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty reasonable open and a very standard shove. Worthy of note, 450 runners, chunky. In 1C here, so I'd imagine once more on course to smash the prize pool. It's been a great start here at the MPP 2025. Back to the Onyx table we go. Looks like a single raised pot here. Alexandrov content to check back with ace 10 versus the big blind defend of Toole, who has a double gut shot, Jay.
Yeah, kind of an annoying card here for Toole. Gonna, in our head, have a lot of leads on the turn, but Queen of Diamonds probably one we should be checking over.
That makes sense. Lots of Alexandrov's checkbacks. Could have some interactivity with this one. What do you like here, Jay, with ace 10? Like, do you want to start bluffing this? Or?
It's kind of interesting, isn't it? Because Toole has got this stack depth that can just potentially check jam against us. So maybe is one that potentially does check here at this stack depth. Still can show down.
Oh, look at this, and he's found it. Very nicely done. I guess like targeting sort of hands that have given up on the flop and then just start bluffing, right? Like a suited ace or something with no interaction from the hijack.
Yeah, exactly that. Even a suited king, like Alexandrov should open like a lot of suited kings from this position that just delay on this queen turn. And we just get some ace highs and king highs to fold out here.
Yeah, credit to Tool for finding this one. It's not always immediately intuitive, right? You're worried that you're just going to get snapped off. That's a huge pickup. Well done.
Nicely done from Tool there. Hard to jam on that turn when it's probably more favourable for the opener, but does get it through and gets the better hand to fold.
Yeah, gets himself a little bit of breathing room up to 220k. Love these new little tables of chips for each table. Makes it a lot easier for us in the booth. Espen still with the table chip lead as we head back over to Luxon. Single raise pot here. Stafeyev from the cutoff. And Chris De Silva defending. Flops top pair on the 9-3-3J and looks like he's reaching for check raise.
Yeah, I like it from Chris. Spoke about this earlier with Demps, like some of these late positions versus big blind, like do go for some check raises with our top pair for protection. And Chris flushing out the ace-5 there.
Yeah, nicely done. Yeah, whenever you get to this kind of like sub 25, right? If you flop top pair against late position, it's like, all right, let's.
Yep.
If you've got it, you've got it.
Exactly that. The famous quote.
We did that this afternoon, myself and James. Little bit of filming for the stream, a bit of content, and we had to name the famous poker quotes.
Oh, okay.
It was quite good fun. One of them was, if you call, it's going to be all over, baby.
Scotty win.
There we go. Can't get them past you, can we? Right. This is interesting. This is a limp, multi-way limped pot. It certainly looks like it. So Oz can open him with a limp and are content to limp behind with the ace-7 of diamonds. Brings in Abudavas and Brockman. And look at this from the big blind. Astratov says, no, no, no.
Astratov taking off with a 9-4 off.
I mean, obviously it's a very extreme hand combo to use, but you can kind of see what he's thinking, right? Like the cutoff button, small blind are all kind of dead money, right?
Yeah, or even the hijack. Like if the hijack's got a hand that's top end, it probably just wants to open. So maybe just an exploit here feels like it's going to get through enough of the time. But would prefer having a little bit of removal, an ace or a king, something blocking some continues. But here we are.
Whatever. Let's go. Bump it up.
Street poker, Andrew. Sometimes just
sure is. Well, it's going to work out favorably, potentially, on the 8-6-3. Pretty innocuous looking board. We've got the betting lead. We have 9 high.
You say that like it's a good thing we have 9 high, but
I mean,
I feel like it is that we have to bet it now. Just folding out everything better.
It's fine. He can't have 9-10 of spades now, so he's not going to continue, right?
That is correct. 50k into 172, so just shy of 30%, and interesting now for Oscan with the ace-10 to overcards to the board.
It's just become really murky now, right? Like, because we limped and there's this kind of 5x ISO, it's hard for us to sort of narrow down what Astratov is going to be doing this with, because so many people limp behind. And look, there's more than one way to do it. He's just picked up 120k or so in chips there just by bullying the limpers.
The whole red line.
Yeah.
Getting the better hand to fold.
I want one of these T-shirts. I don't know. You haven't been here long this week, but we're seeing the old GGPoker emoji T-shirts everywhere. Now these two going at it again. Kuziev this time with a stronger hand, ace-10 off. This is a tough one, Jay, right? Against the better players in the big who might find some polar light stuff. Exactly
that. Like, it's very player dependent, I feel, these spots. If it's someone that will find like some ace deuce, ace 3 that we dominate, potentially get involved, but if we're against someone that we don't deem capable, it's just going to value bet close to value.
And he does deem his man to have the capability, decides to put it in. It's tough to fault him, right? Like, if it is someone like you suggested who will find the 3-bet bluffs, ace-10 does okay against that range, but unfortunately it runs into the queens.
I feel like maybe we need to have like the suited broadways to be 4-bet ripping, like these one in general, like the 4-bet not all in bluffs are deeper, like the offsuit. We just want that little extra 5% equity when called being suited. But Talboom has been active.
Yeah, it gets snapped off. Gonna have to find help, and well, Jack 8-5 all hearts. All of a sudden, Kuziev, an equity favorite now, 57% of the time, is going to send Talboom home. Not on the 7 of clubs, but does bring more outs in the form of a 9. Basically flipping here with 1 to come. 590k in the middle. And he gets there in the most tilting fashion for Talboom. Queen of Hearts on the river. Takes it in good spirits.
Top set, no good, sir.
Good luck, guys.
GGMillion up to just shy of 800k.
Yeah, GG, unlucky.
I always say, Andrew, if you're ever going to get caught bluffing, make sure it's pre-flop. This is when equities run finest. We have more chance of getting there.
Yeah, nothing to be done. Obviously, fist pumping it in when faced with the 4-bet shove. And Bakuziev on the move. Over to DT Live then. Open from Anar from Hijack with a pretty strong hand. Ace-Queen does get 3-bet to 91k from Astratov in the small blind. Gonna make the call, Jay, in position. Through to the 9-7 deuce rainbow board. Action on the Russian.
Interesting one here for Astratov out of position. Difficult to fold out better really here with the ace-king high, but still going to have all these overpairs in the range as the 3-better.
Right, like it's kind of one of these, right, where you feel compelled to c-bet, right? You've got the betting leads, but it can be quite difficult to define, you know, where your opponent is, especially when we bet so small. This is a little intriguing to me. I'm not sure we have too many 15%ers, but he has gone with it.
So 15%. Call by the ace-queen, has to continue versus that size.
Have a little peek. Still ace-king.
Maybe checking for a club. Potential maybe to double barrel, unload on club rivers could have been the idea from Astratov.
Oh, big old bet from Anar. Decides to turn his ace-queen into a bluff immediately.
Once again, like, only really trying to fold out exactly what Astratov has. Like, if he does have one of these 3-bet bluffs, we're just ahead of them anyway, like an ace-4, an ace-3, maybe a king-jack, king-10.
Very nice, though. Is this a situation where, for, like, Astratov, when we choose 15%, starts to make it a bit trickier for us, because Anar can have so many different combos that when they do start firing on the turn, there can be more bluffs in there, right? It's a tricky spot.
There's not really much in the 3-bet coup on that board that's going to fold out to 15% anyway. Like, you name me a hand that folds to 15%.
I can't think of many. Ace-4 of hearts or something like this. Even that might call. Well, then, back to the Onyx we go. First look at Espen in this new frame. He's going to bet in position here. I believe this is single raise pot and 2 calls. Espen going to go for value and protection on the 10-8-7 board. 7 of hearts on the turn after Bakuziev check calls. Very wide open from him, by the way, with the 8-5 of hearts.
Seems like one that Espen's going to be checking back. Like, theoretically, Bakuziev should be checking some overpairs here as well at this stack depth, so we'll be aware of that as Espen.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense. We could potentially go for a thin river value bet on a lot of rivers. It's the 4 of clubs. Is this one that's a little too thin, Jay? Like, do we like a bet with 9s?
No, I don't think I do. Just simply because, like, the hand we probably target here is an 8 specifically. And
yeah.
from +2, Bakuziev shouldn't have too much 8x, in my opinion. Like, he's got 8-5 of hearts. We can see that he's treated himself to a wide open, but I feel like it's difficult to get called by worse here for Espen.
Look at this. Some of the best players in the world, this is how they maximize their value. Yeah. Just seems to know where he is, and all of a sudden, Bakuziev with a tough decision, Jay.
Yeah, one thing I will say that is actually interesting why Espen may have bet this spot. He was present at the table when Bakuziev called off 4 pair on a 4 to flush 3 to straight board and saw that Bakuziev got really sticky. So maybe that has a factor, and there we go. He's going to get paid by just an 8. And
really nice.
That's the difference. That's why he was world champion back in 2022. I don't feel a lot of people find that value bet there, but could have been player dependent, knows his customer. And there was also advertisement in that hand you weren't here for. Someone mentioned at the table not to bluff that man on the TV table, so there was some advertisement.
Yeah, nice. Well done, Mr. Eurostat.
Lovely bit of thin value on the end.
It's always important, right? Like if you, over time, of course, right? Especially as you run deeper in tournaments, getting thin value can have a big old impact on your chip stack moving forward. As we move back to the DTD live table. Got a C-bet here from Ozcan. Intriguing one for me on the Queen 10-8. And our calling in position, Jay.
No, big stack across these three tables. Just seems to be happy to bet when checked to.
Yeah, this is not one that I would bet, right? Like you yourself are just going to check this one back and look to evaluate rivers.
Even on the flop, I'm surprised flop hasn't gone check. Ozcan potentially with one that can check out of position, but Anar wanting to go for maybe the old bet on the turn to get a free showdown, perhaps what this could be.
Yeah. Is he going to value bet this? Is he? Wow. I mean, I guess it's not a bluff.
150.
Like, pretty wild to find this one, half pot.
This is madness, the value bet this. I think like maybe Jack 10 suited, 10-9 suited are the ones we target, but pocket nines, like 9 shouldn't bet flop, Jack 10 suited. I wouldn't expect to bet flop.
Yeah.
And you see there, just the king 10 out the way. So if it was value, we're never getting called by a worse hand if the same hand is folding.
Welcome back to Merit, Jay.
Oh, it's great. It's,
right, we bet here, we get called by 9-10, and we fold out jacks.
It's unbelievable, isn't
Eh?
it? It's unbelievable. And Anar just on the move, having this stack at this stage.
Yes, chunks. All right, then, Hashim, who thrilled us earlier, has unfortunately run into the very bladed pocket kings of Chris De Silva. Basically the worst possible shape you can find yourself in pre-flop.
They're going to do well to get out of this one.
Yeah, unfortunate. Was on the very short stack here. 5 or 6 bigs all in pre. Barring some kind of miracle run out, 3% equity for Hashim. Is he going to get the jack? Of course he is. You got to have some form of sweat. Jack of diamonds turn. 10 or dead for Hashim, unfortunately for him. Has to depart the table. Good game, sir. He's one to watch, though, for later in the week. Really played some beautiful hands. Me and Demps were pretty impressed. Chris De Silva, though, stacking him up, closing in on 500k. As a Tannis Pavlov looks to have a catnap.
Thank you.
Back we go then to DTD Live. Sibgatova on the button. 10-7 of spades.
25.
Probably bottom of the suited 10s we open. 10-6 suited probably goes into the muck. 10-7 just getting in.
Yeah, onto Ozcan. Content to defend from the big with the 3-5 of hearts. Well, what a flop for Sibgatova. 10-6 deuce, 2 of spades. Quick check from Ozcan.
15.
Just north of 20%, between 20% and quarter. Small size. Sibgatova. Ozcan feels like needing to call. Getting this price with his gutter.
Sibgatova continues to improve. 10 of clubs on the turn.
A really nice card, not in the form that we just turned troops, but like even some 6x. Obliged to continue win this 10 pairs.
Any checking at all, Jay, or you think this one's just so good? Like, let's just...
I feel like at this stack depth, like, we just want to go bet, get as much as possible. If it's like potential shallower and we can get still play for stacks on rivers, potentially, yeah, then check. But I feel like a 6 is just going to be calling always. Even the gutter coming along for this size.
Yeah, not a big fan of this. Would rather have shown some aggression myself here. Nothing worse here than just having to always check fold rivers. Unless you ping that miracle 4. 9 of diamonds completes the board. Sibgatova with the check mark.
So we choose a size here to target a 6. Like never getting called by the missed spade draws anywhere. Potentially some like 9-8, 9-7 of spades in there, but wouldn't be going too large here. Sibgatova.
Yeah, she goes with half pot. Makes some sense. Very nice pickup for her. Another one who's impressed us in the early going of our MPP coverage over the last few days, just consistently chipping up. Around about half the field have been eliminated, 450 entrants, down to the last 200 or so. We jump over to Luxon. Pavlov here, gonna activate with a bluff on the Jack 10 5-8 board. Stafiev checking the flop behind as the original opener.
Can be a nuisance, this man, whenever senses weakness in the form of a check, he does just like to attack regardless of his hand. Like, would prefer having a queen, a 9, but just going to take the king 6 off here.
Well, he's rivered a pair, 6 on the river. Decision now, Jay, whether to take our showdown. Does quickly check.
They're kind of interesting now for Stafiev. Is it, can we credibly rep anything
it's
off
really
the check
hard,
and back
right?
flop? Yeah,
super awkward.
Like pocket 8s is literally it, probably. Maybe like a 10-8 suited if we're treating ourselves to a loose open, but
yeah, like, are we going to value bet ace 10, right? This is the problem, right, when you start putting money in on the river. What I'm saying is it's hard to have thin value, right? Maybe it would be something like an ace 10. Can't think of too many Jack X at this stack depth that don't just c-bet flop.
Yeah, agreed.
So maybe a queen 9 suited, something like that might be. Oh, and he's jammed. Okay. Now then, Mr. Pavlov.
Yeah, so now this is interesting because if he chooses a not all in size, like you say, Andy, maybe there's some ace 10. Expect king 10, expecting a jack to go for value itself. But now he's gone for this size, repping a more condensed value range. But either way, Pavlov doesn't take too long before tossing the full pair into the muck.
Maybe part of the problem with having a king in hand, right? Like the kind of king queens, king 9s, ace kings, or the maybe some of the natural bluffs. Well done, Stafiev, though. Gets it through. Up to 727k. Action continues. Thick and fast. Back to GTD Live we go. Astratov here. Opens with 10s plus 2. Ismailov from the hijack J, 20 bigs, sends them in. Not unreasonable.
Yeah, if I know the man was squeezing 9-4 off, which he probably doesn't, but if there's some dynamic between the two and he already knows that the guy's capable, fine with this jam against this particular opponent.
Yeah.
And then like these spots, like Fieri is just a snap call because the jacks through aces should 3-bet not all in to induce, so 10s we should never really see jacks through aces, but if we're against an opponent that potentially will jam his hands, it becomes a bit more dicey. Even still, 10s for 20.
Yeah, I feel like 10s, you just shrug your shoulders, flick in a chip. I hear you though, like I can start to get behind folding even like 9s here maybe, thinking that 10s and jacks are in the reshove range. Obviously against certain opponents, you're just going to call them too, right? You hear me. Anyway, we're off to the races. So over 500,000 in the middle. If Astratov can hold, going to be up through that magical 1 million chip mark. Ismailov looking for help. They both look absolutely thrilled to be here, playing the Luxon Pay Grand Final. We go then. Oh, Jack in the window. Great start for Ismailov.
Yeah, no runners either, so just fading a 10.
No dice on the 4 of hearts turn. 2 outs once for the Russian. Oh, and there it is.
What a brutal game we play.
Oh, 10 of clubs on the river. Dagger in the heart of Ismailov. GG, sir. And all of a sudden, Astratov up over that million chip mark as we referenced. Those are nice to hit, right?
They are. They feel good. You've already in your head doubled the player up and you're thinking how many chips you got left in your stack, and then you just drill that 2-outer on the river.
That's why poker's the greatest game ever, right? You see that jack, you're like, I hate this game. I'm so tired of these flips. Never win. Oh, thank you. Good game, mate. Listen, you played a sensational game of cards today, sir. Unlucky. As we see 2 players on that table above a mill. Joins Anar. Bunch of short stacks, though. Brockman, Abu Davis, and Kotkovsky with work to do. Back to Onyx. Pretty wide open from under the gun. Pocket fours from Alexandrov. 3-bet from Z, 62k.
Wow.
Okay, Westmoreland deciding. I mean, he does only have 6.5 blinds. He's going to run it with the king-queen O.
Yeah, gonna actually love what he sees. The fact that Z's got ace-jack and he's got 2 live cards. I just feel once it goes EP open, 3-bet likely to be dominated here with king-queen or flipping, but picked a very good time to get it in as Westmoreland.
Yeah, it might be. Of course, we're not always privy to what's been going on the previous few hours. Might be 2 very spicy opponents where we think king-queen can hold up just fine. And he gets it in with 40% here. Dead money in the middle.
I could see it at like 4 bigs, but at 6.5, like when we can still have fold equity when folded to us and we get a shove through, potentially
I mean, I don't know.
could just let it go.
Well, could have let it go and is actually flop dead. Pretty rare in No Limit to be dead on the flop. No way out of this one. GG Westmoreland are getting to that stage. Lots of shallow stacks. Gonna be a bunch of blood on the felt. Z to 630k.
No, I mean it's.
I hear you though. I would normally fold this.
Like we've got what we're cut off, so 1, 2. We've got another 5 hands to just find a hand to open shove.
I think like king queen suited, I could get behind running it.
Nice weather.
Yeah, potentially.
Your house without you outside it's
You're like
raining and it's gray and it's like.
Yeah, start questioning life choices.
Back to the Luxon we go. Under the gun, skull gun bandit with the pocket 10s.
6-bet.
Tricky ones these, Jay, on the king queen 5.
Yeah, against gun, I don't mind folding unless it's a tiny size, which it actually is from Skolgan Bandit. He's been doing a lot of this, a lot of small sizes, regardless of texture. 12k into 68 here, so sub 20%. But we've seen this a lot from Skolgan Bandit.
5-hole.
Yeah, I'm with you. With no backdoors and stuff against the bigger size, and could imagine folding being a thing. Staffeev though, gonna go hunting for a 5. Comes up empty. Jack of Hearts turn. Really interesting spots these.
Yeah, the thing is, if I'm Skolgan Bandit here, it's just going to be a triple for me. 10's no spade. Like, just target all these 1-pair, King X, Queen X to fold out by river. We block the 10-9, we block the ace-10. If you got it, as you say, Andrew.
Yeah.
Just seems like too good a combo not to target some King X, Queen X now and just unload on the river.
Yeah, I like this a lot from him. Just immediately put like King 7 of diamonds in a grim spot, right? You know, even and all of the other 1-pair holdings.
6-bet 37.
One thing I will say is that we haven't seen him choose many larger sizings. Obviously, this is going to get, you know, the naked 5 out of the pot. But maybe in the longer term, we need to, like, there is B33 to B40 on this dynamic board. You know, if we're nitpicking, I would say like a 3/4 pot bet, right? Starts to
set up the river
make
jam.
a bit more sense, though, right? Like if we have 2 pairs straight ourselves, want to get money in. I like it though. Very nice turn bet.
It's an interesting one here. It's Abdavas going for the limp in the cutoff after a limp from Ozcan. Only working with around 13 bigs with a 6-7 suited, 20 bigs for Ozcan.
Yeah, you do. We have seen, you know, throughout the coverage the last few days, some of these really weird, you know, we're going down branches of the game tree that even for us in the comms booth can be a little tricky. Multiple limped pots. Abu Davis deciding, right, well, I'm in for 12. Might as well be in for 40. Has less than popped back. Big flop for him, and it is pure empty. Ace, Queen, 9. All Brockman.
Any checks here, Andrew, at this 1 SPR?
I don't think so. We've ISO'd. I just bet really small. I think like our opponent's going to have enough of the kind of 10 Jack, King Jack, King 10, some flush draw types that want to get. He's not, is he? He's not, is he?
Nah, this is just
you never know. I'm telling you.
TV
But
time.
yeah, you would imagine it's TV time. Yeah, I guess you could just. I feel like if your opponent has any decent piece of this board, he's just going to get it in. And you can just, you know, if he has ace-8 of hearts or whatever. Well, we have a heart. You hear me, ace-8 of clubs. We're just going to stack him. The natural checks, I guess.
Kings.
Kings, yeah. But like maybe you could, right? Sometimes you can literally disregard theory and just be like, if I check, this guy's gonna bluff, right? So that's a thing, right? All right, Jessica Tussell, pocket sevens, 15 bigs.
A really close one. I'd probably induce 8s, but 7s I feel like just jams.
4 all in.
I feel like 8s, like 9s I'd definitely induce. So 8s is kind of close, but 7s just probably want to jam for 15.
I would still raise call this, like against, it kind of depends who's on my left. Again, once again, if you got like the super pros who will always, you know, 3-bet jam deuces through 6s and ace deuce suited through ace 6, then I like just min. But yeah, I mean, can't be a mistake just to open pile.
81.
And got a call, Jay, right?
Yeah, it should be a snap ace 10 here. Tussel's going to have some ace X we dominate, going to have king 10, queen 10 suited we dominate, jack 10 suited, flipping with a lot of stuff, and even like 60% versus like the king queen, king jack, all this type of stuff, jack 9 suited.
Yeah, he's kind of shown himself to be a little risk averse in certain spots, which is not a criticism. You know, doesn't really love playing big pots, but can't imagine folding this against a good professional. You know, Jessica's just gonna find, right, all the ace X offsuit and stuff like this. She's gonna rifle them in. So we're off to the races. And both players can be relatively happy to see what their opponent has. All right, we're flipping 380k in the middle. Oof, ace in the window, followed by the 8 and the 4. Not good news for Jessica Tussell. Needs a backdoor straight or a 7. Does have some chop outs on the Queen of Spades. Any spade now, of course. Will allow her to remain in her seat. Looking for the 7 of hearts, though. For the full double. No dice. Jack of clubs completing the board. GG, Jessica. And good luck in the rest of the week's endeavors. And Skullgun Bunda up to 700k or so now, Jay.
I remember Jessica from last year. Did she have a deep run in one of these last year?
Yeah, she's very accomplished professional. I can't remember, but I remember she was deep in something. I don't remember the exact event.
Was she the one also that got busted by her other half?
Her other
yes,
half
that's
on
the
the
one.
bubble.
Yeah, I remember now. It's just clicked. It's just clicked in the head.
I wonder if she forgave him by now. Guys, if you are just joining us, Luxon Pay Grand Final Day 1C, $2,200 buy-in, $2 million guarantee. Starting chips in this one, of course, 200,000. Started with a 30-minute clock, Jay. I believe that now is up to 40 minutes.
That is correct.
And Reg is closed now. Right, there we go.
So we got this level about to go up, and then 2 more levels of 40 minutes break, and then you and Demps back for the last hour and 20.
Yes, sir. Back to the Onyx we go, and here he is. One of the bosses, the end bosses of Merit, Gromov. Not sure how much you've seen of him, Jay, but he's box office. He's going to do a lot of funky, aggressive stuff.
Well, you before you joined us, he actually busted on a bullet in the booth where he made a pretty mad play. 3-bet squeezed the 7-5 off
He
and
does spicy stuff.
went for it. So I've already seen what Gromov can do.
You will be impressed as we go at like some of his live reads can be pretty sick. Like he will just get after people. Obviously sometimes that's going to backfire. I mean, look at this for appeal from him. Just the naked gut shot. Again, interesting that Bekuziev decided to c-bet this one, Jay.
Yeah, especially three-way, kind of interesting with the jacks. 4 on the turn. Gromov does pick up bottom pair to go alongside his gut shot, but can't see any player putting chips in on this turn.
I remember in Barcelona when he won
Bekuziev and Alexandrov both very mediocre type holdings on this texture. Gromov may get the chance to activate on rivers. 9 of clubs completes the board.
No, he's insane. Yeah. He's completely insane.
I mean, you would imagine if we've overcalled, we might want to bluff this one. Let's check.
Could have been an okay spot for it.
Like mid-stakes.
Like 4's never going to be a good three-way, is it?
I would argue it's a mandatory bluff in this spot. Like block some flushes, block 7-8, right? Like we have an 8 in our hand. The 4, less of a, you know, interaction when it's versus under the gun and dealer specifically, but you do block some 2 pairs if you have like a funky 4 or 5 suited and stuff like this. I feel like if we call flop, then we should bluff. Anyway, Bekuziev's loving that live, picking that one up with jacks, up to 755k. Over to GTD live we go. Ozcan versus Astratov. This looks like a potential limp and ISO to me.
Yeah, exactly what it was. Limp under the gun with the jack 10 off. ISO from Astratov with the raggy ace.
Pretty ambitious, right? Dip into the ace-6s of this world. Is going to go for it, though. And is going to c-bet a faintly terrifying queen 10-9 board.
Maybe it just feels like one and done here from him. Now that he's ISO'd, but going to get some bad news. In the form of a jam. Ozcan just happy to run it.
Actually, don't totally hate it. Middle pair, open-ender, backdoor diamonds. Put some pressure on some hands. Just, you know what? I'm ready to go. I typically call, but you hear me. I've seen worse. Ozcan, 312k. And are still out in front. 1.36 million feels like a lot. Over to Luxon we go then. 3-way coup, Krista Silva up against Stafeev and Timur Gazin in the small blind.
Interesting one for Chris here on Nintendo 3-way. Happy to bet this heads up. 3-way, I'm not sure. 20k into 99.
Yeah. Really tricky spots always, obviously, in the multi-way kind of dynamic. Just feels like you never get a flop fold, which might not be the end of the world. I would typically start with check or bigger bet, I think. Could be wrong. Jack of Diamonds turn, both now improve to a gut shot to Broadway.
Yeah, I feel like this is maybe the problem with the flop size, because now like Stafeev can still have stuff like Queen Jack suited, King Jack suited, Ace Jack off. Like once we size up on the flop, like we're going to knock out a lot of these holdings 3-way.
Sure.
But like just condense the range more. But against 20%, he's just still got so much stuff in there.
And it starts to get murky when we line up the barrels for exactly the reasons you just said. Of course, though, on the flip side of that, when we go small, we get, allow our opponent to have all of the 4s through 9s of this world that are going to struggle to continue. See what Chris decides on.
Yeah, still going to have the overpair advantage, still going to have the strong Jack X as played, so wouldn't shock me if we saw the double barrel come in here from Chris. Target 4s through 9s, even set up a triple versus some like Ace 10, King 10, Queen 10.
So as he lines up the barrel, what do you do now, Jay, as Stafeev? It's around about half pot on the turn from the Silva.
Yeah, no, it's an awkward one with the Ace Queen. Like we can be ahead of some stuff like King Queen, King 9 suited. Probably going to be mandatory barrels on this turn. Now, what are we doing on like Brick Rivers? Are we happy to hero down Ace Queen here, or are we just feeling like 3-1's too good a price with 2 overs and the gut shot to the nuts? It's going to call.
It does commit chips. Big river incoming. Is the 7 of diamonds. Neither player with a diamond in hand.
And once again, back to that flop size. Still some plausible flushes there for Stafeev once we go 20%. This is the thing, like all like the Ace X of diamonds are just going to take one off. All the like King Queen of diamonds, King 9 of diamonds, stuff 3 to flush, 3 to straight.
So we're basically trying to fold out a turn Jack if we go for this, right?
Maybe some like King 10, Ace 10, this type of stuff, some 10X, but we are going to end up chopping this up.
It's pretty interesting. Like Stafeev probably doesn't think he's good that often on river. I was surprised to see surprised to see him check so fast. Both are going to be pretty happy and maybe think to themselves, I'm not sure about that hand. Tricky spots. These 3-way coups.
I think there's so much to learn from MTT tournaments. Like you've got to learn your multi-way spots at certain stack depths, then it changes it when you're shallower or when you're deeper, then it's changing when you're going heads up. It's just ridiculous how much you need to know. That's why it's like the Cadillac of poker, in my opinion. MTT, Texas Hold'em. I've got a lot of respect for the people that just play tournaments. I'd go mad, honestly. If I only played tournament poker, I think I'd go mad.
Well, back to Onyx. As we see Gromov here, 55k on the turn. Top pair on the flop continues to barrel on the Jack of Hearts. Tool, non-believer, does call twice with Queen 6. Gromov now content to check back river. Makes sense.
Yeah, difficult once again. I guess we target the worst 7x, maybe some non-believing 6x. Feels too thin to be going for value.
Yeah. I'm with you. Gromov then. Bullet 2. As far as we know.
Yeah.
Up to 530k. Good for 35 big blinds. Back we go then to DTD live table. Sibgatova. Pocket 6s from +1. Makes it 30k to go. Round to Anar. Does get out of the way with the ace-8 of spades. A little surprising with the mega stack. Gonna beat round to Astratov. We've seen this man has spice in his poker vocabulary.
It doesn't strike me as a man that folds much in the big blind.
Does commit 15,000 more. King, Queen 8, 2 clubs. None of flop either player is thrilled with Jay. Sibgatova with the betting lead.
One of these as well, Sibgatova potentially could be used as a multi-street bluff, 6s with a club, but not going to need to. Just 7 high out the way for Astratov.
Yeah, one and done. Always nice, of course, when you have an under pair to the board. Your opponent just to get out of the way. Back to the Onyx. 3-way pot in progress. I have Gromov here with the open raise with ace-5. Called by Gekuziev on the button with 8-6 of diamonds. Espen electing to complete with the King 8 offsuit. And here comes the big blind lead.
Yeah, just the only player really with straights here. 4-7, 4-deuce, going to be in there from the big blind, as well as a lot of these 2-pair combos that our opponents should not have. I'm a bit, it's a bit of an outrageous combo choice though from Espen. Like, you prefer to have like a 7, a 4. I guess we do have this 8 of clubs we can put to work on later streets.
Sure. Yeah, this is one of those where against late position specifically, it starts to get a little dicey because cutoff, of course, he's going to start opening, right, the 7-8 suited of this world, 6-7 suited, some King 6 suited, right, for top pairs, etc. But does decide that in a multi-way spot, he can start to put pressure on his opponents. Maybe wants to take some live reads down the streets. Both players call him. I'm not going to like that. Jack of diamonds turn, Jay.
It becomes incredibly difficult to barrel into 2 again here with our hand, and does quickly knuckle over to Gromov. He's sitting with the second best of it at the moment. Gekuziev, pair of 6s still out in front.
So what do you want to do, Jay, with the 6 here? Like, it's kind of grim, right? Like, you don't really want to put chips in?
I feel like we're going to hear from Gromov if he's got a better hand than us. I feel like this could be okay, because I'd expect Espen just to keep barreling hands better than a 6, and then I'd expect Gromov to just bet a hand better than ours when check 2 from Espen. So I actually kind of like this from Gekuziev.
Okay.
Get some value from a 5, get some value from some club draws, some 4x.
Yeah, he is going to get value from that 5. So 400,000 in the middle. Gromov with pot behind. Deuce of spades completes the board. We can see Gekuziev wins this pot with a check. Does indeed find that check behind. Going to be thrilled to see the ace-5 of Gromov. Very nice pickup for him. Over $1 million in chips now. There we go. You can see it. Table chip captain for now. Closely followed by Alexandrov. Espen on 650k. Gia Shulukia lurking in the shadows with 340. Now then, Skullgun Bundit has run into the bullets here with a light 3-bet pre-J.
Yeah, don't mind it though. Gun versus +1 here. King, queen off. Can go for the 3-bet bluff once in a while. On this occasion, just ill-timed. Shouldn't be doing much more in the pot though, assuming we're met by 4-bet off Stafif.
Yeah, you just very rarely see people trap this at this depth, right? Kind of 40 bigs effective, reasonable for Stafeev to think that Skullgun Bandit's range is going to be strong, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, like he's a little unfortunate here that it's King Queen offsuit and not Pocket Queens or something of that ilk.
Yeah, when +1 free bets us, we do expect them to be weighted more towards some value stuff. Should just be underhand there, but don't mind it from Skullgun Bandit once in a while.
Seems like a pretty well played hand by both.
Видишь?
Terrible feeling when they fold, though.
I know. You're always, oh, why not flat? But like you said, that stack depth, I think it would just be a mistake not to 4-bet. Like if we get shallower potential, some flats going in there.
Yeah, people don't bluff much, right, from +1, so a little unfortunate for him. But, you know, pick up 90k uncontested can never be too bad. Back we go to GTD Live. Tricky spot for Anar then. Gadziev has found the goods in the big blind. 3-betting to 140. Starting the hand with just 30 bigs.
And I think one that potentially 4-bet jams here. 9's LP versus big blind. Potentially one that just sends it in. But Anar finding a well-timed flat. However, going to find it hard to not double Gadziev up on this board.
Yeah, I mean, we just put it in. Okay. Intriguing. I would just send it here, I think.
Yeah, I probably would have just 4-bet sent in the first place, pre, but once we get here, agree. Feel like can just run it here with the 9s.
Let's land on call. 3 of clubs on the turn. If Gadziev still good. Gonna jam now for 40% pots. You don't love J, right? But I mean, what are we gonna do?
Yeah, just got a call. We got an overpair, hijack versus big blind. We got a gut shot just in case for insurance. We fold if Anar finds it. I don't think many people are folding this.
Yeah, it's hard to beat value. Obviously, you might occasionally beat like ace-8 offsuit, something like this. That you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's out of a 3 and at 30 though. It shouldn't be. So it's like one
Not too often,
them, isn't it?
He's reaching. Get a great price, 198k to win, 683.
Like, what are we looking for on the turners? Once we call flop, like we're going to get a better turn other than an or a 6. So
Next 30 seconds.
I just put it in so I don't have to, you know, injure the old grey matter anymore.
Trusty using some time backs. Love that. Split screen shot.
I mean, we can see he's only 9%, of course, with the benefit of seeing folded outs, which he isn't aware of. You can expect to have 6 outs here, a good amount of the time, if you are indeed behind. Is he going to get away from this? What a great fold from Anar.
What a player. What a player.
He knows.
How does he know, though? How?
Well, it's pretty underblocked, right?
I know it's underblocked, but we got 9s at that stack depth and we flop an overpair. Like,
stick your solvers with the sun.
Yep,
Don't shine. Man's got it.
That's it. Street poker. Look at someone in the eye. Got it, have I not got it? And go from there.
Right, we have an all in here. Vey on the short stack. And on fumes. Pretty bleak turn of events. Jack 10-7. They decide to put it in against the +1 open of Timur Gazin and the dead chop. Needs one of the 2 remaining kings to stay alive, and that's not going to get done. GG, sir. Timur Gazin continues to get healthier. As the field begins to pick up speed in terms of that
Sit open, table
graphic in your top right corner ticking down. 169 remain from 450 to F1C. Back we go then to GTD Live. Gadziev elects to limp with the 3-4 off. Sibgatova content to C3 with 8-3. King 6 Jack 2 spades. Very much a case of first to bet. It's going to win this pot.
Yeah, kind of one prefer to have at least 1 spade in hand for both to start. However, this deuce turn should be the green light for Gadziev.
Yes, seems a pretty good one to delay stab. He agrees.
Just always folding out better hand, still A little bit of equity with that gut shot when called. Good toe, not releasing straight away. 3 having to go into the book.
A nice awareness from Gediev, I think, to not just blindly stab flop. We can check here. Still have all of the big hands for later streaks. We can represent. Nicely done.
Vampires too, but they were like
What a fold from Anar, by the way.
like earthquakes and
Anyway, back we go.
Like,
We had an open here from Gia. Open raise with the
you know what I'm talking
sevens.
about? No?
Gromov defending with king queen. These are 2 of the merit end bosses.
No.
That's 25k,
No, I never
round
got into that
about a quarter pot from Gia.
played
Gromov
Rome
gonna
too?
call one from the big. With the king queen are in hand, makes some sense to me. This could get him in trouble. 6 of hearts turn, Jay.
Yeah, I'm surprised he's checked me. Had Forks leading from the big blind here of our combo. Really like this check back from.
Super nice from
funny
Gia.
how, like, people get into, I mean, there's so much
Such
other
a
people
nice
in
combo
playing
to
really,
induce
Again,
bluffs.
it's all like
And
groups
you
you
pot
don't get into
control
the
against
different
some
groups if you
potential
don't
flushes, which of
play
course
the
there
game.
are some. Very nice. Pick off the river bluff from Grov.
I love that check back on the turn. They're just recognising range versus range, how it should be a better spot for our opponent, and they're just going to stab us when they don't have it always.
Yeah, nice.
My little sister's trying to get me into
First on Georgia, all-time money list with just under $3.5 million in earnings.
And then she's so surprised, like, why
I
won't
haven't
you
seen him
play with
before. Yeah,
That's the way I
always
would've
in the
felt when I
mix
was
here
20,
at
like,
Merit.
you know, like, why
I'm going to
would
go
I
with
play?
that as well, Gia.
Oh mate, it makes life so much easier, I'm telling you. We did I'll tell you when we get a moment to breathe, but we're off to DTD Live once more. Open from Gadziev, suited ace boost, defended from Ozcan with king 8 of diamonds in the big. And what a flop for him. Top 2 on the king 8-7. Gadziev with the betting lead.
Yeah, and these are the spots on that IG bet. Like, you just don't want to panic. You just want to call your hand. Just recognise it's a board that our opponent's going to throw the barrels in as a bluff, and then we get the value from the strong king X, even like down to king 9 anyway. So sometimes play a flop a big hand, feel the need to raise it straight away. But when you look at your opponent's range on the entire spectrum, we want to keep queen jacking. We want to keep some ace 2s up to ace 9 suited.
Especially against cutoff, right? You can just be, you know, like cutoff's just gonna be in here with queen 6 clubs, right? All this type of stuff that's basically dead. But he does go with raise.
And just custom a loss there. When cutoff's just going to have so much stuff in range that's going to be snap folding. Like, get the heart on the turn, potentially get our full double.
Right, hang on, you don't want the guy to turn in that flush draw, Jay.
He's only going to make it 20% of the time. I'm a numbers man, Andrew. You know me, I'm a numbers man. I will take my 80%. Let him turn the nut flush draw.
Bold. Right, back to the Luxon we go. First look at Basil Musa. One of the nicest guys I've ever met around these parts. Always root for him. It's a good flop for him on the Jack 8-3. Timur Gazin peeled pre-flop here, excuse me, from the small.
Yeah, interesting one here for Timur Gazin with no backdoor flush draw. Any ideas of getting aggressive, folding out some ace high, king highs here? Would prefer to see one heart on the board to take the queen 10. So it's just going to proceed with check call. I feel like just north of 30 as well. Going to see a lot more calling here. Just want to realise equity.
Yeah, 7 of hearts on the turn. The one natural straight draw of 9-10 suited it gets there. Otherwise, Musa still in pretty good shape in his mind's eye with top. Timur Gazin potentially debating lead. Does eventually knuckle it over. Decision back on Musa, Jay.
Yeah, against small blind, just another street here. Maybe a bit more dicey against big when 16 combos are 10-9 in there, but should only be the 4 combos 10-9 suited from small blind. So get some king jack, jack 10 suited. Even stuff like 8-9 and 8-10 suited obliged to continue once they pick up the gut shot.
Yeah, 58k into about 168, so that's 1/3 pots.
Just going to be folding now.
It's tough, right? It is tough. Like, you might have some ideas.
Get a good price, but just got to get out of the way.
I think it's not quite deep enough to check raise, right, and run big bluff.
Yeah, I agree. Just not deep enough to really think that.
Like you make it 170 and he jams, it's just a bit of a disaster.
Just throw up, isn't it?
Yeah, nice pickup from Musa, up to 700,000 in chips.
Не придирайся к словам.
I was going to tell you something, but it escapes me now.
We're talking about Gior's surname, I believe.
Ah,
Yeah.
right. Well, I still can't tell you because we've got another hand in progress.
Don't forget.
I won't forget. Raise from Gadziev off. Sibgatova electing to call with the 10s in the cutoff. Abu Davas on the short stack gets to complete with the 7-5 suited. Does flop a gut shot on the 6-3 deuce. 10s of Sibgatova still best.
Yeah, board that I feel like we would get some donks, but not at this stack depth. I feel like as Abu Davas, we just check and then bet by a small bet, just call and realise our equity to the turn. If we're deeper, for sure, could donk this board. I'm just not sure at this.
I feel like it might jam, you know. I've just got a feeling. Yeah, it comes. I don't absolutely hate this. Like, I'm not thrilled with it, but anything that's not an overpair, I think you probably just get it through. It's not an appealing spot to jam, but we do have one over, a gut shot, backdoor diamonds.
I guess if we're going to do this with 6x, we need some bluffs as well, right? So maybe this is going to be the best one, a gut shot with the backdoor flush draw.
Like, Gadziev's just sandwiched, right?
Yeah.
So whenever he's unpaired, kind of has to just get out of the way. As it stands, Sibgatova with the easiest of flick-ins. So Abu Davas gets the bad news, does have backdoor diamonds working, but we can see 1-4 remaining. How's your luck? The one immediate out. Does he find any additional equity on the turn? He does. 9 of clubs on the turn opens up 4 8s as possible. Get out clauses. Double gutter. No dice. King of hearts on the river. GG, sir. Sibgatova continues to thrive, up to 900k for her now.
I'm thoroughly impressed with her today, what I've seen.
She's really solid, technically, from what I've seen. You won't get much out of her reads-wise either. Does maintain composure very well. Some big stacks developing out there. Astratov, Anar, and herself, all around about 1 million in chips. So, a little look at the schedule, guys, as we move forward. This is, of course, day 1C of the Luxon Pay Grand Final. We're going to have day 2 tomorrow through to the 9th, where we're going to have the final day, take you all the way through to crowning a champion. Then myself, James, and Jay will have a nice day off on the 10th and back on the 11th for the Big Daddy. 5k buy-in, 5 million guaranteed MPP main event. And please, guys, if you can, if you're enjoying the coverage, please give us a like and subscribe on the channel you're watching. Really does help us to continue to bring you as much content as we can, Mr. Howard.
I've got a question for you regarding the main event. Do we know if last year's champion, Aquino's here?
I hope. Did he win?
He did win. I'm sure he won. I'm pretty sure he won. He had all the chips heads up, I remember, because of the Patrick hand free-handed,
He did
right?
win, didn't he? Of course, that famous hand against Petichuk, who got absolutely mullered in one of the sickest ones we've ever seen. Not like this, Jay, not like this. I remember it well. Yeah, that was a pretty sick FT. I'm not sure. I haven't seen him yet. Maybe he just decided, I'll take my title back to Brazil and just take it easy. Anyway, back to Luxon, 3-way pot. Savenkov with a pretty marginal open here pre. He does have a lot of chips. You can see Timur Gazin has him pipped. Pocket 8's still good on the Jack 6-4. This is a tricky spot, Jay, now for Savenkov to decide what to do.
Yeah, agreed, because Button going to have some Jack X, but also going to have some spade draws in here, all the ace deuce of spades up to like ace 10 of spades, which we are still ahead of, but drawing dead versus all the ace jack down to like Jack 9 suited. It's a tricky one to approach. It's going to start with check. I think that's the way to go. We don't really get value from worse with a second barrel. And still plenty of Jack X in Timur Gazin's range on the button.
Yeah, he does decide to check back rather than, you know, set the price himself. Perhaps worried we could get check raised occasionally. Savenkov Does check river perhaps concern Jay that you'd be up
Check
against some ace highs, right? That would make some sense that have been counterfeited on river.
Yeah, I really
think it
like
makes
the
a
river
lot of
check.
sense,
And,
yeah.
and just give like some 10-9 of spades the chance to bluff on
Right.
river as well. King 10 of spades, this type of stuff. I think it's a really nice river check in theory.
And then check jam and get ace 10 to fold, right? With
Imagine.
the blockers, yeah, easy game.
If only it was that easy.
What do you think of the 8s? Check seems all right, right?
Yeah.
One
I
of
can-
those
I
where he
can-
could have bet small and.
I think maybe block turn could be a thing as well
Yeah.
with eights.
Right then, back to the GTD live table. Another one of these limps from Ozcan, somewhat muddying the waters. Brockman decides to make it 3x out of the smoke with ace-deuce of clubs.
5 seconds.
Again, these kind of murky ones, right? You see a limp, a 3x, we have ace-10 of hearts.
I feel like if we are going to bump this one up, maybe you need to
7-4.
put a bit of added juice on it from Brockman.
Yeah, I think so. That's why I was referencing 3x seems a little too small. As it stands, does run into a dominating holding in the big. Astratov, with the ace-10 of hearts, makes the call. Flops huge. 9-8-3, 2 hearts, nut flush draw. Brockman comes up stone empty. Does start with a well-timed check.
Interesting one for Astratov now. Where's there any need to bet up? Ace 10 of hearts. Do we have a fold out bet up? Or can we just check in some turns?
Okay, he may just decide his opponent 20 bigs back. Let's just bet get this in if necessary. Size in. We can see that against the exact hand Brockman. Could have bet anything. 15k. We got the job done. Astratov then crosses the million chip mark, joining Nar in the $1 million club. Then first look at Daryl Makalinen. I've got to give the man a shout out. Plays regularly on the IPT, which I go and join some of their events from Ireland myself. He's run into it here, unfortunately. Ace Jack of Diamonds runs into the Ace King of Tool. Have backdoor and flush draw potential, but not much else. He's a jack. Not a good one. 8 of hearts turn.
Maximum pain or no?
So 2 outs for Makalinen.
I do.
It's a black jack.
Hey, Sam. Look,
Can't
guys.
find it.
You're still
6
alive, right?
diamonds
Yeah.
on the river.
I thought you had 3,000 more.
He's going to get the news. He has half a big blind.
You said you were doing poker quote earlier as the with the
Oh, yeah.
filming guys. Who come up with a chip in a chair? Was that asked earlier?
It wasn't asked.
It wasn't asked.
Do
Okay.
you know, or are you just
No,
asking me?
I'm asking you because I thought you would have found out earlier because that's
Right,
one of the
okay.
most famous quotes of all time.
It feels like it's got to be a broadcaster, maybe. We had a few. We had, he called me with Queen 10, honey. Which is obviously Helmuth.
The best thing about that hand is when he berates the dealer and the dealer goes, I just sat down, buddy. Like, literally, how he's having to go at the dealer.
Always
the dealer's like, I
berating
just sat down,
someone.
buddy.
He's always berating someone.
Back to this hand. But Sivgatova opened from gun with the ace-8 suited. Ozcan's in with the king 10.
Yeah, not a big fan of this peel pre, but we have seen that Ozcan is inclined to get in the mix, and he's going to make a very ambitious float. 2 overs, no backdoors. Jack of clubs turn though, and this starts to get very difficult for Sivgatova.
Knowing what to do on this turn, what our opponent's range look like when we go quarter here. This is the thing, Ozcan is going to continue. He's continuing king 10. He's potentially just going to continue all his queen jack, king jack, ace jack, but nice little double barrel. Gets it done.
Nice identification from Sivgatova continues to accumulate.
Do something every month. So they have like a
Fun to
weekend
fire
every
that
month.
barrel. She gets it done. Back to Onyx we go.
But yeah, let's see.
Makalinen then forced all in.
Thinking, what am I going to do
Flop
now
bottom
if
pair on the
the turn from
10-3-5
Spain till, London
board.
till Scoop is finished?
Z is betting
Like
into
first, like early June.
Gromov,
second
who
of June.
does turn that open
And then
ender
if my apartment in Dubai is
to
not ready
Broadway.
to yet, I need to do something.
And there it is. River's
Yeah,
nuts
well,
on the
Malaga
9 of
is,
spades.
think it was 16
Z.
or 22, but
Of June.
Very dicey
yeah.
spots, and Gromov's going to
But
lead.
numbers,
Okay.
earlier
I think we kind of have to lead here
I think
with a
it's
player
27
all in, just
to
simply
9.
because Z's probably just going to check back
Yeah.
all his queen
I
X,
know
Right.
similar,
queen,
but they
queen
say
jack,
that one is the
queen,
best one.
when there's a player all
Like
in
that
here. So I think
series
this
in
is kind of
Belgium is
tidy
like
from
the-
Gromov,
if you
just
ever go to
recognising
war, like that's the only
it's a
one to
river
go
that's
for.
going to be heavily checked back from Z.
Yeah.
But yeah,
What
I'm
our
looking at
natural
that one.
bluffs are just going to be bricked diamonds or hearts, right?
I
There's
guess, yeah.
no interaction, not much else to bluff with.
There's something in Slovakia.
Does fold.
also.
It's going to be
Looking at
GG
PT.
to
But again, it's kinda
Makalinen.
small. I think they have
Not
like a
much to be
1K.
done. It's unlucky to
If you're
run into
homeless,
ace
I mean.
king. A few moments to go.
That's the thing, like.
Around about 20 bigs
The
or
end of
so.
June,
GG, sir.
yeah.
Nice pick up
Yeah.
for
I just want to
Gromov.
play something while I'm still home.
On the move.
That's.
Yeah.
There'll be enough time to relax once I'm not homeless.
Plenty
yeah,
other
yeah.
opportunities this week, of course, for Daryl. As we see Gromov back up north of 300,000. A
I mean,
third of
June
the
is
field or
kinda
so
quiet because I feel like
remaining.
a lot of festivals don't want to compete.
Back to the DTD live table we go. Sipgatova in there with the 8 deuce off. Okay, blind on blind. Never mind, Andrew. So looks like a raised pot pre? No, limped pot. Limped pot. Ah, Sipgatova ISO'd, right. We're back. Makes some sense, Jay, right? Some of these worst possible hands is an ISO.
Yeah, we want our best hands, our worst hands, just a polarized spot, like raise our ace king, ace queen, aces kings, and then we use the trash holdings like the 8 deuce once in a while to balance that out.
I don't mind this either. I think she checked back the flop, which I kind of like, right? You're going to have some hands that can still delay and still force Gadzia hold some of his king hands, jack hands on later streets, stuff like this, and she's going to go for it on the river. Just about half pot, Jay. Do we need to go bigger here?
I'm not sure, it depends what she's trying to re-rep for value. Like if she's saying she can have a queen for value here, I think it's fine. So king, queen, queen jack that checks back flop, but
Sure.
running into the queen Gadziev not folding blind on blind for that size.
I don't mind it. Tidy little pick off from Gadziev. Back to the Onyx we go. How about that for a flop for Tool? He's got a touch of the Ben CBs about him, doesn't he?
Do you know what? I was thinking exactly the same thing earlier. He is a proper double go up for Ben CB.
Deary me. Well, Bakuziev, those chips aren't coming back, buddy. You see Tool finds a very tidy little slow play here. Was a raise pre-flop, by the way, from the Queen 7. Defended by Tool. Flops the nuts and improves what they needed to a heart draw on the turn. Potential dicey waters for Bakuziev, Jay.
It looks very uninterested as well here from Tool. Anything to pick up on there. Little swing in his chair. Eyes are glancing away from the table. Acting uninterested in the pot when he's sitting there with the stones with the redraw.
Wow, and he's absolutely bombed it. I don't hate it, you know. I mean, it's obviously feels bad when you run into the nuts. We have a reasonable bluff, right? Like a big blind sitting there with a 10 or a 9, Jay. They're just in a horrible spot. Even
like
a weak king,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
They're not loving it against full pots.
And like if we're thinking about tripling as well, there's a lot of hands that call turn that you fold river, the 10 hearts, jack 9, the queen 9, jack 10. Like there's so much that actually call turn, but when met with the ball, have to fold river, so could potentially see a huge one.
Nice find from Tool just to call. Easy to get carried away here, thinking your opponent will never fold. Gotta let him bluff you, and well, if we're gonna treble it off, pretty good river card to do it. Ace of clubs completes the board.
Once we get here, there's Bakuziev.
Oh, finds the give up.
I'm surprised he's found the give up here. Bomb the turn. I guess when he goes that size on the turn, he's only got this back. Maybe not getting a folds because of the price tool's going to be getting on the river, which kind of makes sense.
All in.
Well, all in and out. And time to posture for a little while.
Always going to fold. Back to the story. We got some time.
Right, do we? Right, quick, hurry up. We did a we did a segment one time here at Merit, and it was like commentator's dictionary, and they put loads of players' names up that were very difficult to pronounce.
Okay.
You know, I like to troll you with those sometimes. And Giaz came up, and yeah, most of the like, we just call him Big Gia. Just keep things simple.
That's what I'll be calling him for the remainder of this festival.
But there was some absolute shockers, like I'm talking 20 consonants in a row.
Yeah.
A real test.
This is what I was saying to them.
Moxie.
I'm literally used Biff and Jones and just like 1 syllable or 2 syllable surnames. You come here, there's 13
Terry
syllables.
Jordan's all in.
Literally. It's 1 or 2 syllables in the UK.
You get more syllables here, my friend. 3-way pot. Ziev versus Sibgatova versus Kankutaranlanli. Kankaranli. There we go. We're back. King 4-8. Gadziev continuing here. Ace-Jack. Backdoor nut flush draw. Sibgatova going to take one off with the gut shot 6-7 of spades. Through to the Jack of Hearts on the turn, Jay.
Yeah, probably where we are going to start checking once. Catching this Jack. Going to be some King X in there for Sibgatova for sure. Seems like our hand can comfortably check as Gadziev. But now, Sibgatova, we're just 7 high now we get here. Does she feel to start bluffing this? We expect Ace King, King Queen, even some King 10 to continue barreling, but not choosing to fire.
It's not fun, is it? Right? Like on these, it's like, what can I credibly rep that's real strong value, that wants to maybe river if she has to, sort of King Jack. Stuff like this, pocket 8s that's been slow playing. He's going to go for block here. Intriguing.
Yeah, I think it's kind of nice there.
Yeah.
Sibgatova may go a bigger size when she's checked back some King 10, King Queen stuff. So set our own price. And then if raised, Andrew, we actually have the avenue to just say the words.
We got the daddy.
I'm all in. So 3-bet bluff could have been in mind if we were met by raise there.
Pretty impressed with him so far. I feel like he just knew he had the best hand and just wanted a little bit of value.
Maybe always expecting the king to bet on 2-tone.
Right,
like
which is kind of reasonable, right? People mostly do. Back we go to Luxon, Krista Silva.
Raise 85.
Comes in for the min raise, the King Queen. Very nice find here from Savenkov. As soon as I see people go 4.5 bigs, I just always immediately think, all right, this guy's well studied.
Yeah, I agree. When Chris opens up, what is 24?
Yeah.
85.
I like this a lot.
Yeah, ace-10 off generally used versus EP as the 3-bet bluff, like we much versus LP because we don't fold out worse, but do like attacking these gun and +1 opens some of the time with the ace-10 off too.
Kind of a case of knowing your customer too, right? Like I might not to be disrespectful, but like an inexperienced amateur, I might not make it 4.5 blinds, whereas against the pros that'll find the raise folds from early, seems really nice to move this 4.5 bigs. Chris with the decision though. King Queen off, Jay.
Yeah, much prefer suited if we're going to go for any sort of 4-bet bluff as an all-in. Like in general, that's what we want when 4-bet jamming. Want the suited combos. But Chris De Silva says,
done.
I don't need the suited combo, sir. Have some of that.
Yeah,
we got the blockers.
I don't need your second card. I took just one.
Well, Chris, you're going to have to get rid of a time bank card, but nicely done. I'm sure you're not too fussed. Sometimes, though, right, if you're against the real aggressive guys, maybe you're just like, whatever. There's going to be so many 3-bet bluffs that it doesn't really matter.
We got the prime one, the King Queen, blocking everything that's going to be calling in.
Yeah, well done.
Thing is, I just run into aces all the time when I do that, Andrew. The one I don't block, I just always have aces.
Well, look at this. Getting it in against Gia. It's about to have chunks, but hold the phone. 5 of spades turn. Shul here. Turn a flush draw to go with at 8. No dice though, and Tool out of nowhere up to 1.4 million in chips.
Yeah, what a 20 minutes for him.
Yeah, 31% of chips at the table, as you can see.
The more you complain, the better you are.
Very nice.
This is the crazy thing about this game. You can be sat there grinding between 20 and 30 bigs, make a couple of good hands, have someone pay you off or bluff into you, and suddenly you're right back up there.
Back to G Live we go. 3-way pots. Sibgatova against Anar and Astratov. Sibgatova finds backdoor jacks. Very disguised trips for her. Astratov I believe there's been no post-flop betting here.
Yeah, check all the way down to the...
You may be compelled to have a stab, but it's pretty difficult. I mean, I guess we could check like a weak king twice here, right? It would make some sense to me. He is just going to try, fold out some of these middlings and ace ties.
Even some 10x, really going to be able to call against this size.
I don't hate it.
Just north of half.
It's not an appetizing bluff to make, actually, with 9-7-0.
I probably wouldn't raise his. It's over. It's kind of against big blind who... Well, it's in a horrible one we get 3-bet jammed on. I know we probably lose some value against some like suited Jack X. Maybe against big blind we have to raise, actually, Andrew. When he's got like all the Jack deuce suited upwards that's going to defend. It's a really grim spot whether to raise or not.
I think an ace of hearts may tip the balance, although you might expect your opponent to bet larger on the river with a flush anyway. I hear you. Half pot. One of the benefits of just call, I guess, is that sometimes you can get a nar to overcall, do something. It's very unlikely, obviously, right, to just, you know, bluff raise here in position. But yeah, she agrees with you. Let's just make the call. It does seem tough to get called by a worse hand. Like, it really sucks here when you just make it 280 and you just have queen 9, right? Queen,
yeah,
you just, right. Yeah. Nice hand. So a bunch of 900k stacks, which 45 bigs doesn't feel like a lot, but it's a relatively shallow kind of structure at the moment. Back to Luxon we go then. Open from Stafeev from +2 with the ace-queen, called in 2 spots. Mukawem on the button, an 8-3 of diamonds of Karapanau in the big. Everybody checks through to the king of diamonds turn.
Let's see if it's going to be a card that does connect with a fair amount of our range. We're going to play a lot of checks on this flop three-way anyway. Maybe more inclined to delay this one heads up than play here. Button himself once checking back, still can have all king 10 through king queen.
I think to have the kind of nice combo to just go ahead and try and win this pot.
With the club, yeah, I guess.
Yeah. One slight issue, I think, is that you will pick up quite a few calls from big blinds and may have to fire a river bluff. You know, he's going to have a bunch of kind of pair and straight draw and stuff like this. Ace makes some sense to bet. Mukawem with the pocket 7s and that open ender, not going anywhere for 40k. Stafeev does get there. Ace of diamonds, river.
Now you get to value bet. Stafeev. Mukawem can definitely have a king here. Once he calls after checking back flop, I would be assigning him a fair amount of king X, king 10 through king queen, so probably want to choose a size to get the maximum from a king. Mukawem wasn't happy with that ace rolling off, but does correctly fold.
Yeah, look at the chip counts there. Stafeev up to 900k. Savetkov out in front table, 1.17 million. Back we go then to DTD Live. Sipgatova going to defend with 9-6 of spades, facing the raise up front from Ignacian with the ace-jack. We'll flop in a piece. Middle pair, top kicker.
That board going to have lots of c-bets on the king jack versus big blind. Even with the second pair, Nation just coming out firing. Like our hand probably does like to check, not needing much protection. In terms of range, I feel like it is just going to be a range bet a lot of the time in Jack 6. And now, interesting one for Sipgatova.
Yeah.
The backdoor flush draw against this size, we are okay to come along.
Yeah, she agrees with you. I'm going to make the call. Hard to fold any pair, really, versus kind of less than a third pot. She's not going to like this card. 10 of hearts on the turn. Decision now on Ignition.
Yeah, difficult one with the ace-jack here. I feel like we are going to need to find a check at some point if we're not checking back flop.
Yeah, seems like a pretty natural turn check. We can have best hand. We can evaluate some rivers now. Very interesting rivers. 10 of clubs. You argue, Jay, this might be the worst hand we get to the river with, right? As Sibgatova.
It's like a create bluff, but when you think about our range that calls flop, we're not really going to have a worse hand than the 6 when we have all these dots up and downs, queen 10 that either make a straight or trip 10s at the river. So potentially could have been one of these creative bluffs with bottom pair.
It's kind of intriguing that Ignacio opens here, like just basically targeting a worse jack, right? Like, or a 6. It's curious.
6 can never call, right? So
so it's sort of like, might open yourself up to get, like, she could check some queen 10 here, right? Look, to get a check raise in river. In any case, here we go. What's happened here?
Head over to the Onyx and
Efimov.
4-3.
Wow. Oh my God, Gromov's just like, what the hell is this?
It's all about timing.
Oh no, surely not. Queen of clubs turn. Gromov has to stand up. He's in so much disbelief at this one. Needs backdoor queens. 2 outs, no good. 6 of hearts. Efimov just decided, I'm in there. 4 high, I'm only going to get through 2. Ugly for Gromov.
Yeah, tough one to take for Gromov, but you say seasoned veteran here at Merit. He's probably seen it all before, Andrew.
I don't know how often any of us have seen that one right enough. But yeah. File that one under optimistic. Hey, worked out. Efimov now, $500,000. Oh, here we go then. Back to Luxon. Unfortunate here for Mukawem. He's been pretty much coolered. Runs into the aces of Timur Gazin. Queen 7-5. No help. No backdoors. Needs a black 10. Well, his stack is going to be chopped considerably. Jack of hearts on the turn. No good. If Timur Gazin can fade a 10 ball, be up to 800k. Does 4 diamonds, no good. Pretty unlucky, Jay, right? This is just pretty much a cooler.
Yeah, literally a cooler. LP versus LP. Effective sub 20. These hands should always be getting in. Unfortunately, just on the wrong end of it for Mukawem in there. Nothing he can do.
Yeah, Savenkov still with the best of it, 1.17 mil. Timur Gazin very healthy now with 800,000. Back to the DTD live table. Have an open from Brockman to 45,000. Ignition made the call with the 10 deuce of diamonds in the big. Flops a flush draw, J, on the 7-4-3. Oh wow, okay. Brockman just piles for 2x pot. This is going to be a very annoying development for the man in the big.
Yeah, I guess we just hit resignation. Like, it looks like Brockman's just got a big pair and doesn't want to see a turn card, therefore just draw into our flush draw. 9 out twice against this price, just not getting the correct price to call this off. And can be up against some higher flush draws as well, need to note that. It's frustrating to flop a flush draw and having to fold it, but like that fold there from Ignition. Just a bit too expensive to be going on the hump for diamonds.
Yeah, it's an annoying one.
Approaching the next break.
Go.
Out to Luxon we go. Muka now all in with ace-jack. Had an open from Stafeev from under the gun with the ace-4 of hearts.
11 bigs here. I'm surprised if this don't get through, Andrew, but we're having a little count up.
Yeah. From what I know, like Basil, seasoned veteran, knows what he's in.
227.
Maybe just
227.
unless he has a live read or knows this player and knows they can be really getting in there out of line ranges.
Well, he has just taken a couple of decent hits, Mukawem. He's lost 2 pots.
Yeah,
in a
right.
row, and,
you might think he's steamed.
Yeah, that's all it can be. Potentially feels like there's some steam coming off Mukawem, but we can see it's a legitimate hand to jam 11 with. And that should be the end of that.
Yeah.
Unless the Thief fancies a little
5 seconds.
gam with the suited wheel ace.
Yeah. You're just not loving life, are you?
It's one of that we never dominate our opponent. So important, and when we are in front, our opponent's going to have like the king queen, king jack suited. We've only literally got 60%. It's not like a scenario. Whoa, he's going to spin him.
Okay.
Have a little spin.
And maybe he thinks the opponent can be, or did he? He did? He did. Okay. Sorry, I just thought his cards had disappeared.
Right.
All right, Mukawem can be back in business here if you can find the hold. $500,000 in the middle. And that's about as good as it gets. King, Jack, 8. Essentially flops Stafeev dead.
Yeah, running 4s or running king ace for the chop. Only having you out of this one.
Yeah, and that'll do. Yeah, a little surprised to see that call, I must confess. Maybe just thinks, like we just referenced, right? This guy's over it now. He just ran into aces.
I don't know why I'm shocked anymore, Andrew. I just saw 4-3 off in the on the button for so it's like aces basically.
Yeah. And Samir, nice developments for him. On you go, soldier. He's back to 25 blinds. Off we go then, back to DTD Live. We are at that time in the broadcast, getting a bunch of all-in call, pocket 8s versus king queen then. And that's a nice development when you hold no men. 8 of diamonds in the win. Sipgatova with backdoors available. She's not loving this flop, naturally. And that'll do it. 7 of spades on the turn. Nice double up for the man from Turkey. Back to 424k. I can tell you, we're 13 at the moment. We're going to play right up to the end of level 15, so we're getting there as we see Ignition. The chip lead on the Luxon table. Back to the Onyx we go. Open from Virlanuta to 40k. Round to Espen and Big. Lands on call with the ace queen. Through to the jack 8-8 board we go. Makes a lot of sense, right, to peel?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. As Espen, slightly not shallow enough, I feel like. And it does have that merit at keeping the dominated stuff in as well, as we always say. Suited ace, X, ace, jack, 10, king, queen, as we see this occasion.
Yeah, Virlanuta declines the opportunity to c-bet, perhaps respecting the fact that the big blind has the advantage in terms of 8-8. Thinks we can maybe bluff this hand down the street. We do have showdown also, of course. Espen going to check again.
Yeah, I think Espen here just happy to get to showdown. Wouldn't be folded to a turn delay with his hand.
And wow, Virlanuta flips the script.
This is going to be interesting because, like, if I'm Espen here, you expect the king, queen, king 10 stuff to actually go for a delay, if not c-bet flop. So when we block ace king, the hand that Virlanuta is going to be repping here, ace queen doesn't seem like the worst catch.
Yeah, it's a very reasonable one to bluff catch. I think the only problem in these spots is that often it's like the suited ace-x, right? The delay, and then bluffs. Like, what else is like queen 10 suited and the hands you referenced? They're probably bluffing already, right? Like, it's kind of. But we do have a pretty reasonable catcher. Yeah, nice fold for Espen. You kind of just need him, Jay, right, to have ace-4 of spades that decided delay, and that now I'm going to bluff and fold out ace-10 or something like this. Tough. As we see, Tool went on that little tear to 2 million. I feel like there's plenty of things we can say with that name for later in the broadcast, you know? He's hammering his opponents. This man's hard as nails. I don't know. Right, I'm sorry. Guys, if you are just joining us, Luxon Pay Grand Final Day 1C with myself, Andrew Headley, and Jay Harwood on the mic. And of course, Mr. James Dempsey will be rejoining myself in the booth soon for the final few levels. We're on level 13 at the moment, taking you through all the way to the end of level 15. And we'll be back tomorrow with day 2. Be very close to the money, I'd imagine, by then. And we will take that down to the final table. And we'll be bringing you that day after tomorrow. Back to DTD Live we go. Raised to 40,000 from Gadziev and +2. Ignatian makes the call from the cutoff with the ace-10 of spades. Kankur Taranle decides to overcall big blind with king-6-0.
Yeah, once again, one of these that multi-way probably just has to go into the mark, likely to be dominated, splitting equity 3-way, out of position to 2.
Checked over to Gadziev, is reaching. His board as such from early position. I'm going to decide, I'm just going to bet a small size in, try and clear out some equity, try and define with my opponents. Ignitum dominated, of course, with that ace-10. 9 of diamond on the turn, Jay.
There would be surprised if this didn't check through on this 9 of diamonds turn. Both players and likely to get value from worse. Probably should already be thinking about showdown.
They both agree. 5 of spades, river. Action on Gadziev. He's going to try and show down against maybe a worse 10J, pocket 8s and the like. Nation pretty happy. Little Grun has his opponent just picked.
I so would have thought I was chopping there as Gadziev when I saw that grin. Turn over me king 10, my opponent grins. Oh, it's a chop, I'll take that. Oh no, he's got me pipped. Kick up is good.
Back we go then to Onyx. Raised from Bekuziev with the ace-10. Makes it 1K to go. Okay. Villanuta defending with 9-7 of spades in the big. Through to 6-6-4 board we go. Neither player with a diamond in hand. It's still best. Quick check. You've clubs on the turn, Jay.
Potential lead spot for Valenu. Once picking up this gut shot, cut-off just going to have, once again, a lot of queen high, king high, ace high stuff that we can potentially target. If not with the turn barrel, potentially flush them out and the second barrel coming in on the river. It wouldn't shock me if Valenu went for the lead here. Going to have some 6x, obviously, as our value, and even stuff like 4x and 3x can get to bet some of the time against the flop check back.
It does land on half pot. Bekuziev, though.
The only thing,
sticky for 1.
Yeah, the only thing I will say, maybe this is not the customer that we want to just be bluffing.
Sure.
What I've seen from Bekuziev today doesn't really like to fold.
Yeah, really bad river for the Romanian. 6 completes the action. 6 of spades on the river. Now all of a sudden becomes a little unappetizing Jay to try and go for it, but he is aware, has 9 high. Can try and dislodge the ace highs of this world.
I don't think Valenuta's seen some of the antics of Bekuziev. Hasn't been at the table long enough, so maybe just trying to rep a 4 here, even a 3 for value, trying to get called by ace high. But what I've seen from this man, I don't think he's going to be folding ace 10 on this river.
It seems pretty reasonable to pick this one off and does flick in calling chips. Nice hand, sir. Reasonable river size if we're going to bet, Jay. Like, I guess we could bet 5-7 here, right, for value.
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
Yeah.
Even like any 4, any 3.
I always just feel like I'm getting heroed here. You know, on this 6, I'm just like, oh. Of all the cards that I think I'm going to get this man out.
Yeah.
Nice pick off from the ace-10.
Would it just be outrageous having the 7 of spades, blocking 6-7 of spades, just say I'm all in for like infinite? Would that be outrageous, or?
I feel like it might be a spot to go polar, especially against Bekuziev, but yeah. As long as you jam a 4, right, I guess, occasionally, and have some good hands in there. I don't know. Ignatian over at DTD Live, 40K to go. Round to Brockman with 9-7 off. Getting shallow. 15.5 blinds behind for him.
Feels like still gets in at 15 against the hijack open. Happy to defend heads up.
Try and flop some equity, make something happen. Queen 3 jack though comes up pretty much stone empty. 9 high only. Ignatian with the decision.
Yeah, like it's one of these stack depths that Brockman can potentially play some check jams on. You've got to be like willing sometimes to bet call ace king high at shallow stack depths if our opponent's going to be shoving like diamond draws 10-9, king 10. But Brockman's hand's just always in the muck.
There to go. Ignition had a very nice last 60 to 90 minutes. So 1.2 million out for him. It's good for 60 bigs. We start to lose players at a quicker rate now. 128 left from 450 that registered day 1C. This 2K grand final. Well, Musa finds the goods. Pocket aces over at the Luxon table. 43K to go. Skull Gun Bandit, who we saw with a lot of chips earlier, things have kind of dwindled away a little bit. Still in the fight, of course. Now then, Timo Gazin finds a very playable king queen in the big.
Yeah, against hijack in the big. Expect to just see call.
Does flick in. 25K cheap. You've still got them, Basil. Jack 4-4-2 spade board. Very interesting. Musa with the overpair. Timur Gazin with all the backdoors working with those two overcards that he probably thinks are clean. Musa gonna see bet. Looks like 1/3 pot.
So he goes in here, king, queen, spade, diamond.
You could go either way, right? Like, I don't expect him to fold ever.
Yeah, but I think raise is kind of nice, especially king jack, queen jack off.
Oh wow! Look at the respect.
Just go for fold, and he's gonna see some good news.
And I know that Timur Gazin's like pretty accomplished, good player, and maybe just respecting his man there. I would not be able to resist at least the call.
I'm like walking off, and then someone like wait, but
perfect timing.
Fine, call fine, and weren't expecting fold. Made great fold at a great time.
See, me and you get stacked there. You see, check raise, turn to 10 of spades.
Off we go.
GG's.
Someone caught it.
Right. Efimov, pocket queens. And Z, trouble ahead. Flops top pair on the 8-7 deuce with only 16 bigs behind. Into the overpair of Efimov UTG.
Yeah, and that this stack depth going to be difficult. Usually sub 15 when you've got top pair. You're happy to play for stacks.
Yeah, looks like a raise. Tough to blame him. Around about 120K, a little less, 105. 1/3 of his chips have crossed the line.
We play 2 more levels after this.
Efimov
I have no idea.
in waiting with the ladies.
It doesn't finish in the money, does it?
No.
So we're just going to run it here as if Mob once he puts in 1/3 of his stack, make the assessment that he's not going to be folding, but make the call.
Don't mind it. If your opponent is just in there, right, firing away with Jack 9 or something like this. Unfortunately, it's not Jack 9, Efimov, it's Jack 8. And you have been run down, at least on the turn. Turn top 2 for Z. Nasty one for Efimov. Looking for a 7, a deuce, or a queen to get out of this one.
Yeah, ruthless turn for Efimov. Still with 15%.
Unfortunate for him. 3 of hearts on the river. Z finds that big turn and kind of plays itself, OJ, right?
Yeah, like even if he takes the check call avenue, the same result on 2-tone Jack of Diamonds turn. So always destined to double up for Efimov.
Yeah, so back up to 750,000 for Z.
To play the 25K? No. What? You were thinking of going to Monaco after this to play?
No.
Beautiful time. Excuse me, a beautiful time to find the Jack of Diamonds. Unfortunate for the Russian. Still has 10 bigs in his stack to try and spin.
Here. Ah, okay.
If I make day 2 of the 10K here, it's gonna collide.
Right.
I'm not sure what I'm gonna do yet.
Back to the Luxon table we go. Timur Gazin raising the button with the Queen 10. Look at this, Chris De Silva finds the old solver approved 3-bet J from the big with the Queen 5-0. Very nice.
That's the trick, gets the Queen 10 out of there. Nicely done, Chris. Not stacked depth to choose these as well. This is
nice hand.
Like the prime 30 BB reader. We like to use these.
One day I want to look as cool as Chris De Silva when I'm on a stream.
Don't we all?
I know.
Not many people mean it less.
Sickens me.
The only thing is his tie. What's he wearing, a man? Come on.
Hey. I've had enough abuse this season, okay. Right, let's go back to the Onyx. Efimov. Saw him get unlucky a moment ago. Looking to flip here and get back in the fight. And it's a good start. Queen 8-6. Although, basically a stone flip post has to fade sevens and hearts. With 2 to come. Very clean. 6 of clubs on the turn. Verlanuta, one more chance to eliminate his opponent. And there it is. Deuce of hearts on the river. How's your luck, Efimov? This feels like you're going to lose that flip, right?
Yeah.
When the queens get run down, you just think, nah. Unfortunate. What can you do? Sometimes you can play perfect poker, and the gods don't reward you.
I'd just like to quickly take a step back to what you just said. Are you a Man U fan? I thought you'd be supporting like Hearts of Midlothian or something like that.
Do you know what? I went to Edinburgh University, so I do quite like the Jambos. I do quite like Hearts. Yeah, unfortunately for me, Man United born and bred, pal.
It's poor form that, Andrew.
I know, it's painful. Right, enough about that. Luxon, Stafiev, big hand. Pocket Queens, Timur Gazin, big hand. Ace King of Hearts, 3-bets the cutoff. Mr. De Silva gives it a little bit of thought, gets out of the way. And you would imagine the classic of all classic coin flips might be upon us, Mr. Harwood.
Yeah, can't see how these two hands don't get it in pre at this stack depth. It's the beat here. I'm assuming we're just going to 4-bet send. There is the send, and Timur Gazin shouldn't take too long before making the call, and off to the races we go.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, one of the biggest pots we have seen so far in this grand final. 1.4 million in the middle. Huge flip for both of these guys. Essentially, whoever loses it is almost out of here. Stafiev with 46k behind. Looking to hold off the Ace King of Hearts of Timur Gazin, and that's a very nice flop for him. Jack 5-3 all clubs. All of a sudden, a 4-1 favorite to knock out his man. Four of hearts on the turn. Never easy. Needs to fade. Aces, kings, and deuces of the non-club variety. And does. 6 of heart on the river. Very unfortunate. Timur Gazin played a solid, strong game.
Yeah, massive.
And what can you do?
Massive to win. At this stage, up to just shy of 1.5 million. Timur Gazin, we see some of him later in the week in the main event. They're the ones you've got to win. Big flips, the fine in poker tournaments. Even at an early stage. It's the Thief beneficiary. Up to just shy of 1.5 million.
Feels good to win those ones. Around about a quarter of the field left.
I mean, they can't.
Back to the Onyx we go. Alexandrov in the cutoff.
Plays a lot slower, right, on the feature.
Finds real hand. Pocket jacks. Big old open size. 3 over 3x.
That's interesting from Alexandrov. He was on the Onyx table previous session as well. Seemed to just be opening a normal size, but
any chance he's adjusted, Jane, that he's seen Bekuziev like really be sticky, put more money in potentially with some hands that he shouldn't? He jammed!
What is this?
Oh!
And this is just a snap because queens, kings, and aces never jam for 40.
Wow, he's put it in.
aces, kings, and queens just 3-bet, not all in. So Jack's just the nuts here, right?
Yes, it is. I mean, maybe level himself because they have thinking, why is there such a big raise pre? It's the hand before the break, right? People are like, oh yeah, it's fine. I'll put a bit of extra juice on this and take it down. Goodness me.
A jam from Bakuzhenyev, and as Alexandrov here, I'd just be thinking aces, kings, and queens never do this. They want action.
I mean, you can't fold, right?
Sometimes we're flipping, yeah, against an ace-queen, a king-queen as a bluff, but how is queens through aces ever in range here for Bakuzhenyev? I'm probably just one chip in this.
Yeah, I mean,
like
don't think we can ever fold.
No, we can't. Like queens may be the worry, maybe the type just before break, not wanting to go post, just all in with queens for 40.
Maybe with a couple of tables left or something like this, if we're worried about, you know, if we think we have an edge, right, stuff like this, you might consider fold.
Wow, actually debating letting it go here, Alexandrov. Carl versus button, 40 effective, but it's not like a situation that it's gone like 3-bet, cold 4-bet. All in, he's going to let him go.
No.
Jacked into the muck and Bakuzhenyev.
How's he got that one through?
Whoa, boss.
8-7 off. I'm not having your 3.5x open, young man, in your eye. Well, myself and Jay pretty shocked to both to see that one get released, and that is the last hand before this upcoming break. I'll take you through the chip stacks. Onyx table, Stephen Toole, who we saw have a wonderful hour or so, 1.3 million for him. Espen is on the short stack now, but still healthy. 500k, good for 26 bigs. We've got their Lanuta, Alexandrov, and Bakuziev somehow escapes being all in at risk there. That's a very tight fold.
I agree. I'm just never going to give my opponent good through aces and put just one chip and try and win a flip, or just try and win a 70-30.
Really wild one. DTD live table, Pavel Ignatian, 1.2 million for him. Very steady progress. Anar, shade under a million. Solid day for him also. Moving down the counts, we've got Sipgatova. She's been very solid. Still in the mixer, 600k or so for her. Brockman on the short stack. 14 big blinds to work with for him when we return from break. And close out the feature tables. We have the Luxon table. Stafiev out front. 73 bigs for him at 1.46 million chips. Musa closing in on $1 million. Krista Silva, who we've seen playing some very solid poker. Found some nice 3-bet bluffs and the like. So guys, please don't go too far. Myself and James Dempsey will be back to cover the last few levels of the Luxon Pay Grand Final.
Yes, I win. I'm fair. Now nothing makes sense. why he is champion.
people game though.
No,
League of
when you
Legends.
tell,
What?
when you tell the cool kids, then it's an
No, but League of Legends is also very quick now. I play Dota sometimes, and Dota is also like, yeah, you have to be fucking fast. I don't know.
Yeah, it depends a bit on the champion that you play. I only play one champion, which is like a bit of a slower pace.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I also play
It's
only
not like an
Boomer.
arrow after 120. I can see more
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I actually just reinstalled a couple of games like a couple of months ago or 2-3 months ago. After not playing for like 2 years, I reinstalled Dota and Counter-Strike. I'm playing CS with some friends of mine sometimes. It's a lot of fun because I have a lot of friends in poker that still play a decent amount of CS. So we always play as a team and we're on Discord and it's a lot of fun. Yeah. Really?
I can't play a game and not be competitive. So I can't.
Yeah.
It's too much time.
Actually, I'm fine with that now. I used to be like you. I didn't want to play if I couldn't be good. But now I'm like, for CS now, for example, like I don't know any smokes. I don't study the game at all, you know. I don't play like maps, aim maps, or whatever. I just play to have fun and it's actually fine. It's fine. I don't know.
I'm still learning.
Yeah. I still try my best when we're playing, but I'm not studying, you know. I'll try hard. How old are you? I have 10 years on me. If you feel too slow, you can imagine.
No. One thing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I haven't played it at all.
Есть?
Да, there must be no skill.
Свое дело.
Doesn't have to bluff at this time. Only easy.
Этим я отворила. Форчек. У меня просто слиплись карты, понял, и у меня получилось так, что я на флоп выложила 4, но потом забрала. Нормально уже все сошло? Окей.
Yeah, it's better 2, 3, 4.
Maybe the runner flush again.
We need something exciting. It's alright. Now 10. What we are waiting for now?
Tension.
Tension is huge. Good game.
Seconds. Raise 67,000.
I don't feel too good about this one, if that makes you feel any better.
Welcome, one and all, for the final time this evening to the Mediterranean Poker Party. Well, we are, of course, playing the final 2 levels of the Luxon Pay Grand Final Day 1. This is how things shape up on our feature tables. Well, Picasso out on the Luxon tables. He's doing the damage, huh?
He is doing the damage, playing very well. Solid overall. He will take the kind of light flop spots that, you know, not everyone finds. Just kind of serene progress for him. 1.4 million. Basil Musa, who we know well from the Merit Beats, and Krista Silva also in the mix. Over to the Luxon...
DTD Live, my friend.
Sorry.
DTD Live. Come on now.
It's because I saw Luxon and there's a Luxon table.
It's very confusing, isn't it? There's all sorts of brands flipping around here. Not so confusing, though, for Pavel Ignatian. He's in there with 1.2 million in chips, and this is a maybe Russian presence table. 3 Turks in there as well, mixing this one up. Saref Anar, of course, who's been with us throughout the day. Over on the main table, the Onyx. Talk to me. I see Espen down towards the bottom all of a sudden.
Yeah, we saw Stephen Toole go on a very nice run where he sort of flopped a straight blind on blind, got his opponent to fire 2 big barrels into him. Then he managed to get overpair in versus underpair. He's thriving on 1.3. Espen, not a lot has happened really for him. He's still got 500,000, but the blinds are getting chunky, as you can see.
I want to talk about a little hand that I saw when I was watching just before coming back in, where I saw a raise and 2 jacks.
That's correct.
And then there was a 3-bet jam.
I can confirm that's also correct. Versus big blind, 40 big blind rejam with the ace-7 off because you have just decided, yeah, whatever, son. Have this in your eye.
He was playing wild when I was in earlier, so no change to the programming there.
I must confess, and then Alexandrov folded the jack. I mean, you just have to call in my eyes. Myself and Jay were pretty shocked in the booth. You just got to take this spot, right? Like occasionally you'll see, okay, some ace queens in there, some ace kings. You see all the underpairs and the occasional spazzy jam. Like
you never rule out the ace-7 off.
Jam, the ace-7 off. I'm not sure how he got it through, I must confess.
Yeah,
yeah.
And this Espen just taking time to give the tries a little.
What's he doing? Giving a little flex because he knows he's on camera. How embarrassing. But yeah, we were pretty shocked. And I mean, Alexandrov, he's gonna get the news, right? It'll filter back to him that he had his man in terrible shape, and he could have got to close to 2 mil, right? Like, surely you got to take it, James. But hey ho. Decided he didn't want to put all of the chips at risk with the 2 jacks.
He's still here, look. That's the main thing. In the mix as we kick off this new level, 15K, 25K, penultimate level of the evening. We'll be pretty close to the money once the thing's done tonight. All the fields will, of course,
Do you know if we make it for dinner? Or
resume play tomorrow.
I just turbo ate some stuff now because I don't think we're gonna make it.
Yeah. Should have done that as well.
I mean, it closes at 10. We have 40 minutes times 2, right? What's the time now? I have no idea. But I think we're just like... If you rush up there, if you just turbo bag and rush up there, I'm sure they'll let you in to get some scraps.
Yeah.
But it's
He's
about to
been
close
doing
when we
the
finish, I think. If it's
buffet
not
calculations.
Imagine that being your biggest life challenge.
He's recognised that he had a bit of food at that break, because we talk about the buffet all the time, but there is a player's buffet down here on the same floor. The poker's going on, so you don't have to go far for food. You can always eat this place, but the main buffet in the Diamond Hotel does close at 10. Now, obviously, we're on a substantial delay here, so you're thinking, hang on a second, 10's long gone. But for the player's point of view, that be right around bagging times when the buffet finishes. So Espen's just, he's put his bases. He's had a little snap now to keep himself going, just in case.
Is it not where you just pull the ultimate power move and just like 3 hands left, you're just like,
oh yeah,
off, someone will bag them up, like, you know, whatever. Like, I don't care. Like, what are they going to do? Just leave my chips there?
In the old days, the stories of old series of poker where Phil Ivey would avoid the bagging process. He'd play the last hand and just leave $100 bill on his stack for the floorman. Things would be taken care of. He'd be straight out of there.
I believe the youngsters call that a Chad move. Right, there you go. Right, back to DCD Live. Raise from Ozcan with pocket 8s. An Ignition defending with King Queen and gets a very favourable Queen 10 deuce flop, James.
Oh yeah, it's the one we want. Ozcan following through here. 30K.
Yeah, makes sense. You know, this is kind of our board from under the gun. We're going to hit it a lot. Let's just go ahead and bet, try and fold out some hands that have equity against us. Ignatian, though, has close to top of range in terms of big blind defense. Just check calls and just kind of allow our opponent to barrel off with some of his weaker hands, right? We're just never really going to have to fold a turn. Decision now on Ozcan, and this isn't fun. Is going to check, like, ooh, okay.
Now it's fun.
It's fun now.
Date with an 8.
Yeah, I was wondering if he would try, and maybe you can make a 10 fold, right, with a big bet, like a weak 10. And we do beat some hands still, you know, the sort of king, jack, king, nines of the world, ace, deuce suited, stuff like this. Ignatian goes for value.
This is going to hurt when the raise comes in.
Yeah, and he's going to be a little confused, I think. Like,
yeah, small raise and a snap call.
Didn't even think about it.
He's kind of repping that hand, and that's where it resides.
Yeah, shouldn't really have jack-9 suited and stuff like this from under the gun, or like a 10-8 suited. So I'd still like to see him take a bit more time. You know, you can't be too critical. Like, how often do people bet check and then just small raise river as a bluff? I guess they do sometimes.
I'm with you. At least a little think about it. Ignatian's still top there of the chip counts, but takes a hit. Hazel Musa, fan favorite here at Merit. He's in the mix here with a queen deuce on this queen 8-9 board, but Savenkov in the big blind. He's got the open ender. A couple of unders.
Yeah, these are always fun. Limped pot blind on blind. Basil decides to go for the one big blind stab. I think you can go either way with this one. Check would be pretty reasonable as well. Savenkov has a decision. Obviously never going to fold. We could decide to raise flop and start trying to put pressure on hands like Musa has. Improves to bottom pair to go with that open ender. Basil now, this is one of these ones, Demp's pretty uncomfy to keep putting money in, but there's a lot to get value from, a lot to deny from. But against an aggressive player like Savenkov, you can end up in some rough spots. So far, so good, though. Picks up another call from a worse hand. Ace of clubs, river. Now decision time once more for Musa. Like, it doesn't really feel like a 3-street hand, this one. I think if we're going to bet, it should be on the small side.
Looks like he's gone for a roundabout third.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is starting to get pretty ballsy for the value. Obviously, the primary hand that would call us would be another queen.
I mean, Savenkov, you can see he's already thinking, okay, I'm not going to call with this hand, but can I bluff? He doesn't really have them. Well, he does call. Okay, then.
Max value sought from that queen. I think 2 people in this booth might not have got 3 streets, but Basil has done just that against Savenkov.
Pretty bossy. Yeah, not sure how much of a fan I am of this from Savenkov on river. Like, there is going to be, I guess, some King X in there, some 10X that decide to bluff for 3, maybe. I feel like if he had 6-7 with a club, he may have considered bluff raising river. Pays him off, though.
Meanwhile, out at GTD Live, Gadgev rebetting the cutoff with this King Queen O. And let me stand by here for a second pick because I'm looking at this name. Kankurtaranli. Kankurtaranli? What have you been saying?
Kankurtaranli.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah, it was pretty good, Dems.
Okay, thank you. You know, it's not my strong suit.
I'll give you a 7 out of 10.
Wow, all right. High praise, indeed.
Not bad.
Gadgev. Well, doesn't find paint, but find an ace he can certainly rep having 3-bet against that +1 open.
Yeah, I was a little surprised to see the 9-10 suited call the 3-bet here. Like, we're getting very shallow. It's 25k big blind, right? Is that correct? Yeah, it will be.
Yeah.
So opens to 50k, 3-bet to 6 bigs. Does decide that he needs to defend this one. Really tough. You know, only 20 bigs or so to start the hand. Gets itchy. Does check call 100k. Has half pot back, and unfortunately for him, Gadziev improves to a pair of queens on the turn. Likely to try and take showdown now. Checks behind. I wonder if we need to consider turning this hand into a bluff, Demps. You know, it feels hard to win with a 9, right? Like against the hands that 3-bet pre and check back turn, they do feel very showdown heavy.
Yeah, it looks like...
You know, like, is a king jack suited just going to give up? Like, it's hard to win, I think, with the 9. But it's also, it doesn't feel great trying to bluff here for half pot. That's unfortunate to run into the turn queen. One of those spots, like, should we jam and try and fold out jacks, right? Like, it's kings, is it going to fold?
Probably.
Probably. So I kind of can see jam being a thing.
Back out here on the Onyx, it's G. Ace 8 of spades. He's putting some chips in on this 9 jack 7 flop. Espen, of course, sharing that gut shot straight draw, but his kicker being a pair far out in front.
Yeah, mandatory continue for Espen, of course. You would imagine he'll go check call. Not really any reason to look to get this one in just yet. Z with some options. Or you can just ping an ace.
That's what he does. Finds it. Check 2 once again, though. The board looking a little scary. Third club. Looks like he's going to go for the bet here. Andrew, with the view, I presume, to sort of checking back most rivers.
I actually like this. It's very easy in this spot. I mean, obviously, Espen's going to have some flushes, but he also has just so many of hands like he has, right? Like a pair and a straight draw. He's going to have 9x, all the 7x for that sizing on the flop. We can have some flushes of our own, right? We have some strong sets and stuff. I like this. I think people check back the turn too often here. Whereas you can just kind of bet here and put Espen in a box. And well done, Z.
Yeah. That's what he does. Takes the pot down, and credit to Espen for finding the fold there. Obviously,
yes,
pair and a straight draw is still tempting, but
just really hard to continue against the overall range.
Is your chair or no?
It's kind of been the way it's gone. You were asking me, saying he's got a bit short. It just really hasn't. Sometimes the deck's not in your favor. Hasn't been much to work with.
I'm sure he'll get his shot sometime in the future.
Oh, hello.
10-7-3, couple of hearts. Pick's been peaked. He sees a set. He sees the nut flush draw. Steffiv.
Yeah, and 30 effective here. There's certainly potential for a lot of chips to go in.
Well, here comes 60k or 55k, it looks like, from Tanuri. He's your opener from +1.
Yeah, pretty nice find. The old B40 that we see a lot of in the modern game. This is nice. Middle set. So much to get value from. All the straight draws, all the flush draws, top pairs. We know that Stefiev is never going anywhere. Does decide on just call. Very reasonable.
And wow, what a horror card that is for him. He drills the turn with the nut flush, but Tanuri is there with the boat and still nearly, what, 2.5 times pot behind. This is going to be a monster pot here. And he's going to come out with a lead.
I like this. I mean, we're going to get stacked here. It's pretty unfortunate, obviously, but so often here, +1's going to check back often, I think, right? All the overpairs without a heart and stuff like this, they're going to check back. Some 10x even is going to check back. So let's lead and try and make sure that we can get all the money in by river.
Look at Tanuri doing his best acting job here to look on short. He's pulling out.
Yeah, very nice. I mean,
just a call, keeps his man in there. Makes sense, right? He's going to have some bluffs, and we're just not worried about any river card.
Sure.
Except in theory, maybe that one. Okay, Steffiv had like a lower flush, as it is in this case, obviously with a nut flush. And now, is this a spot where he may just end up making the big wager himself? Maybe thinking Tanuri can have big heart combos that called turn.
You don't want Tanuri to check back river.
What's he done there? Has he just declared
it's like
all
100K,
in? Oh, 100K.
I think. I kind of like this too. Oh, he didn't even think about it. Okay.
Just makes it 300. Well, Steve is going to get some reprieve. Maybe should have lost the full amount here.
Yeah.
Brutal run out for him. But I guess, I mean, 150 shy of losing it all.
Intriguing how fast the action is going. I would have expected both players to take a moment there. You know, Tanuri, can we just pile it all in? Maybe. And Stefiev just quickly decides, I'm just going to quickly flick and call. Yeah, we're doing well there to save the additional 285k, so not the end of the world. Now then, back to Onyx we go. Toma versus Alexandrov. Looks like raise pre-flop and call from +2. Alexandrov with the overpair on the 6-6. Toma going nowhere against this size-in.
Did you ever play GoldenEye on Nintendo 64?
Epic.
That game
Make
was
the
Epic
call.
multiplayer again.
Goldeneye chat, I'm listening.
Oofed.
Yeah, maybe Mario or maybe Tetris even. I remember Tetris is very, very early.
Oh, Tetris qualifies.
What?
I mean, Goldeneye.
What do you mean?
Chris, this is real life.
Nerds.
It's like
Right,
all
Jack
the games.
Bart's turn.
Says the man who wants to talk about bets.
Of course I do. That's why I'm here, isn't it?
Wow.
Yeah, Alexandrov just continuing to fire here. 110k. The 9's, of course, beginning to shrink. Don't mind this from Alexandrov. I would maybe expected a slightly bigger size up. It's, you know...
Right.
I mean, but we're kind of... When we've bet so small flop, Jack of Hearts kind of a nice card. It's going to be some Queen Jack of Spades, you know, King Queen of Spades type hands in Toma's range that connect quite well with this turn. Nice fold from 9's though. Pretty quick release. Were you a big gamer, Demps, back in the day?
Oh, I mean,
What you got for me?
I was grinding GoldenEye hours upon hours. Don't about
People
that.
love that game though, right? That's got
Oh.
like...
It was like, you know, you look back at it, you think, okay, yeah, fine, whatever. But it's like it's games that was such a big jump at the time, wasn't it? It was
Sure.
like how good a game could be. Real. You know, you sit in film sometimes, and a film comes out, you look back at it, you go, oh, it wasn't special, but you don't understand how good it was compared to everything else at the time. That's kind of how I saw GoldenEye.
Gotcha.
Love the damn thing.
We've got an open here from Ignition on the button. Very surprised to see Ozcan just peel the small. Felt like a kind of mandatory 3-bet get it in or shove spot for him at the stack depth. And he's going to end up losing this pot now. Not a big fan of it. I think let's just try and get the money in pre here with Ace-King. Oh, it did allow Anar to come in. He has just been so active with like you shouldn't really lead here with a 6, right? In theory, it's not the best hand to be leading with, but when he's checked to, he puts money in.
Equity denial.
I mean, it works, that strategy, to be fair. People check.
2 of them. Breaking the hand.
He's like,
I had
Ace-King, bro.
Don't worry about Musa.
Oh,
We've.
Is he jammed?
He has.
Massive incoming.
Here we go, and Musa's going to be thrilled to see it is Ace-King because the pace that went in, he's supposed to be in trouble. Both will hit sing. They've somehow engineered a 1.9 million chip flip. What is effectively like getting reasonably close to the money. I mean, maybe the last 25, 30% of the field remain.
Yeah, I mean, just under 40 blinds seems very standard to me, especially cutoff versus button. Musa taking the hand class that wants the jam.
Here we go then.
Oh,
Sabenkov find it. Well, no, and far from find it. Instead, the 10-6-4 board
he's left.
all but seals his fate. Well, that is it. He can now leave. You did paint, but that's the wrong paint.
Yeah, a bit of a cooler.
Basil Musa, 2 mil and change. Sabenkov. GG's, sir. GG's. There is, of course, still, not that I'm encouraging gambling, but the turbo fly is going off.
In you get.
Maybe jump in that. One last chance to spin it into a stack, make it through to day 2 tomorrow. Where, I mean, as a betting man, I'd imagine Basil Musa will find himself now with 80 big blinds as we
very nice.
play out the end of the day. Nice spot to be in as we pan back over to the Onyx table where Verlin Nuta is in here with Ace-King, but G's flopped best on Jack 6-5 with the dominated King-Jack. And how's he going to progress here?
Yeah, button versus big blind. You could certainly check raise here for value, but also we just have one of those beautiful hands. Pretty under rep, just allow our opponent to barrel off. He's on the button, he's going to be in there with such a wide range.
And is this one of the cards we may see one of those barrels?
Yeah.
He picks up the additional outs. He can apply pressure on those low flopped pairs.
I think it's mandatory to barrel this one. King of Diamonds in hand, we have some potential to treble off on lots of rivers. Just put a 6 in a horrible spot. All the 6 and 5x in theory just going to have to fold a turn unless they... You know, 6x of diamonds, for example, that's going to continue. But this is a really nice find. Zeke going nowhere with King Jack, I would imagine. Yeah, I was going to say,
Yeah.
he beat me to it. You have the choice. You can check call and then check call off on most rivers, or you can just put it in and deny equity, which I don't hate it. You know, if your opponent has, I don't know, something like an 8-9, Queen 9, stuff like this, they do have a lot of equity. There's a lot of money in the middle.
Yeah. I'm here for it.
Don't mind it, actually.
Makes life a bit easier.
Yeah.
Of course, it does mean if we were to, you know, theory-based, long-term-based balance, when we do now check call this turn instead of check raising, then our opponent's going to know, okay, well, if he check raises all the top pairs, then, you know, he's going to be easily buffing the river. But how often are we going to be in this position?
He'll never see him again. He's gone home to play Tetris. It's fine.
Exactly. De Silva on the Luxon table.
Yeah, Musa on the move.
Flats two fives, finds a 4-6-8 board, certainly one, but we'll see him continue against the big stack Musa. There's no reason to slow down here. 150 in the middle. Playing the rush. Here we go.
Yeah, Chris is suitably spicy in terms of, I think from the big blind we have more leads, right, on the 8-6-4. You could still lead the small blind here versus under the gun, but does decide to check it over. Basil with 40%. Chris deciding, naturally, we're not going anywhere just yet. Neither player enjoying this card. Ace of clubs. These spots are very tricky, I think, for Basil on what to do. You know, you think, right, my hand is worth a bet, but we don't want to launch money in. But we do want to deny, right? There are a bunch of draws out there, but you can open yourself up occasionally. Kind of problematic in that Chris can have all these sort of ace-5 suited combos, ace-8 suited, ace-7 suited. All these are going to be in there from the small blind. Now, can Chris check call again? Is not fun, James, right? But we do still have a draw. We can occasionally have the best hand.
Right, there's still a lot of Musas, you know, king, queen and stuff. Might have been firing once, giving up on that turn card, feeling obliged to continue.
Yeah.
So he does check call, and of course still with the direct equity of hitting a 5 or 7, almost always good as it is. Jack of Spades on the end, ugly looking board, and now one feels like this is going to be one of those. It just goes check, and Musa gets the showdown. Yet another winner.
I think Basil will value bet this. Yeah, it seems like the cutoff point to just knuckle back. It's kind of annoying spots those 5s. It's like, is there a world I can check raise turn? It seems so hard to find.
Right.
But you can really coffin your opponent if they have c-bet, you know, like an ace queen or ace jack or something, and you do find the turn check raise. Really difficult to find it though. Maybe not deep enough.
Musa on the rise. Of course, doing huge damage a moment ago in that big flip, but continuing to increase his stack. The man who's looking to do the same is Brockman over here on the GTD live table, but he's going to struggle, and he's going to struggle even more after that flop. Ace 8 brings no joy. Hanar with a chance of another scalp. All smiles. This will see him up to 1.4 million, bar the miracle. Well, hang on a second. Hang on. We've got a few outs for the chop, and there it is. Sit back down. From certain death to a chance to carry on here, albeit with just 8 blinds, but that is one of his lives used up for sure. There's something about getting a bad beat when the other person gets a chop that makes you not really mind so much. When you get the bad beat and they beat you, it's like, chop is like, oh.
That's like the shrug the shoulders, isn't it? Ah,
We get
just they got half back.
We get to join him. Bakuziev.
So like very convenient, everything, and I liked it. I wasn't doing much.
I'm just.
I mean, during series, I just played.
There's only 185 in there. Okay, so this is an open from timer and a check on the flop.
Maybe a larger open, potentially, just a shade bigger than normal. Or are we up to 30k? If it's 30k, it makes sense.
We're still on 25k.
Okay.
That's the thing about Estonia.
Let's check call in any event on the 953.
Time zone's bad.
7 on the turn. Bakuziev. King, queen of clubs, not a very appetizing spot to continue running the bluff. 5 of hearts completes the board.
And it's
Toma
very
going to
similar
be
to normal.
quietly confident, I would suggest here, that he has the best hand.
And much more expensive everything.
Yeah.
Estonia is like pretty good value for money, I feel like.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Great food for not much, you know.
Yeah.
Let's check once more, hoping to
No, there definitely aren't
snap off
enough
potential blow.
downsides for me to move.
Yeah, it's just so hard to credibly rep value here, in my eyes, as Bakuziev. You're sort of representing that you've bet ace-9, or sorry, something like a queen-9 or something like this, and, you know, check turn for pot control. I think it's a pretty good give-up.
Uruguay, I don't know, like whatever.
Yeah.
Just go for like 1 month.
Yeah. And you do it only for
Time up to 1.2.
You do it only for like W scoop.
Oh wow. Oh wow, Musa just played a huge flip. Looks like he's destined to play another here. The silver opening up ace-king in the hijack, being met by the button. 2 queens, elevating things up to 160. Surely no play for the silver other than to wager all the tokens, and he's going to get snapped, and here we go. Can Musa win another flip? If he does, 3 million in chips.
This is one of those spots where both players are like very tilted at how strong the other person's hand is.
I think it's just like a moment ago. We saw the ace-king tens. It's like, oh, how we end up here? It's a very similar situation. Of course, that's the game we play. Queen 6 deuce, just like before. Musa flops the set when all in a flip. Silver left with just runner out. Not to be a king on the turn, just like last time. It's like the full-on repeat. Oh, just a little ace as an extra kicker needle. Basil Musa's got 3 million in chips. The average stack,
the tournament chip lead.
well, the average stack is like just over 800k at this point. So he's got nearly 4x average.
Yeah, unlucky Chris.
With a level to go and well, level and a half to go, in fact. And I mean, we come back tomorrow with the bubble basically upon us. That's going to be a great situation for him to be in. Meanwhile, back here at the Onyx, they've taken a break from chatting as Tool's going to be up against your stat.
Okay shape at least.
Yeah, I think we have to. I think we have to call this one.
Versus me flip. Versus me flip. Was flip. Versus me was flip.
I'll take this one. This is better.
Do you have any block? 6s. Okay.
More than okay shape, and finds a king in the window, all but sealing this one.
Yeah, back to a straight draw. And you as well.
Yeah.
It's not over.
Maybe the double.
It's never over till it's over. It is now. I think was insinuation, was there an open 2 6s in this spot?
I believe it's gone open and a call on the button, and then Espen's taken the kind of thin 12 big blind.
Right.
Not much fold equity rejam, but you can, you know, can get it in relatively good shape and occasionally get 2 folds.
Yeah. Great spot for him here. Double up with some extra in the pot. The man who will always be known as the 2022 main event champion. It's not a bad thing, you know, to always be known as the main event champion, but it's a moniker that will live with him forever. Doesn't matter what else you do, unless he wins it again, of course. Skogon Bundit, he's all in here with ace 10 up against Tenori's 2 7s. Last time Tenori had 2 7s, made a boat. This time hoping just the 7s will hold. And so far, so good for the Lebanese player. 1 card away from getting himself up to about 1.5 million in chips. That's where he will now find himself. GG's to Skogon Bundit, who, of course, when we picked up coverage today, was leading the chip stack on this table.
Yeah,
showed some flair in there.
He did. Things just kind of fizzled out. He didn't do a lot wrong. Sometimes that's the case in tournaments. He had a lot of chips early and, you know, lost 4, 5, 6 hands in a row. It doesn't take much more than that. Unfortunate. GG. Nice pickup for Tanuri.
Look at that.
Musa, 3 mil.
Yeah, I mean, that's just
3 mil.
disgusting, isn't it? 3 mil, 25k, big blinds. Stoma, I'm going to go for these that you assure me are like the kind of the solver opens.
Yeah.
Suited kings from +1. Sharapov with ace king. Next seat over. Just about 12 blinds. Gets to slam it in there. And is in this case certain to just pick up what is in the pot.
Yeah, never the worst result in the world.
Yeah, that would have been mentally challenging one to enter.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I would. I don't know, maybe I would. Maybe I will.
I mean, it's hopefully not. I mean, maybe it's good, of course.
Yeah.
But it's rough.
Well, we'll leave Espen to it as we do. We see Ozcan over here. Hang on a second. Hang on. What does the solver say about this one? Pick. Plug this in.
It says, "My name is Ozcan and I enjoy limping a wide range of hands. Your solver be damned."
Well, Astratov, 2 4s in the big. Trying to work this one out. His opponent is sub 20.
Yeah,
And
this is nice recognition.
Just electing to run it.
Has been a feature of Ozcan's game. I mean, like, we haven't seen him limp this wide, but he's been limping close to range when he plays a pot.
I do enjoy the situations where we're in the booth and it comes around to the player and you just make the gestures here. Of course, we're working in an audio format, but
yeah.
In the booth, guys, I'm sitting here half the time. Andrew's just motioning check or motioning all in. It's nice. I like it. We need a camera in here. Just on you at all
Interactive,
time.
right?
Like,
Interactive.
behind the scenes look. Oh, hello.
there.
Okay, your stat made sense. King Queen got popped up. Fell on to, well, 2 9s for what, 16 blinds. Seems a pretty easy spot to jam, and one you're quite happy to make, but he won't be enjoying seeing this tank from Toma, and he's going to be even less enthused when the man does make the call.
Yeah, this is really unlucky. 3-bet jam was getting through against Espen. Toma just giving it a little tank, try and tempt Espen to stay in the pot if he has a sort of middle of the range hand. Facing jam and rejam. Very unlucky here for the Romanian. He's going to have to get there. James, one of remaining 2 9s, the immediate outs.
Okay, sounds so easy when you put it like that.
Yeah.
All you got to do is hit a 9.
Of course.
How hard can it be?
Is it coming?
If I knew that, I wouldn't be sat here, would I?
Well, you might be. It's a lot of fun.
It is a lot of fun, but I feel like I'd be just winning every tournament. I don't know. I reckon even with those powers, I'd mess it up somehow.
Like Joviral just hanging around the ladies.
We did see Espen fold a king.
We did. If he hits the 9, it's going to be quite easy to win.
Right.
It's a good point. Just the 9 of clubs is live now, unfortunately for him.
Giving out free coaching.
Well, both players hold one of those things. Alas, it's not to be.
Set up.
That's nice. You're sitting there. This to me seems like it's kind of a quite a high caliber table.
Yeah.
You might have seen the play seems pretty spot on, and it's nice in these kind of tables. I think it's nearly in the day. It's going to be a redraw tomorrow. Maybe I'll get a better table. Even though he's got a big stack, but then suddenly you just find the kings and there's an open
so
jam in
nice,
front of you.
isn't it?
Like, oh, I'll just pad an extra 400k on before this before we end today. Back here at the Luxon table, no surprise to see it's Musa in action once again. But this is a little fruity. Hang on a second here. He's open under the gun. And Modena has 3-bet the next seat with King 8 of clubs. Pick, we're deep here, 1.7 behind.
Yeah, you won't normally see it go as wide as this. Like from +1, you'll see some King Jack suited and stuff do this, try and, knock out the King Queen offs and type. King 8 is pretty wide. Maybe thinks that Musa's going to be getting 2 out of line. We can see that Basil's been playing pretty snug, to be honest.
Yeah.
Ace 10 of diamonds, of course, very reasonable open, very reasonable to call the 3-bet.
Well, of course, for him, he's only been here for what, this orbit or
Right.
so, because that seat was only vacated. And the Ace King fell to Musa's 2 10s.
Yeah, it's very easy to think that Basil with that tower is
That's
running
the
amok.
thing. If I come to a table and I see someone with a mountain of chips and they just like open straight away, I'm like, all right, okay, I can see how you got these. You're opening a lot. Sometimes you're right, A lot of times you're right, but sometimes you can be wrong. As it is, this Queen 7-4 board is going to see 90k bet and a continuation for Musa with, well, the backdoor Broadway draw, backdoor diamonds, ace high could still be good. Jack of clubs on the turn, check over. Well, if we're going to continue with this King 8 of clubs, this seems like a likely turn card. Can really put pressure on some of those pocket pairs.
Feels kind of mandatory in my eyes. This is one of those spots where I don't think you get check shoved on really ever.
Last 10 seconds.
And it's very nice to just target 8s through 10s, which is going to be in there a lot for Musa. He's going to have some ace-4 suiteds and stuff like this that have to full turn. And especially against like the 25% on the flop. Now Basil has to continue with all the hands like this right on the flop, so we get to knock them all out as well.
Also, I just like the situation here where he bets 360 because it sends the message
to
Musa that if I call here, I might face like the just under pot jam on the river. Like you mentioned, all those kind of weaker hands.
This
Suddenly
is
so
really
hard.
well played, Post. Very nice. Want a man to keep an eye on, no demps, right? King 8 suited from +1. Okay.
You know what it is? I'm not surprised. I saw the flag.
Was it Italy?
It was.
Yeah.
You know.
Do you make the country read often live? Where are you from, pal? Bulgaria?
You kind of have
all
to.
in.
Bulgaria, I'm scared, I told. Like, Sharapov, he's defending Queen 3 of Hearts. Needs to not make a pair as Espen is in here with the butchers. But he hasn't made a pair. Far better scenario developing for him. Picking up that flush draw. 3 working down the bottom. Queen working up the top.
Yeah, these are interesting. He's only got 12 blinds behind, so I would expect Espen just to always c-bet here. He's not going to have many of the best ace-X, right? Like the ace-queens and ace-kings of the world are all in pre for sure. Pocket 10s is already all in for sure. Pocket 5s even probably all in against Espen a good amount. So he's just going to go for value with the kings. Of course, we can be behind some of the mid-range ace-X. Intriguing now. We have the King of Hearts in hand. Espen hates that card, I assure you of that.
Right. Very likely continues, of course, all the 10x. Ace-X, both of those now beat him. Like you say, you've got the King of Hearts. Reduces some of the flush draws your opponent can have. Of course, see here, he's got all these flush draws. I like this lead here.
This is really mandatory as well, I think. Quarter pot. Yeah, the presence of that King of Hearts that you just referenced, Demps. Espen's hating this. Like, we do beat the flush draws, which is like the bulk of the semi-bluffs that we beat. There'll be some Queen-Jack offsuit with a heart in there, I think. Maybe some King-Jack, but of course, we have 2 of the kings. A 5 in theory is probably supposed to stab sometimes. Wow. Yeah, I honestly, I like it.
Wow.
Like, what, you know, it's just you're basically hoping you're against the flush draw. There's not many other natural bluffs in there.
Sharapov. You just bluffed the man.
I think if he's got 2 black kings, he will continue here. It might literally be
that close.
The fact that he has the King of Hearts in hand, we're going to just let it go.
I want credit as well, because the speed at which the fold came, didn't take much time thinking about it. He was like, that turn's calm, my man's led into me. I guess I lose this pot. No time bank used.
Yeah.
This is the Luxon Pay Grand Final, Day 1C. The first and final day 1 of coverage in terms of this event for us here on the channel. We are nearly at the end of the day. Looks like we're about to start the final level of play, and then of course everyone will resume tomorrow. Those playing the Turbo 1D and of course the baggers from 1A and 1B will be mixed up. We flip it back over to DTD Live, and looks like we still actually do have a hand here at 10k, 25k, and once more, you said he's been doing quite a lot of this. Oscan is in here, limping ace-4 clubs.
And that's something that I would countenance often myself, but I'd much rather limp this than the King Deuce off, which was way too out of line. But yeah, in general here, don't really want to be limping much.
Limping is pimping.
Limping's pimping, baby. I mean, he has been limping range, so he will have some strong hands. So, like, I'll give him that. It's not like when he raised, you know, it's not like he's always weak.
Right, important if we are going to incorporate a lot of limps, we do have to do it balanced. Now then, Ignatian with
Yeah.
2 10s, who's just going to move all in over that limp. It's kind of a nice spot for him in the sense that no one else got involved, and it comes quite easy for him, but I'm surprised he's just gone all in.
No, I think I don't mind it with this exact kind of hand class. Like, what is it? 10, 15, it's only 15 bigs, right? Back, 16 effective. You could raise call. I guess it depends on how wide you perceive Ozcan to limp. If he has all of the suited small ace-X and, you know, 8-9 suited and stuff like this, then it becomes more attractive to raise call, I think. If it's all suited broadways and the like, maybe we just want to knock them out. I hear you though, especially when he's limping too much. Maybe raise call is better than shove.
So then,
I don't see it much, but like
over at Onyx,
very small bet.
Yeah.
Sharapov
And I just have like no way to
completes
improve.
the
And
small. Pretty sure we have.
have the hope that he.
Looks like he's going to take that Jack 5 up as a raise. I need to see this a lot with maybe like some of the weaker hands in this, but the same concept: big card, small card.
Like an ace.
I like this. You know, a hand like 9-5 off is one of those ones that always takes it. Jack 5 off seems pretty reasonable. Sharapov has that really awkward stack depth where it's hard to limp call, right? Like hands like this, it becomes even harder. You just don't love it. And we've just seen Bakuziev will just take every spot to show aggression if he can.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is really nice for the Russian.
Yeah, he's going to check in flow to Bakuziev.
Okay, finds a check back.
Yeah, and good thing he did, because I'm pretty confident that Sharapov was going to be activating over the top. As it is, turns the absolute nuts. And a grim card for Bakuziev, because he actually finds a piece here.
Yeah, this is a disaster now in terms of... Looks like Sharapov's going to lead and try and set up river shoves. And when we start sort of breaking this down, Sharapov can never have like pocket 4s, pocket 7s, pocket 8s. They all limp shove.
Right.
So in this type of spot now, we have a bluff catcher, and it's not really a bad one. There is plenty of stuff that we beat, the sort of 9x, 10x of the world. Random queen 5 of clubs and all these type of holdings. We can beat them all. Ace of Spades River, intriguing card. He does find check.
Love that.
I like it, by the way, in the long run. He's unfortunate here that his opponent has a hand that wants to knuckle back.
Right. Yeah. He just looks like he has a fair number of ace highs, right?
Sure.
Raise, trying to induce pre, calls turn.
Ace 9, ace 10, all the ace queen of diamonds type stuff like this. They're all going to value bet river. I like that check, even though it didn't work out. It's nice play.
Is it not a case as well for Bakuziev, like, if we had a strong jack, can he just still going to go for value with that as well? So.
I would probably jam like a king jack here or something if it was like pot behind. Seems pretty good. Yeah. It's really hard for Sharapov to have a nutted hand.
Yes, it is. Let's drop in. Picking up that big pot. All in with king jack and Brockman behind with only 10 blinds himself. Will do a scratch of the head. A cover of the mouth as deception is in play.
Isn't it funny how we were talking about the butterfly effect of spots? And he was out the door about 20 minutes ago on the 10-3-4 all hearts and got a backdoor chop somehow. And all of a sudden,
here we go.
Going to be back to 500,000, barring any really bad runouts.
5 pass, 6 pass, 7 pass, 8 pass.
Yeah, really unlucky this for Can Kurtaran late. 8 blinds seems reasonable. I mean, you don't love putting it in with king jack through the whole table. Runs into the big one.
Sometimes needs must, my friend.
Sure.
And that's what the case is here. Janko Tarani needs all the help, as I do to pronounce that name.
I'm giving you an upgrade to 9 out of 10 now.
Ace 5-3. Clubs. In the form of that king. An avenue. Needs a queen or a 10. King seals the fate. That's it. GG's, my man. Best of luck in your next venture. Meanwhile, Brockman. Here we go then.
Yeah.
20 bigs. Like you say, 1 card away from elimination. Had to ping a 4-outer just to get half the pot. Now, getting eliminations.
It's a really nice feeling to be on a free roll. Like it's one of the best feelings in poker, I think.
Yeah.
Like, literally, you have 1% or whatever, and you somehow wriggle out of it, and now you're like, wow, I've got 40 bigs in today too. I'm gonna win.
Yeah, when you got, like I said, it's 4 outs, not even to win. You had 4 outs to chop.
Yeah.
That's it. On the flop as well, it came like 10, 5, 3. You got ace 8 against ace 10. You got like no outs for anything, and then 4 outs to chop. You do that, and you get in the mix. Here we go then, over at the Luxon table. A hijack open from Tanuri. Akulenka has jammed 2 9s for a chunk of chips here.
I think it's fine. What is it? 25 blinds? Seems okay with this exact kind of hand.
But it's put pressure on this Tanuri. He's just getting a count. I mean, I can't imagine he's not going to match this bet, but he doesn't enjoy it. He should.
I think in this spot it's kind of annoying because you do see 9s and 10s a lot in this spot. It's not really a spot where you tend to crush too many hands, but you're never folding, obviously.
The body language of both of them, they're both through their arm up. Like, but again, we sort of found ourselves in this 1.4 million chip flip that neither of them really want to be in.
Absolutely.
Tanuri, the one hunting, and he finds an ace-high board with a couple of clubs. Akulenka reduced to just the 1 out, and that might not even be enough, as Tanuri can kill it. And he won't do it on the 8 of hearts. That is it. Akulenka's race is run. He's straight out of here.
Yeah, unfortunate. What can you do? Gonna have to win several flips, you would imagine, to try and take down any big tournament. Nice one for Tanuri. He's finding heat at the end of the day. Saw him win the 2 all-ins with the 7s. 2 big pots with the 7s, excuse me, and then wins a big flip. 2.2 milli.
Yeah, it's funny. We see all this play early on in these tournaments. It's very intricate, and then what always ends up happening is you get to the end of day 1, and the blinds are huge, and someone just wins a couple of all-ins, and they surge past all your hard work. As we flip back over to DTD live table, Ignatian raising in the cutoff, and Ozcan peeling off this shallow stack with the suited ace-5. Brockman overcalling as well with what looks to be a good hand in the ace-6, but tough against 2 players. Ozcan flops the joint. The nut flush, thank you very much. Action check to him. Let's see if he can find a little knuckle here, perhaps. So shallow. Easy to get this in 1 street, let alone 2.
Of all the hands that really like to slow play, this is basically number 1. And you know, you have a very wide opening range from Ignatian in the cutoff. He has found very small, which I like.
Yeah, and it's going to work. Because
yeah, I'm not sure about this.
Right, it's a 3-way pot. We have to show some respect to it, don't we?
Sure. Like ace, queen high, no spade. I mean, it is the fact that it's 30k, potentially. He's decided I'm just going to have to flip it. No, this is a lovely little acting job.
Are we Academy worthy yet? We're looking at Golden Globes.
He should find really small again. Looks like he bet 100k. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, if he shows anything.
An extra 30k.
Other than raw emotion. What do we think of these sunglasses? They're pretty gangster.
It's that we were talking about them earlier. It's the Morpheus from the Matrix glasses. That's the ones.
That's what it is.
Yeah. He's beginning to believe.
What a film.
Great movie.
You know,
shame about the sequels, but we won't go into that.
We were talking about GoldenEye earlier, and like, it was something that was like so far ahead of its time. Like I feel like Matrix is the same thing. Like a film of that style was so seminal at the time.
Unreal movie.
You look back at it now, and it doesn't. It's not as special, but it stood out in its time.
I think it's still pretty.
I agree with you. But if you took someone who was sort of our age when that film first came out and showed them to now, they'd be like, okay, this doesn't stand up as well to the current films. But at the time, it was so far ahead.
Got ya.
Anyway.
Yeah, we've got an
Actually, let's just talk films. I don't want to talk poker for the rest of the night. Come on.
Well, we will dissect this one because this is a fun one. So we have a button open. Espen defends with 7-6. Couple of ways you can go here. Either small raise or call. Does land on small raise. I must confess, I quite like it. Against a button opening range, you know, because you have people just wildly over c-bet this board, and he's just going to have like 9-10 off and stuff here, right? That c-bets the button. So Espen deciding, okay, I've got a gut shot. My hand has some playability down the streets on something like a heart, and now he's improved to the double gutter. These are really fun. So we have, what, 130% pot?
1 hour.
So we can continue the story now. You know, all of our King X, I think, is very fair that it check raises to get it in on the flop versus the dealer.
No.
Versus the button.
Several times.
So he's yeah, I like this. So he's going for the third pot to set up a river bluff shove. Also, the benefit of this, you know, our opponent can call us once more again. We do get to realize. I don't think you get shoved on very often.
You just generate a pot for the river jam.
The thing is, we're trying to bluff a guy that never folds.
I was about to say.
Espen doesn't know that. But.
Well, he saw Bakuja make a call. I don't believe you in the booth at the time, but with like a 5 on a 5-4-4 jack.
Oh, he was there.
Like all the heartboard. Yeah, Espen was on it. It was the hangover before break, and it was like absolute bottom of range hand he could have, and he called an all in. So he's definitely got a rep.
Yeah, we've arrived on the river here with 7 high. Probably supposed to go for this. Doesn't feel nice with 60%, so he may shut it down and has. Seems kind of reasonable, like especially if you think that the button's going to fast play some of his draws at the SPR. On the flop, potentially. Kind of trying to get him to fold out some ace highs or a 5. Oh, he's value betting, okay.
It's class. Just desperately trying to milk a little bit.
This is my dream.
So where are you from?
Holland.
Holland. Yeah.
Yes, people just check back river.
Many times.
But I suppose once Espen checks, he's probably not going to check a better hand.
You don't need those.
Nice hand.
Sometimes you do.
You know what to do.
So then, here we go. The thief from under the gun, opening it up.
5 plus.
Karapanu jamming 2 8s for 5 blinds, and Modena finding ace king in the big. Karapanu, he's the one at risk. Not the biggest pot in this tournament, but obviously a key one for the man who's all in. I don't know, he can afford to take this loss. Not that he might not. He might not. Yeah, the eyebrow raise says it all. Queen, queen, jack. Kind of keeping this a fair fight as we head to the turn. Oh, that's the dirty way. That is dirty. Obviously, a queen or jack would split this. Otherwise, an 8. No. I mean, it's fair to win ace king and an all in. It just feels a little mischievous to do it in this manner.
Always a frustrating way to go. Modena on the move, 2.4 mil.
Yeah, and Musa obviously loving life. Huge stack there, but this man to his left, and I think Tanori as well, a couple of seats further left. I mean, those three have all got, what, 11, 12, and 13.5 starting stacks. That's a hell of a deep stack table.
I think all three would probably be happy enough to get off the table, get a redraw for tomorrow, approaching the bubble, and get to bash people up.
Yeah, I think it'll be kind of unfortunate if they were to make a big move on each other tonight and prevent the chance of doing that tomorrow when they're likely to be table chip leaders, or at least, you know, not dealing with 2 other players in that realm. Here we go then. Over at DTD Live, Stratov on the King of Hearts. That looks pretty good on this ace 9-7 board.
Feels like this must be a bigger open size than normal for there to be 255 in already. I think. In any case, a Stratov, nut flush draw, and the betting lead. Typically going to bet small on the monotones, as he does 45k, and about 15% pots.
This is one of these horrible ones, isn't it? Drawing to a straight on a monotone board, like you mentioned.
I mean, we can bluff on the 4 flush and stuff like this, so it's going to be intriguing to see how this goes. Can a Stratov find the sneaky check back?
Oof.
I think in general, people just go for 3 streets here. I think like the problem is that Ignatian can just have Jack 10 with a Jack of Hearts or 10 of Hearts.
Right.
And they're all just going to always call turn. And we can just set up river shoves. So it's not natural to think, okay, I'm going to trap check here, my King of Hearts.
Yeah, I like this bet. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Okay, he's going to go for it.
Here we go. Morpheus, what are you up to?
You know what? It's not going to work, obviously, but I kind of love it. I kind of love it.
He's showing the gumption.
This is a lot of heart. It takes a lot of heart to make this play.
Well, he hasn't got a single heart.
He hasn't. He's taken the red pill or the blue pill. We're not sure which one. Oh, look at this. A great acting job, that.
Okay, he's like, hang on a second. I think I've got the king of hearts. do I recheck if I got the king of hearts, or do I just... I better recheck. I think I've got... I can't have it. He's check raised me. He must have it. Oh, no, I do have it. Okay.
He's selling this pretty well. I can see his hand. I believe that
So,
he's got a tough decision.
What are the kind of hands he might have here when that would bet the turn, like, and then tank check call? Like, is it just always going to be flushes at this point when he gets called?
I think so. I think it's just very natural to check back here with like 2-pair on the turn or like a set or something like this. People normally in flow just check it back. We can be repping like ace, jack, jack of hearts now, right? Like
right.
ace 10,
That's what
10
I mean,
of
like,
hearts.
How low down a heart do you think we
Sure.
likely would have bet on the turn, I wonder? Because
maybe the 10.
Right, so suddenly it becomes really hard for Ignacio to carry this on, doesn't it?
Sure.
Oh.
I mean, if he... Obviously, this is never working.
Oh, no.
Fair play to him.
Oh, no, this is a torch off, isn't it?
It feels like a torch on the river.
And, I mean, Stratov hasn't snap called, but I mean, we can't... Your man just doesn't have a boat,
There's
right?
never a boat.
He's not raising those hands.
This is a slow roll. I mean, maybe he doesn't mean it and he's just confused.
Yeah, I think we'll say nit roll rather than a slow roll, like
Sure.
a misunderstanding of the situation, perhaps.
Sure.
I think slow roll always implies some malice. I mean, there may be some history between these two. He may just never see bluffs coming from the seat, but yeah, I mean, he's just not check raising 2-pair in sets.
I mean, you are absolutely steamed out of your mind here as Ignatian when he takes another minute or so and then calls.
3 call. Showdown.
Yeah. Cool it is. Turns over the 10 high. Well,
found the heart to fire off.
Yeah,
Big
I mean,
old bluff.
You said it. You got to give the man credit. He gave it a go. We always love to see that. It's better to be too aggressive than too passive.
Sure.
Wow.
I mean, if a Stratov has ace, jack, jack of hearts here, you get check raised on the turn and shoved on. I mean, it's just a pure bluff catch. You would be hating it, I think.
He wasn't enjoying calling with the king of hearts. So, like, I mean, you know.
Quite right.
Bakushiev over here, he's raising it up in the hijack. It's all finding the 3-bet, 3xing the original open up to 6 blinds with this ace-king. And I mean, I'm not going to predict anything because I feel like Bakushiev can go off at any moment. This case just finds the fold. But nothing would surprise me with this man.
Sure. We gave Tool the old Ben CB lookalike treatment earlier.
Okay.
But
Does he play like?
He's played very well.
Okay, there we
I will
go.
say that. I haven't seen him make a single mistake.
I have a security business.
I like the cut of this man's jib. Plays really well. Back to Luxon we go then. Single raise pot, Tanuri versus Aslan.
Tanuri looks so much like a gentleman I played cash with back in Brighton on a regular basis.
Is there a chance it could be him?
And he almost has like similar mannerisms and stuff as well. It's great. I can't help but see my friend in him.
Yeah, so action on Aslan. It's check to the river. Yeah, seems pretty reasonable to just give it up, I think. You know, like the pocket jacks and pocket tens of this world that might have checked back to river have all made a hand. We'd really just be trying to fold out a suited ace or pocket sixes, something like this. There you go, ace 10, pal. You can see if you like.
How many chips was that? 10?
10.
G in the big. Calls this min open from Sharapov, who's building up nicely towards the end of day 2. And well, that rise will certainly continue on this Jack 7-6 board. Almost unfortunately for him, that this kind of board where the big blind does get to continue a lot, but seems unlikely in this instance.
Yeah, we flopped the effective nuts in our eyes. Let's hope that our man wants to put some money in. Check fold. The standard stuff. So 20% of the field or so left. Debs.
Yep.
We are we'll be close to the money, right? Tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I mean the structure is designed in such a way that we amalgamate the field and then bubble should burst in the first level or so.
This is what I thought when I got it, maybe.
Back over to the Luxon table we go, and Aslan just in time finds pocket kings +1, sends in the chips, and Modena finds pretty big hand in the big ace jack, makes the call, gets the bad news, pre-flop at least.
Yeah, but look at him, he's rocking back in that chair, he's chilled, he's relaxed. They're the ones who always hit. The ones who are pensive, sweating. Oh, Aslan's doing the prepay, the time bank chips. What's going on here? All sorts of trickery, sorcery. Oh! King, Queen, 10. Wow. Broadway for Modena. That's all fun and games when you've got 2.3 back, and there's the Queen on the turn. Aslan lives to fight. King's full. Oh.
Chop. What a brilliant atmosphere at this feature table, by the way. Love to see that.
I like it. I like it.
Very friendly. Back to 475k then for Aslan. Musa still at 2.8 million. Tanuri and Medina still incredibly healthy as we approach the end of the day.
Okay. It's okay.
How did Sharapov get to 1.4? We've just missed that hand potentially.
Well, we saw with Ace Jack against G's Ace Deuce.
Yeah.
Did that?
He only had 600k back
But
in that hand.
Did something crazy happen in that hand?
No, we maybe just missed one. Decision on Espen, who's on fumes. 135k. Yeah, this might look curious, but once you get to this sort of 3 or 4 bigs, it really is any two. Let's flop a piece. And there we go.
There is the piece. He's turned the dominated into the dominating. And Andrew is either having a fit or suggesting all in.
I think he's quite likely to donk shove this hand. Yeah. Just makes sense. Deny equity, get called by worse. It's not a bad thing here to get sort of queen jack offsuit out of there if it, you know, somehow decides to check back and realize this is a horrible spot now for sure.
Well, I was about to say, I feel like the queen jack would stick around, but does the jack 8? I mean, this is such a weak hand. But at the same time, like, if we can ever be ahead, if we can ever be up against a hand like a 9-6 and stuff.
I mean, 100% you can.
Yeah.
This might be a spot that in theory you're supposed to call any two.
Espen does not lie.
Yeah. To say see you in the turbo. See you in the turbo.
Never over till it's over, bro.
No.
What did you have?
I'm on your team.
What? Okay. I keep giving you my chips, so.
I mean, it's never over till it's over. A man like him can say that. He has sort of been to the bottom and up to the top in the biggest tournament in the world as we see this board run out. And Tanuri, he's got the best of it. What looks to have been a minimal skirmish here.
Yeah, this is one of those where Stefiev just expects not to win at showdown, so he is going to bluff. We'll see if Tanuri can pick this off. It would make sense to hero with this hand, I think. Most of the Jack-X of Stefiev is betting the turn. A bunch of the draws are probably betting the turn. So unless he's finding this sizing with specifically a rivered 8, we have a nice blocker with the Queen of Clubs. Like, I'd expect the 5-7 and the like of Stefiev just to bleed turn. I'm fairly sure that he would. But he's going to get it through. He's going to show that Queen of Clubs. Nice recognition from Stefiev, perhaps, that Tanuri will give respect on the river. Like, it's one of those where you think, oh, I've got showdown, but like King Queen in real life just never wins.
I enjoy the postmortems after every
Yeah,
hand.
it's great, isn't it?
Sibkatova, she's down to just 15 blinds late on this day one. Someone who's been in action from the off here at this table is just sending them all in. I wasn't sure if she would do this or maybe try and get some involvement from elsewhere, but perhaps this looks like it. You know, it could look frustrated. It could be inclined to get maybe a few more calls than it might normally, just given it's the state of the play. We know the turbo's going on.
This is one of those that you don't have many jams in theory world for, you know, 14 to 15 under the gun, but the ones that tend to plug in are like the ace queen off, pocket nines type hands that really don't mind just taking, you know, taking aggressive action, maybe getting called by one person and being in okay shape. Should be happy enough to pick up the 75k or so money in the blinds. Back to the Onyx then.
Oh yeah.
Open here from Sharapov with king 9 off. Miri defending with the 7-4 of clubs. Does flop a gut shot and some backdoor potential. See bet of 50k from Sharapov. Miri makes the call.
Is it even open?
Let's turn best. 7 of spades. Quickly checks. Sharapov with the decision. Do we want to try and continue the story here? These spots are really awkward.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you have a hand that has equity, but you can still chase out some hands, right? Like if we bet, we can fold out a 5 and a 3 that doesn't have a backdoor straight draw attached to the hands that we're kind of targeting. I don't mind this. King of spades in hand as well. It's not a lot of fun to put 150k into the middle here, but Miri, these are tough as well, Demps.
Yeah.
And the shoe on the other foot for him. Second pair.
I wonder if the fact that it is that second pair, he can start to fold out the 3x, the 5x that don't have anything additional, but now he's turned that 7 maybe a little bit too strong. Does elect a call and well, makes the runner 2 pair. 390 behind for him.
Yeah, we can see that check is the most prudent route for him to get more money from Sharapov. We can't know that, of course.
Might go to the gym actually.
These spots are always interesting because lots of Sharapov's like 1 pair hands are just always checking back. So unless you give him the sort of pure bluffs, and he'll have decent amount of them, he might lead, yeah. I'm not like shocked to see this.
I'm a spicy one, so like 250, leave 140 back.
You don't like the idea of
The value bluff. Well, that's pretty, you know, making it look like the value bluff, obviously. See here.
Yeah, always interesting ones, and it's hard to dissect this type of spot in a 30-second time frame because there's lots going on.
Yeah, really complex these situations. Yeah, look at that. Sharapov. He lost that pot, but has got all the way up to 1.1 million. Much more even distribution of chips here, and much closer to sort of the average stack, right? We're saying 20% the field left, which would mean, of course, a million chip average. So this table far more balanced as we head on over to Luxon, where Smolka opened up under the gun with ace king, and he's found a customer, Mukwan, who peels with 9-4, flops best on jack 10-9.
8 check.
Yeah, these are really intriguing. Under the gun's supposed to c-bet this board very heavily. I mean, if we bet and get shoved on, we're going to have to call off, right? Like 8 bigs or so behind for Mukawem. Looks like that's what Smolka is going to land on. He's gone really small, 35. Like, I can't imagine that he would bet fold this. Wouldn't be happy with it. Okay, see a turn.
Not one. Oh, hello.
Oh, hello.
The old stop and go. Want to see a brick, and then I'm shoving it.
Wow.
Smoker just puking in his mouth. I got called, but at least I'm going to get to see the river. No, sir. Instant jam on the deuce of clubs.
Yeah, you're not thrilled with this.
You just can't be ahead here, right? You just can't be. What am I beating?
Queen X of clubs is basically it.
Yeah.
Queen 7 of clubs.
The last 4 times
Not doing amazingly against that.
Yeah, not surprised to see him fall, but it just feels like I've been violated.
It's very tilting to get shoved on.
I just get to check this and see the river. Like, what do you mean you're all in?
Yeah.
Oh, well done. Perfectly played, given the hand you're up against Miri in the small.
So this must be a 3-bet coup.
You're right, the pot size sizable.
I've heard good things about
Continuation for Miri.
Yeah, very interesting. Looks like open then, and 3-bet from Miri. Sharapov peeling ace-8 suited in position. Flop's about as good as it gets for his hand. We can't really raise get it in though. Now then, can Miri line up the barrels? We have a magnificent combo in my eyes to try and line up the bluff.
Wow, the casually lifting the cards up so high to me, just
I'm quite excited about that area. Like,
it feels like strength when people do that, right? If he now follows through, I mean, I'd be wary about doing it with such reflective sunglasses as these, but you know.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like a fist pump type combination to use, right? Block the queens and jacks, block the ace jack of clubs, king jack of clubs, queen jack of clubs. It's very important in this spot when Sharapov just calls. You know, we can fold out the sort of ace jack of hearts, stuff like this, right? Ace 10 of hearts. Put 7s and 9s in these hands in a bad spot if they didn't 4-bet shove. Credit to Sharapov, he knows he has to call the turn. Now, Miri, can you find the bluff shove? I would like to see shove dempts. I've seen people, you know, bet 300k and stuff here, which when we have 60% pot, I think if we are going to run this bluff, I prefer to see jam.
Looks like he's counting out an amount that will leave some shells back, or is he just doing an inventory check here? Perhaps the latter, and he's just giving it up.
Like with this now, like with all
Which is interesting, because this would have been a real horror spot for Sharapov, wouldn't it, to face another barrel. And yeah, Miri gets the bad news that his opponent did just flop an 8, an unlikely pairing combo.
Also, did you make any like preparations just in case?
Yeah, just that kind of little grimace as if to say, maybe I could have got him to fold that. I mean, there's no guarantee that Sharapov folds river, obviously.
He may have put the cape on.
Sure.
He's ecstatic to not have to make the decision. I know that much.
You're just like, please check, please check, please check.
End of day one, you plan all day. This guy's going to put you in probably the toughest spot you'd have been in all day. You're tired. You're mentally checked out. He's just been on the spin up as well. He's like, I was short. Now I'm going to be bagging over $1 million. Life is good. Right then, over at Luxon as we are near the end of the day. Modena. He's going to defend Queen 5 of clubs. Seems reasonable. Stafiev from under the gun. Those 2 queens looking great, but look at this. A couple of clubs popping out. Checks in flow. Stafiev quite stoic.
Plenty of big bets here possible.
It looks like he's doing exactly that.
I like it. I think this is really nice. Don't have a club in our hand, unblock all the sort of straight draw type stuff that the big blind will have a lot of. He's going to continue, you know, with every 9, every 6 still, in theory, to this size. But, I mean, you will start putting pressure on a deuce and a 6 with no sort of backdoor connectivity. But I like this from Stafiev. Let's just start shoveling money in with 2 red queens. Oh.
285.
He's raising.
Oh, here we go. Just going to instant pressure.
I mean, one assumes that he's going to have to play for it all here. I don't know if we can put 285k in and then fold, as my colleague motions with the forward jamming motion.
And this feels like, whoa, it looks like he is just going. Cool. I was about to say, it feels like when we bet this size and then wish to continue, the kind of the cat's out the bag. We've got an overpair, right? We're not doing this with ace highs, are we?
No.
So at that point, I feel like, hey, let's just run it.
Yeah, on the flip side, I guess you can just get it in on a safe turn, and like occasionally the big blind will check. I'm with you though. I would just put it in because a hand like ace 9, for example, which could be in there, we'll just have to call it off. You know, all the high equity flush draws will call it off. I would have just run it at Stafiev. I think when we size up flop particularly, you start to take out the 8-10 offsuit and stuff.
I feel like if he'd bet really small on the flop and face a check raise, then I'd be maybe more inclined to keep slow playing. But
sure.
So it is. Here comes the jam on the turn. Obviously, Stefiev not instantly calling. I mean, he obviously will call, but he just he sees that king. He knows that's perhaps a card that he could have fallen behind to. King, ace of clubs, something like that. But just kind of more mustering the courage before making this call and playing a 1.7 million chip pot on the eve of day 2. Modena, can he be the second man we've seen breach the 3 million chip mark? It's going to be dirty if he does it. No, he can't. And Stefiev now 1.6 million. These two with near identical stacks. What a great way for him to finish up day 1 here in the Luxon Pay Grand Final.
Yeah, huge spot to hold. Such a good feeling. Let's bag up. Come back tomorrow. 40 bigs in the hunt.
You're loving that. Loving that. On the bubble. Just above average chips he'll have.
Yeah, I believe last hand was just announced also there, James. So it literally is right on the eve of day 2.
Miri, well, he's at the end of the day just trying to get something going with this ace-10. We're not going to fold and get chips in the bag. And it will be round to Sharapov, who's been the man at the moment at this table, but he cannot continue with the queen 3.
We need some rest.
Let's see if we've got time for one more or not.
A nice one for Miri to pick up. Steady the ship somewhat after that.
Well,
3-bet pot, and that is it.
There you go. Nothing says end of day more than a bag of bags arriving on the table. Players unmiking. That does bring to an end the coverage here of the Mediterranean Poker Party Luxon Pay Grand Final Day 1. See, it rolls off the tongue.
It does.
That title, doesn't
Honestly,
it?
beautifully managed, James.
That's how things look on our featured tables as we end this 15K, 30K level. It is, in fact, Sharapov who banks the lead on that table. The other end of the leaderboard there, Espen Jorstad propping up the stacks. He's going to be coming back tomorrow to play 20K, 40K with just 255K, but will be so close to the money. He's still got some interest in this one, and he's a man who knows something about coming back from a short stack, as he famously did in the main event. Out on the GTD live table, it is Astratov who has bagged up just under 10 starting stacks, that 1.9 million, going to be good for 50 big blinds tomorrow. And this is the table we saw some fun stuff going on. Ozcan, he was fan of the limp. He's in there with 735. Sipkatova, we always see her at Merit. Been playing on this table all day long. She brings 635K to the party tomorrow. Then on the table with all the chips, Basil Musa, the right side of those 2 big flips, bagging 3 mil. Tanuri, nice little run for him at the end of the day. He's got 2 mil. Modena in 4th there, 1.5 mil, but he could have had a whole bunch more. He played the big one right towards the end there with Daniel, and he bagged up 1.5 million. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back at 2:30 tomorrow. Please do join us.